आपको लग रहा होगा कि मैं एग्जैक्टली क्या कर रहा हूं। मैं सांसें कलेक्ट कर रहा हूं। आप भी कर लो अगर आप कलेक्ट कर सकते हो, क्योंकि अगले 3 दिन बहुत से ऐसे मोमेंट्स आने वाले हैं जहां पर आपके और मेरे सांसें थमने वाली हैं, क्योंकि दिस इज Realme BMPS 2025 द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, द बिगेस्ट टूर्नामेंट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ BGMI। क्योंकि इस बार द प्राइस पूल इज 4 करोड़ रुपीस एंड द मोस्ट कंपेटिटिव टूर्नामेंट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ BGMI, क्योंकि बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स could not make it to the grand finals. All thanks to these amazing 16 teams who have made it to the grand finals at BMPS 2025. अब देखिए माहौल तो यहाँ पर सेट हो चुका है, हमारी टीम्स यहाँ पर आ चुकी हैं, आप भी तैयार हैं और हम भी तैयार हैं टू फॉर्ज आवर चैंपियंस। एंड ये सब करवाने के लिए अभी विदाउट वेस्टिंग एनी टाइम चलते हैं हमारे कमाल के कास्टर्स की तरफ, एंड वो एनालाइज करेंगे, आपको समझाएंगे कि किन किन कहानियों को फोकस करना है एंड क्या क्या अवॉइड करना है एंड क्या क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं इन द नेक्स्ट कमिंग 3 days। तो चलते हैं विदाउट वेस्टिंग एनी टाइम टू आवर अमेजिंग कास्टर्स।
Good afternoon, India. Welcome to the LAN finals of Realme BMPS 2025. We are live from the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre in Delhi, where the air crackles with the anticipation and legends are about to be forged. Look around you. The arena is quiet and the trophy gleams under a single spotlight, a silent promise of destiny. This is the calm before the storm, and the stage is set, the lights are bright, and history awaits. So, this is the BMPS 2025 LAN Finals Day 1, and the battle for glory awaits us. My name is Super Johnny. I'm going to be a host and commentator, and joining me in this journey, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be our lovely friends Necro and Icy. And guys, after a long journey, a month-long grueling journey, we finally made it. The last stand, the LAN Finals are here.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very exciting one as well, because rumor has it here, the champion is going to be the next symbol of BGMI.
Of course.
I'm just going to leave it there. That's going to be something I'm looking forward to here.
Of course, something that is going to be the most over here inside of this BMPS 2025. And let's not forget, even the prize pool, 4 crore rupees this time around, highest ever it's been. But let's talk a little bit more about how the journey started. We started things off with 96 teams. Later on, moved on towards the semifinals, where only 32 teams were a part of it. And of course, later on, we are now over here in the grand finals with just 16.
Exactly, but as you were talking about that prize pool, Necro, we all know we began with 2 crore prize pool, but there it had a plus next to it. And because of the lovely energy of the crowd, the prize pool has gone up all the way to 4 crores. Now the winners, the champions of the Realme BMPS 2025, walking away with 1.25 crores in the bag. The runners-up getting 55 lakhs, and the team finishing on the 3rd position, walking away with 35 lakh rupees, I see.
Exactly, and at the same time as well, all 16 teams who's qualified in the grand finals is pretty much guaranteed a minimum of 5 lakhs as of yet. And of course, because of the prize pool, it has extended all the way to the 17 of 32 positions. So basically, everyone from the semifinals will have a chunk of the prize pool itself. So that's going to be, to be honest, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for supporting. By joining the Discovery Island, to be honest.
I mean, we keep saying how this is going to be an historic final, especially in terms of the Pro Series, right? In the next 3 days, champions are going to be forged. History is going to be written right under these lights.
Exactly, and of course, when we talk about the teams themselves here, 16 teams has pretty much proved themselves in towards the grand finals. And of course, there are ups and downs, and a majority of them has been kind of surprising, to be honest, here, because it seems like the reign of the undergod begins today.
But before we talk about the teams, let's talk about the journey as a whole, how these teams have made it so far. We got to start all the way from round 1, baby, where we had 96 teams that kicked off this journey. And of course, these teams were divided into 16 groups, 12 days of competition, Necro. But with a twist, there was going to be a reshuffle in the middle.
Of course, there was a constant reshuffle happening after every 3 days. And of course, the top 8 directly moved on towards the semifinals week 1 from the round 1 itself. And then the teams from 9th till 16 moved on towards the round 3. Round 1 was a major head start if you managed to place yourself in the top 16. If you failed to do so, well, 17th to 80th directly moved on towards the round 2.
All you had to do was avoid the bottom 16 to stay alive in the tournament, basically. But as we move on to round 2, things get very intense, because this is where there was straight-up eliminations happening. No more safety nets, no more saving graces, but there was an opportunity for the top 40 teams to qualify for round 3.
Exactly. 24 teams was pretty much eliminated during that stage, and during round 3, we had 48 teams, including the 8 teams that qualified directly from round 1 itself here. They were split in 3 different groups in round 3 itself, and they had to play 4 days and 6 matches in total to compete for a shuffle. And of course, there was a shuffle in between as well, and eventually 24 teams will advance into the semi-finals week 1 stages.
Exactly, and semi-finals week 1 is where things get extremely exciting, because we are joined by the teams that directly made it to the semi-finals from round 1 itself. There was a group draw as well that decided the fate of a lot of the big names in semi-finals itself, especially in the week 1. We saw a lot of big names started off on a great note, but then slipped out and they failed to qualify.
Of course, the top 8 directly moved on towards the grand finals, while the remaining 24 teams moved on towards the semifinals week 2. Inside of the week 2, we had 24 teams, once again divided into 3 groups of 8. And as we know, the top 8, once again from the week 2, directly moved on towards the grand finals. And now, in the grand finals, we've got the top 16, the best of the best, waiting to duke it out for the span of 3 days and 18 games to find out who's going to be the champion and who will be the best.
Hey, man, the best of the best are here, and guess what? I am looking forward to see some amazing BGMI action because there is a lot of strategies involved. But I'm curious to see, in case you guys were wondering what's happening as well, I want to know who is playing today.
Well, let's fulfill your wish, I see. Let's have a look at the grand finalists, ladies and gentlemen, the top 16 teams of the Realme BMPS 2025. To kick things off, we have NoNx, we have Team Aryan, TMG, Genesis, Los Hermanos, Eggy, Team Forever, TWOB, and K9 Esports as the teams that made it through in week 1 itself.
Of course, then we've also got God's OMEN, God's Green, 8-Bit, Team Insane Esports, and even the names keep on continuing with TWOB, 8-Bit as well coming into the picture. But something that's extremely important, that's going to be the prize pool itself. As we mentioned, 4 crore rupees are on the line for this one, and this time it's the highest it's ever been before.
Exactly, but how do you get to that prize money? How do you get yourself to that trophy? Well, it's a simple answer. We all know it. You need to get points in every single game. And this is the one thing that we did not change a lot. It's the point structure, I see. It stayed the same.
Exactly. It's pretty straightforward as well. Getting a chicken dinner gives you 10 points. One finish gives you 1 point in general. So the more finishes we have, it scales over time. That has been the strategy for some of these teams. But guess what? On screen, we have the arrival of the teams here. I think we catch a glimpse of Team Forever walking in as well. And they look pretty confident themselves. And even TWOB.
Yeah, TWOB. We had 2 OP official before this. Young players. Kind of nervous. I had an opportunity to talk with them. A little nervous about how day 1 is going to go for them. But extremely confident that if they put their minds to it, if they manage to stay calm, they can push through and finish in the top 5.
Of course, we've got so many new teams on the block. There is going to be that nervousness setting in, at least for the day 1, because they do not really have that experience. Teams like 4TR, God's Omen, 2OP officials, it's their first time stepping inside of the picture. And of course, even the audience just waiting to get inside of the arena. A massive line. Of course, every single person here to support the new faces and the OGs.
But talking about the OGs a few moments ago, Necro, I'm surprised you didn't talk about Somraj, man, after that epic speech that was given at the end of the last official, the Realme BGIS 2025.
I thought for a second you were talking about Sheik Cam because that's the most anticipated one by the community itself because we got a glimpse of Sheik from the background.
That is true, but I think people are going to wait to see if Somraj can actually establish his kingdom over here in the Realme BMPS 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of anticipation. We do not know what is going to happen. And as I said a few moments ago, it is the calm before the storm. But hey, before we begin the action, we're going to have to kick things off on that epic stage. So let's head over for the opening.
Excel up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way
अगला स्टेशन BGMI एक्शन है। दरवाजे इतिहास के पन्नों के लिए खुलेंगे। कृपया सावधानी से खेलें। अब सावधानी से तो हमारे प्लेयर्स एंड टीम्स खेलने वाली हैं, लेकिन इस समय अगर आप ये स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, अगर आप इस समय यशोभूमि में हैं, तो आपको सावधानी बरतने की जरूरत बिल्कुल नहीं है, बिकॉज दिस इज द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स ऑफ Realme BMPS 2025. And welcome everyone who are here at the venue. Welcome everyone who's watching the stream at home. रिलैक्स हो जाइए क्योंकि अभी इतिहास के पन्ने खुलने वाली हैं। सो हेलो एंड वेलकम टू Realme BMPS 2025 द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीस। अब मैंने तो अपना नाम बता दिया है, लेकिन बहुत सी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जो यहाँ पर अपना नाम बनाना चाहती हैं, क्योंकि ये जो 16 टीम्स हैं who have made it to the grand finals, उनमें से बहुत सी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जो पहला अपना ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल्स खेलने वाले हैं। ये जो 16 टीम्स हैं जो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुकी हैं, इनमें से बहुत सारी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिन्होंने बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स को हराकर अपनी जगह यहाँ बनाई है। और इन 16 टीम्स में से बहुत सी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिनकी जर्नी देखने में आपको भी मजा आएगा। तो अब इतनी टीम्स की बातें हो ही चुकी हैं, तो दिल्ली, shall we call our amazing 16 teams on stage? All right. So without wasting any time, let's begin with our team जो सबसे पहले यहाँ मंच पर अपने जगह बनाने वाली है, क्योंकि इस टीम का मानना है कि when it comes to strategy, it has to be intense, and when it comes to gameplay, it has to be supreme. Only then they feel that their job is done. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Aryan. They handle pressure with ease and come out shining like diamonds. Their opponents sometimes feel that they are too much. Let's welcome TWOB Official! Some play for pride, some play for fun, but this team plays for creating miracles. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome 4 Miracle! They are the dark horses who have successfully shown their spark. And that's a crazy flex. So please welcome Team NoNx. Gameplay, strategies, and mindset, they have always raised the bar. Please welcome Team 4TR. They are ready to ignite the field of play. Make some noise for the rising Inferno! The team that is ready to enter the stage with their main character energy. Let's welcome Team Forever! They are known to choose their battles. And for the BMPS finals, it's going to be all the 18 matches. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the world of battle. opponents and bring out their sunny side up. Let's welcome the team that's sharp and edgy. Please make some noise for Team Eggy. For this team, a lot of players said it's over. But all that noise went in vain because they are here in the finals to rise and shine. Let's welcome Team Insane. They are cool, they are sharp, and they are always a threat. It's the team you cannot forget. Let's welcome Team Genesis Esports. They are here to pack a punch and take that bite. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team K9. Their gameplay is fresh, juicy, and crispy. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Los Hermanos!
passion and power. Their every move is golden. Here to conquer is Team God's Omen. From one zone to another, this is the team that likes to dominate the terrain. Let's welcome the trophy magnets. It is God's Reign. Pressure's on. This team says, bring it on. The team that is always lit. Make some noise for Team 8-Bit. All right, so everyone watching at home, अगर आपको इस समय मजा आ रहा है तो एक बार चैट में हार्ट थोड़ा सा स्पैम कर दो, अपना प्यार दिखा दो. And to everyone who's here in Dwarka, Yashobhoomi, please make some noise for our amazing top 16 teams of Realme BMPS 2025. Come on, Delhi, make some noise. Let's begin with the proceedings. Let's begin with some BGMI action. अब देखिए, अगले 3 दिन 18 इंटेंस गेम्स तो आप एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे ही. एंड ये सब अभी बस थोड़ी ही देर में शुरू हो जाएगा. लेकिन सबसे पहले मैं चाहूंगा, यदि आप सक्षम हैं तो कृपया करके राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाइए. इफ यू आर एबल, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज स्टैंड अप फॉर द नेशनल एंथम. All right, Delhi. And everyone watching at home, of course, BGMI और आपका रिश्ता तो हम जानते हैं. Thanks for all the love you have shown for this amazing game. लेकिन एक और रिश्ता है BGMI का with Realme. And अब आपके सामने एक स्पेशल मोमेंट यहाँ पर हम लोग क्रिएट करने वाले हैं, जिसके लिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा to all the IGLs to please come forward. सारे IGLs को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि प्लीज ट्रॉफी के पास आ जाइए. All the IGLs please come forward. एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत रिश्ता है एंड उसी रिश्ते को यहाँ पर सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए, एक मोमेंट को कैप्चर करने के लिए यहाँ पर अभी ये आपके सामने आप कुछ एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे. एंड साथ ही साथ इस समय मैं चाहूंगा मनीष राणा को यहां पर बुलाने को. I would request Mr. Manish Rana to please join me on stage, the marketing strategy lead of Realme India. How are you, Manish?
Very well, Rohit. Thank you.
So good to have you back again for the LAN finals.
Yes.
And अभी BGMI और हमारा और जो लोग इस गेम को पसंद करते हैं उनका तो रिश्ता है ही, लेकिन एक नया रिश्ता भी बन रहा है एंड एक लेवल और आगे जा चुका है. तो इस रिश्ते के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए. हाउ हैज दिस रिलेशनशिप बीन फॉर Realme and BGMI together?
So, okay. Thank you, Rohit. So, the journey of Realme with BGMI has been nothing short of excitement. We always believed that the game, the mobile game, is the heartbeat of the Gen Z. And the BGMI is at the center of that culture. And during all the seasons, Realme has built a very strong connection with the gaming community, not just with the mobile phones or the smartphone, a flagship like a Realme GT7, but being a part of their passion. And now, we are a very proud sponsor, the official smartphone partner for the BMPS 2025 with the Realme GT7, and we are very proud to power this ultimate battleground with the country's best pro players. So this is what the Realme Make It Real stands for.
All right, so of course our players will be using the GT7 series and इस समय मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, ये जो कोलकाता से दिल्ली Realme का रिश्ता जो एक लेवल आगे बढ़ा है, इस समय दिल्ली का वाइब आपको कैसा लग रहा है? दिल्ली की ऑडियंस का ये जो माहौल है, ये जो वाइब्रेशंस आप फील कर पा रहे हैं in this arena, tell us about that.
See, to be honest, I'm feeling very pumped. See, Delhi dil walon ki hai. Okay, so this is the electrifying atmosphere that we crave for. And this is the culture that we really want everyone to fly and look in the whole India altogether.
All right, and GT7 series from Realme is the official smartphone partner for Realme BMPS 2025. And ये जो moment हम लोग create करने वाले मनीष, मैंने ये सुना है कि the GT7 series आप इस समय हमारे 16 IGLs को देने वाले हैं.
100%.
All right, so let's create this moment and please, let's do the honors.
Yes.
All right, that's the GT7 series from Realme, trusted by pro-level players
guys.
and the exclusive gaming device for BMPS
Right there,
2025. It comes with MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. साथ ही साथ अगर आप BGMI खेलना पसंद करते हैं तो this is the phone to go, क्योंकि Crafton और Realme ने co-test किया है the stability of the Realme GT7 series, जो 6 hours तक की stability आपको देता है. So thank you Manish for that amazing moment that you have created. अब moments की कमाल की बात ये होती है कि एक होता है कि हमें इसको memories में capture करना चाहिए, and एक बहुत important चीज़ होती है कि आपको memory card में भी capture करना चाहिए. So I think we should step down, and ये जो moment आपने create किया हमारे IGLs के साथ, let's take the best seat in the house, Manish.
Yes.
And let's see this moment.
Let's create the history.
Yes, being captured in the memories and the memory card. Let's go for it. the IGLs of our top 16 teams with the Realme GT7 series. Come on, IGLs, एक बार अच्छा सा एक बढ़िया टशन वाला पोज दे दो. Come on, let's one more time. एक बार. Let's go for it. That's how we do it. Thank you so much, IGLs. And अब आप अपनी teams को join कर सकते हैं. Thank you so much for creating that moment. And thank you so much, Manish from Realme. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rohit. Thank you.
And hope you enjoy the grand finals. And देखिए अभी यहाँ पर moments तो create हुई हैं and ये तो बस शुरुआत है. This is day one and अभी पहला game भी start नहीं हुआ and already यहाँ पर memories बननी शुरू हो चुकी हैं. लेकिन आगे आने वाले matches में आप क्या expect कर सकते हैं? क्या-क्या कहानी में twist देख सकते हैं? ये सब अच्छी तरह analyze करने के लिए चलते हैं casters desk की तरफ.
Thank you so much for that, Rohit. That was an amazing moment. We've never seen that before. The IGLs, all the 16 IGLs are ready now, armed with their trusted Realme GT7, the official smartphone partner for the Realme BMPS 2025, of course. But now we got to start talking about not just the IGLs or the Realme GT7, but about the teams themselves.
Oh boy, expectations for today itself here, everything is going to be on the line.
Yeah.
Honor, pride, and a chance for greatness. Personally, this is going to be a tricky one because there has been a lot of predictions on specific teams in particular.
All right.
I know the community is going to be favoring a little bit on 8-bit, God's Reign, God's Omen.
I mean, look, the community was favoring for a lot of these known names, and especially we thought these known names can make it to the grand finals too, but then we all know what happened. Those known names are not over here anymore. This BMPS has been the most unpredictable tournament so far, so anything can happen. Maybe these known names once again can fumble up.
Exactly. I mean, that is going to be an actual possibility because for the first time, we have 3 teams that have a lot of experience under their belt and then 13 other ragtag groups of misfits that are coming together for the first time to compete on this epic stage. But now, before we begin our journey, let's have a look at the head-to-head. And this time, we are seeing an head-to-head of Team 8-bit. This is a difference in performance of the lineup from BGI semifinals week 1 compared to their performance in BMPS semifinals week 1. One thing I want everyone to note is that the roster back then in the Realme BGIS was known as Team VXT. And now they are known as 8-bit.
Of course, and even a bit of that change also came through towards BMPS, right? S-Power not a part of it anymore. Now he moved on towards Hero Extreme Godlike, and we all know what happened to that.
Exactly, there has been a lot of complications here. S-Power not qualifying, unfortunately to say, but guess what? The team is still here as well. And I was able to catch a little bit of a conversation with Aquanox as well. He did mention that this time it's going to be a little bit different. They are going to play a little bit more safer than before. But before we talk about the current roster, let's catch a glimpse of the old roster from BGIS. This was 8-bit.
I just saw Juicy in the arena. He's here to watch his former banners, see how they do.
Of course, I mean, now it's a complete different team, 8-bit. They have acquired a new set of players, and Somraj and the Band of Boys, they've been doing incredible. But this 8-bit, the previous 8-bit I'm speaking of, they always used to make it to the LAN finals, but they never performed. And Somraj might just change the history.
Exactly. I mean, this could be the first time we see 8-bit actually go ahead and lift the trophy. Favorites to win it all, I see, if I'm not wrong this time?
Yeah, definitely a favorites as well. They were the ones that snuck and stole away the trophy in BGIS. This time in BMPS, they had a little bit of struggle during their semifinals week 1, but they still managed to dominate in semifinals week 2 with 138 points, near almost taking away the number 1 spot away from God's Omen, which only 140 points, which is only a 2 points difference. So I would say 8-bit is still a very, very strong contender.
Yeah, I mean, one of the strongest contenders to lift the trophy. You know what my fear is? Every time we have seen Somraj with that ice cold expression on his face, he just goes on a path of rampage. And a few moments ago, we saw when he entered the stage, stepped up on that beautiful stage to take his seat. No expression, not even fear.
You know what? That's Aura 9,000 points.
Actually,
Aura plus 9,000.
Just 9,000? I feel like that was 100,000 plus right there. The way he just silences the crowd every single time the man walks up on the stage, it's fun to witness.
I mean, it is fun to witness, but he's not the only one who is aura farming over here. We have to talk about the individuals that have been aura farming the entire tournament, and some of them for the first time itself. I'm talking about the Realme MVPs.
Of course. they are going to be flashing up on the screen as well. We've got Levi currently at the top with 57 finishes. Then we also have Wildfang Fierce. Of course, Wildfangs is not a part of Grand Finals anymore. That's why we see their screens on the black. But Fierce was also in the race. You've also got WizGod from OG. Unfortunately, even they've not made it. Even you've got Legit from Seoul, and even Seoul has not been able to qualify.
Now, the Realme MVP ranking is based off their round 1 performances, semi-finals, week 1 performance, and then now at the grand final stages. So 3 teams has pretty much been eliminated, and even here as well, we can see Seth, Artenki, Admino, they're pretty much out of the running as well. So teams, well, in this case, players that still has a chance to fight for it here. On screen, we have Beast and Hitler. Beast from K9 Esports, and also Hitler coming from Aryan TMG.
Yeah. I mean, looking at these Realme MVP rankings, and I see, as you mentioned, it was from the performance of round 1 and semi-finals week 1 as well.
And now grand finals.
And grand finals. But you got to feel bad for Wildfangs and OG, man. 2 players doing so well in the playing 4 and still not being able to make it to LAN.
Yeah, this time around, Wildfangs was looking impeccable, but still
Actually,
for some reason, when it mattered the most, as usual, Sensei likes to do it, he choked up. And that's why we're not seeing him over here in the grand finals anymore. But hey, guys, we had a look about the players who were the best throughout the series, but we also need to talk about the clutch master himself, and that is Godin from Rising Inferno. That man was able to pull off some insane clutches throughout the entire series, and we need to talk a little bit more about that guy.
Well, we are going to talk about him in a few moments, but for now, let's have a conversation with a few individuals from that Realme MVP list.
कास्टर्स एंड देखिए हमारी 16 टीम्स के बीच में तो भिड़ंत होगी एंड काफी इंटेंस भिड़ंत होगी, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सी कहानी है। जो हमारी 16 टीम्स हैं, 2 टीम्स के बारे में एंड स्पेशली 2 प्लेयर्स के बारे में अभी बात करेंगे। इनफैक्ट उन्हीं से बात कर लेते हैं। तो मैं डेस्ट्रो एंड सोमराज को यहाँ बुलाना चाहूँगा। डेस्ट्रो एंड सोमराज, प्लीज जॉइन मी ऑन स्टेज। कम 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 कम। ये एक बहुत ही इंटेंस भिड़ंत होने वाली है। हेलो डेस्ट्रो, हाउ आर यू? सो गुड टू सी यू बैक इन द लैंड फाइनल्स। या एंड इसी ट्रॉफी के लिए आप लोग यहाँ आए हैं, तो इस ट्रॉफी के साइड में खड़े हो जाते हैं। कम एंड सोमराज, once again congratulations, so good to see you again in the LAN finals। एक टाइम था जब आप लोग एक साथ खेला करते थे, अब आमने सामने होने वाला है एंड दोनों साथ में लैंड फाइनल्स में पहुंचे हैं, आमने सामने आए हैं। सो अभी मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, ये जो हमारा BMPS 2025 है, यहाँ पर बहुत सारे इस बार ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में ऐसी टीम्स हैं डेस्ट्रो जिनका ये पहला लैंड फाइनल होने वाला है। तो ये आपके लिए एंड आप दोनों के लिए ये एक एडवांटेज है या एक डिसएडवांटेज है, क्योंकि आपको पता नहीं कि क्या सरप्राइजेस आ सकती हैं, टीम्स क्या कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि दिस इज गोइंग टू बी द फर्स्ट लैंड फाइनल्स ऑफिशियल।
आई थिंक जितनी भी टीम्स आई हैं सारे अच्छा खेल के ही आए हैं, तभी फाइनल्स तक पहुंचे हैं। एंड हमारा फोकस कभी भी दूसरी टीम्स पे नहीं होता है। वी प्रेफर टू फोकस ऑन आवरसेल्व्स। अगर हमने हमारे प्लान्स एग्जीक्यूट कर लिए तो इट्स एन ईजी विन फॉर अस।
एंड सोमराज, व्हाट अबाउट यू? आपको लगता है एडवांटेज है या डिसएडवांटेज भी हो सकता है कि बहुत सारी ऐसी नई टीम्स आई हैं, 16 में से ऐसी बहुत सी टीम्स हैं जिनका ये पहला ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल्स है, तो पता नहीं है कि क्या सरप्राइजेस आ सकती हैं। इज दैट अ डिसएडवांटेज या एडवांटेज ये है कि आप पहले भी आ चुके हैं, आप पहले भी ट्रॉफी उठा चुके हैं?
यहाँ पे सारी डिजर्विंग टीम्स ही आई है, जो डिजर्व करते थे, जो अपना बेस्ट दिए वही क्वालिफाई किए हैं। बाकी सो गुड टू सी कि इंडिया में अभी इतने सारे अंडरडॉग्स जो कि अभी ये स्टेज तक पहुँचे हैं, नए टैलेंट्स आ रहे हैं। दैट्स वेरी गुड टू सी कि ई स्पोर्ट्स और बूस्ट हो रहे हैं यहाँ से। एंड नया टीम से नया पैटर्न्स रहेगा, सो हमें भी ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं कैसा फाइनल रिजल्ट होगा। सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोज़।
एंड ट्रॉफी की अगर बात करें तो ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट्स हैं आप दोनों, एंड ये BMPS द प्रो सीरीज ट्रॉफी, ये एक ऐसा ताज है जो आपने एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया है। तो ये BMPS कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है सोमराज, आपसे पहले मैं जानना चाहूँगा।
स्टेक्स ऑलरेडी बहुत आई है, सबको पता है कि #1 टीम का कैसा क्या रहेगा। सो हमारे साथ और भी पुराने खिलाड़ी जुड़े, डेस्ट्रो ऑल टाइम ऐसे रहती है, ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट, तो कंपटीशन तो रहेगा ही, तो ट्रॉफी ऐसे आसानी से तो नहीं मिलने वाली है।
एंड डेस्ट्रो, आप बताइए, ये एक ऐसा ताज है जो आपने नहीं पहना है अभी तक, प्रो सीरीज वाला ताज। इसके अलावा आप ऑलमोस्ट सभी कुछ जीत ही चुके हैं, दिल तो बहुत टाइम से आप जीत ही रहे हैं। ये प्रो सीरीज वाली ट्रॉफी कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट है?
आई थिंक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है बिकॉज 2023 में बहुत क्लोज था मैं, कुछ पॉइंट्स की वजह से ही नहीं लेके जा पाया था. आई वॉजेंट हैप्पी बैक देन एज वेल. इस बार भी पूरी ट्राई करेंगे जीतने की. बाकी वही है, सारी टीम अपना बेस्ट देंगे. जो सबसे बेटर अपने प्लान्स एग्जीक्यूट कर लेगा वो जीत जाएगा.
अभी सोमराज ने आपको सीनियर प्लेयर बुलाया है, तो मैं अभी आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि आप लोग एक टाइम पे एक ही टीम में थे, तो डेस्ट्रो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, सोमराज को आपने इतने टाइम खेलते हुए देखा है, ट्रॉफी उठाते हुए देखा है, तो सोमराज की एक पर्टिकुलर चीज़ जो अगर वो थोड़ा सा ठीक कर लें तो मतलब वो अलग ही आसमान छू लेंगे, वो कौन सी एक चीज़ है जिसको वो और ज़्यादा बेटर कर सकते हैं, इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, शार्प कर सकते हैं?
आई थिंक ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं है बिकॉज ही हैज़ प्रूवन हिमसेल्फ. आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी टाइम्स. हर बार नई टीम के साथ आता है, क्वालिफाई करके जीत के चला जाता है. तो आई डोंट थिंक सो उसको कुछ चेंज करना चाहिए. बाकी बेस्ट विशेस टू हिम एज वेल.
सोमराज, सेम क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. अब मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पर सोमराज वाला जवाब मिले. ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ है जो डेस्ट्रो अगर थोड़ा सा शार्प कर लें, थोड़ा सा सही कर लें, तो अलग ऊंचाइयाँ हासिल कर सकते हैं?
Destro in game is a very good player. He's a very great IGL. But outside the game, he's very humble. He can be more brutal.
कुछ कहना चाहेंगे डेस्ट्रो?
नहीं, उसका अपना ओपिनियन है.
ऑलराइट, अब देखिए ओपिनियंस तो यहाँ पर चलती रहेंगी, लेकिन यहाँ पर ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पर आपको अपनी टीम को ज्वाइन करना है, तो जाइए थोड़ा सा लास्ट मिनट जो ब्रशिंग अप है वो कीजिए. थैंक यू सो मच सोमराज, थैंक यू सो मच डेस्ट्रो. एंड अभी ये भिड़ंत तो आप देखेंगे ही, लेकिन और भी बहुत सारी आपसी भिड़ंत है विद इन द 16 टीम्स जो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग होने वाली हैं. एंड ये सब अच्छी तरह एनालाइज करेंगे आपके लिए, मेरे लिए, हम सब के लिए, हमारे प्यारे एनालिस्ट. सो लेट्स हेड बैक टू द डेस्क.
And of course, when we were seeing those teams walk on stage, there were two names for which the crowd was cheering the loudest, 8-Bit and God's Reign. And of course, both of them having their different stories. Destro having won, as Rohit said, pretty much everything but the Pro Series. And Somraj, after that iconic speech, after lifting the trophy at the Realme BGIS just a few moments ago, looks over here to equalize the feat set by X-Park last year.
Hey, to be honest, I feel like whenever Somraj speaks, every single word that comes up with his mouth has layers of interpretations here. And one thing I particularly like, deserving teams are here for a reason. They have qualified through hardship, and they deserve it. That was okay.
I like the fact he called Destro a senior player. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, looking at today's schedule, we're going to kick off the journey of the grand finals on the map of Erangel, match number 1. And then we have match number 2 played on the map of Miramar, followed by Sanhok. And then we pretty much reverse it and repeat. Sanhok match 4, Miramar match 5, and Erangel is going to be match number 6 of the day.
Once again, pretty much the basic map rotation or the map pool we have been looking at since the start. This schedule has been pumping up a lot of numbers, especially the map of Sanhok.
Yeah.
It's known to be the comeback map, and we might just see a lot of those teams on the latter half of the board bounce back once again.
Hey, but as always, at the start of the day, we made our predictions. And let's have a look at what the casters have gone for. Anki the Bot picking God's Reign, Maisie rising Inferno, Sparrow with 8-Bit, Ravan as well as picked God's Reign. Necro, you went with Team Forever.
I did
have
not.
Gone with God's Omen, Icy Baby Genesis, Fixes with 4 Miracles.
Yeah, so I did not really pick Team Forever. I went with K9 Esports.
Yeah.
So I don't exactly understand who fiddled with my prediction. Whoever did so,
You know
I
what?
just hope it's for the good.
You aren't the only one. Now, our fate, our predictions are in someone else's hand. We can blame someone else.
You got a point. You got a solid point.
Yeah,
I mean,
fair
that
enough.
means Icy gets an off.
Hey man, hey man. Genesis is a solid pick, even though it's not my highlighted pick, but it was definitely one of my top 2 predictions for today itself. But all things considered, I feel like right now the biggest concern is going to be whether or not 8-Bit is going to have a fantastic game, because when we talk about championship, this was a roster that have 3 players with S-Power.
Yeah.
And now without S-Power, having Gamla Boy stepping in as well, there has a lot of expectations for them to lift the trophy again this time.
There are, but Necro, you have to say, I mean, the result of S-Power moving out, we had new players dropping into the lineup of 8-Bit. They've just gotten better.
Exactly. For some reason, it feels like they've just gotten better, and especially in the late game. Somehow, Somraj is able to take control of the space. He's able to spread himself out every single time. The moment we think 8-Bit's done for, No, they've got a few more surprises lined up. You will see them in the final few moments, just dominating the entire zone.
And I think one of the big reasons for that is that old synergy that used to be there between Gamla Boy and Somraj. So in the heat of the battle, he does not have to worry. He knows he does not have to worry about this individual.
Yeah, but once again, in the semifinals, he's constantly switched up the players as well.
That
and
is
he
true.
got success with every single switch up he brought in the lineup.
Having options never hurts, right?
Exactly.
I know, right?
You know, sometimes in life you gotta have a little bit more options here. But one thing I wanted to tell you guys a little bit more on 8-bit is the fact that Equinox did give me the inside scoop on towards how they have played before. Because when during BGIS with S-Power, their team composition is a little bit more aggressive. But now they're still aggressive, but a little bit more composed. So I asked him specifically, do you think it's better now or before? He said, guess what? I think it's better now.
I mean, it is better now. I mean, they have proven it in their matches, but we also have to talk about the other 13 teams, because we've talked about 8-bit, 14 teams, we've talked about 8-bit, we've talked about God's Reign a little bit. We've got to talk about the newcomers as well. Teams like NON, TWOB official, teams like Team Eggy. Eggy's story is an incredible one as well.
Yep, and at the same time, so Genesis, I want to talk about this because this is my prediction here. I had a little bit of conversation with them as well here. They brought in both Hunters as well as Zap into the picture. And Genesis Esports, they were struggling during their round 1 stages, but over time, they have grown a lot. And I specifically asked them behind the scene as well, what do you guys think about their integration here? They said before in BGIS, it's pretty much a shaky start for them here. They just played according to feel, not really having some sort of strategy. But with Hunters bringing in the picture, they brought in new strategies to play, and now they play the game with a set of objectives rather than just feeling the mood.
Yeah, and once again, Shadow is one of the OG IGLs, right? He's been there inside of the circuit for such a long time. And speaking of the OG IGLs, let's not forget Team Insane Esports, Adi. This man has also been in the circuit for such a long time, an absolute veteran. And once again, he makes a comeback on the Pro Series stage. I would love to see Team Insane do really good. I want to see them in the top 3 in the end.
I mean, I would love to see that as well, man. It's been a long time coming, but then again, there's this squad, K9 Esports, a stacked roster with the potential to destroy lobby after lobby, game after game, and yet we've seen them struggle quite a lot, man.
Yeah, whenever I see K9 Esports, one word pops up in my mind, and that is rowdy.
That is true.
See, that's the thing about Rowdy, right? I know for a fact that there is some history between K9 Esports and Genesis, and I'm looking forward to see when they do get a chance to interview both of these teams. I want to see them banter against each other. That will be a little bit interesting one here as well. But of course, you know, I think I want to bring back towards the point of what Necro mentioned as well, towards Insane particular as well. Robin gave me the inside scoop. He feels like Insane, only Adi is great.
All right.
Only Adi is great. That's his honest opinion.
Wow, that's insane opinion in my opinion, because at this point, what about the rest of the 3 players? Even they've been contributing the most to it, but without wasting any more time, let's move on to the first game of the day as Erangel boots up on the screen, and even the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Stalber Hill towards the opposite side, which is going to be Hospital.
Well, the game 1 begins here, ladies and gentlemen. The journey continues and starts here. This is the last stand, and this 3 days will decide the fates of who is going to be lifting the trophy of Realme BMPS 2025. And this map of Erangel is going to decide the starting line here for all these teams. Who's going to be able to get those momentum is going to be very, very important as well. Land pressure is kicking in, the crowd's cheering on, there's lights, there's cameras, there's a lot of other factors here, Necro. And I want to see, is there any kind of adaptations here? But so far, the team that is going to be dropping off the earliest here is going to be Rising Inferno Esports. Seems like they are going to be heading towards Stalber. Eggy going to be falling through to head towards Lipovka, maybe even Mills of Power.
Yeah, my eyes are going to be pinned on Rising Inferno Esports. It's one of those teams that's been qualifying to the official over and over again. And I'm speaking of the Lance. And Rising Inferno Esports, they have been quite consistent too. Just not able to make it as the champions every single time. And that's been the main issue. I hope they sort of get things ironed out now, and we might just see Rising Inferno Esports as the champions. But 8-bit, even they're going to move all the way down towards Pachinki. It's not going to be a problem. No one really contesting them.
Yeah, it's nothing super crazy here. I thought it's going to be having a little bit of drop clash. I know for a fact that Sanhok is going to be get a little bit rowdy here, especially coming from Paradise Esports, but I'm going to save those information for later on. But for this game in particular, I think I want to catch my eyes on towards what TWOB is going to be doing as well, because TWOB, they are known to play around North Georgopol, but this time we have 2 teams, including TWOB, makes that 3 that is going to be contesting that spot. So TWOB forced to take a little bit of switch here, as they are going to be conceding Georgopol. It is getting a little bit crowded, and they are going to be playing the outskirts of Gatka. So very surprised this adaptation. Hopefully it is going to be for a little bit better, but I do see Anonymous going for a very early rotation on top Everest there to maybe try and mess things up for the Georgia Bull teams.
I'm not exactly sure that's what his intentions is, but I'm pretty sure he's around those compounds.
Yeah,
near
down
the Big Boy
towards
Hill.
Everest, right? Yeah.
So yeah, he's pretty much around those compounds, getting the loot up. You've also got Godsreen right next to him. Unfortunately for Godsreen, the plane flat pad did not really favor their drop location. Godsreen likes to go all the way down south towards the Sanhok military base. But a wildcard entry on the screen, which is for TR. One of the teams that we never expected to make it to the grand finals. They're here, and they're here to make a mark. And once again, I would like to talk a little bit more about Team Insane, right? You mentioned that the man's opinion was Adi's the only person that's good. What about the rest?
Well, that's Robin's opinion. I'm just going to leave it there. But in the end of the day, whether or not can they prove their worth is going to be the question here. So as of now, we don't see major rotations coming in here as well. But interesting enough, based on the map, look at this 8-bit. They are leaving Pochinki rather early. They're heading down south. What is this rotation? It seems like they're trying to gatekeep teams towards military base.
Yeah, 8-bit's moving all the way down south.
Wait,
Team
what?
Forever, they're right next to him.
Wait, they're
What does
actually
8-bit
going
want to
towards...
do?
Huh?
Does
Wait.
8-bit really want to target the players of Godsreen? That's my question.
But
Godsreen usually likes to go all the way down south. There's a big chance 8-bit might just go for a bridge camp.
What
This
is going
such
on?
an evil strategy. 8-bit knew that Godsreen's dropped up north, and they're going to try to go down south. And now 8-bit's going to camp that bridge, stop the players of Godsreen, move down south.
No way, no way. This is senior player in the making here. Godsrain's a little bit late. Team Forever is there. Oh no,
Oh my
they're
God,
going
it's
to
a
be
bridge
walking into
camp.
his trap right now as well. Based on the PIP, we did see Godsrain. Oh, they have to force a user. They saw 8-bit. This is going to hurt the Godsrain now.
Yeah, but
what
there's
a
also Team
diabolical
Forever.
situation.
There's also Team Forever in the outskirts. Godsreen needs to be extra careful. Team Forever might just make sure that Godsreen will pay the price for what they're doing currently. But 8-bit, what evil plan coming in from Somraj.
Wow.
The man knew since the plane fly path was up north, Godsreen has still not moved down south. The man instantly looted up towards Pochinki, moved all the way towards bridge, and he was setting up a bridge camp. Luckily enough, Godsreen spotted him.
So this is what Somraj meant during the interview. Senior, we are coming for you. So there was a hint. And so surprise, surprise, 8-bit gonna put Godsrain in one of the most awkward
my God.
positions right now. And now Godsrain, they took a little bit pit stop and they are finally gonna make it a second attempt to push here. And 8-bit, they have to be prepared for this as well.
Oh
Because
my
here
God.
they come, it is gonna happen.
They did not spot up! Godsreen!
Oh, no.
They're getting picked off the rip! It's such a massive surprise. 8-bit collecting free elimination points for themselves. This is such a great game plan. 8-bit suffocating the opponents to their death, and now for Godsreen, what can you do? Down to the final two players. You can see Destro just backing away. He knows it's a death trap in the front. There's no way the man can make it out alive from this grip. And Destro is just backing away towards safety. But 8-bit, they've got different plans. They want to chase him down. Even they're back in their vehicles. And Destro, for him to get away, it's going to be extremely tough.
Oh, I genuinely feel bad as well. We know for a fact that Godsrain, they do, no matter what, try to make their way into his military base, and 8-bit got a very early read because of this. And just like that, they get 2 finish points and they completely back out to safety. And guess what? They get away scot-free, no punishment, no nothing. And 8-bit, now they're going to be on the hunt. Team Forever was able to hurt all this commotion, but surprise, surprise, Team Forever, they don't care. They don't care.
This was just brilliant from 8-bit. It's a master plan that was executed in the perfect manner. 8-bit, this is what research can't do to you. 8-bit knew the plane fly path was up north and Godsreen will suffocate. And they pretty much took the advantage because they knew Godsreen will be 3 points.
Oh my goodness, 8-bit, they go back to Pochinki uncontested, and surprise, surprise, Pochinki was the center of the circle, and this entire engagement pretty much happened for about 5 minutes into the game. So technically, a majority of teams would have gotten some sort of center control, but for some reason, the fear, the pressure that is going on through the minds of every single team to respect Pochinki just literally gave 8-bit a free pass. This is insanity, and this is why we always mention when it comes to grand finals, LAN is going to be different, and you can feel the tension is in the air for all the players themselves.
And I'm pretty sure Dexter is already feeling that tension. The man just never saw this coming. He never thought that Somraj would target him like that. But Somraj, the only thing the man can see is racking up points on the first day, and he does not care what he needs to do so. And at this point, once again, in the Smack Center, you see the players of 8-Bit creating that space for themselves towards Pachinki. Since it's just the stage 1, the hard shift will be there in the stage 2.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, the script has been flipped. It has been set, and 8-Bit is going to be the primary main storyline for now. But whereas the rest of the world, it is going to be a very late rotation. I was expecting a lot of early rotations based off during the semifinals performances here. But here in the grand finals, everyone is taking a little bit slow as well. We do see a widespread coming from TWOB. We do see a little bit of late entries coming from TWOB official, and even Rising Inferno Esports, and even K9 as well, all the way down towards the north side of 70. So they are going to be playing on towards the edge here, whereas the rest will try and prioritize centers of control for now.
Oh, TMG Esports extremely close to a foe. God's Omen in the front. Stone spotted. You've also got Eggy right there in a decent spot towards the off-centric side. Eggy's looking pretty good too. And now in the Smack Center of the zone as well, there's so many teams starting to accumulate. It's like a splash of colors. Eggy's one of those teams that the expectations from them have been pretty high. Especially their performance in the previous rounds. It's been impeccable. Eggy has been the most consistent team in this Pro Series. Even in the semifinals, they were top in the charts. Not even breaking a sweat. Easily making it to the grand finals itself. But once again, the Kia Soros, I recommend you guys to check out this vehicle. It's got some incredible features. The streamlined door handles too.
Yep, be sure to check it out. But meanwhile, let's talk a little bit more on screen here. Team Eggy, a team that kind of surprises. Multiple attempts of making it towards the LAN finals. This time it is going to be an appearance for them. They hold that thought for now. On screen, we do see Apollo having a little bit run in with TWOB. Apollo all by himself. Kali Yuji knows he's going to be pushing up. He needs some sort of backup, and Apollo, he needs somebody to help him. But so far, TWOB, they're afraid. Look at this. Yeah. They're afraid to fight a one-man army. What's going on?
Yeah, but I guess the main problem for TWOB is that they're still looking out for stragglers in the outskirts. Genesis Esports, scratchy approach! And because of that, Genesis now starting to get punished. What was that approach out in the open like that? Genesis Esports getting picked off slowly and steadily. 3 players down for Genesis. Only 1 man stands alive. And that too will be Zap. But Zap himself is single-handedly now starting to dismantle the players of TWOB. 2 players down. Zap, can he really clutch it out for the boys? He's the only man standing for Genesis Esports. And Zap's position as well soon is going to be compromised. But the main problem is there's still so many teams now starting to rack up around him.
Yeah, TWOB now, they have to go in for the reset as well. And Los Hermanos, they were trailing behind as well. They were debating if they want to third-party this, but seems like respect has been given for this fight. So Genesis will be the biggest losers in this fight, and TWOB will rack themselves a decent amount of points. 3 finish points in the back, but Genesis seems like they have to play and continue their journey all by themselves. What a really, really rough start here for both Genesis as well as God's Reign. And 2 teams that is expected to have a very, very good start now completely fumbling. But on screen now, we do catch a little bit of a glimpse here. But we do see God's Omen finding out Aryan. That's going to be Aryan, the IGL taken out.
Quite unfortunate. The man's not in the game anymore. And God's Omen for them, it's a way to kick things off. Unfortunately for Aryan, since they've lost out on 2 players, they're already starting things off in a major handicap. And now just with these 2 players, Aryan needs to make every single movement count. Soon enough, there's going to be a lot of teams starting to stack up around them, so Aryan needs to be extra careful. For Miracle Esports in the front. Once again, all these teams are going to start out track next to each other soon towards the centric part. For Miracle Esports, spotted Beard Baba constantly striving around to get some intel. And he still does not really have any solid intel yet.
Yeah, they definitely do as well. Aryan also down to a 2-man right from the get-go. This is a very scrappy fight coming from some of the teams, but now we do see a crash coming from Eggy as they run into his Los Hermanos. Murnock's first to fall, and now Los Hermanos was able to defend this. Eggy, they need to continue with the push. TMG Gaming goes for a flag, but gets taken down. Shadow dropping down low. Pro OP all by himself. He has to fend off against the wall. He finds one, but there's only so much he can do. He was helped in by Rising Inferno Esports, but Pro OP in a world of pain is all by himself. He finally gets pushed, and that is going to be Eggy out on 16th place.
Such a big mishap from Eggy. Cracking under that pressure, but look at Los Hermanos, 7 finishes already racked up on the board. Los Hermanos looking extremely confident, playing the same game that they did in the semifinals and the previous round. Los Hermanos is looking impeccable. You've also got Rising Inferno though, 3 finishes on the board so far. Rising Inferno as well. They've tasted a bit of those elimination points themselves. And now Rising Inferno will be hungry too. Even they want to devour a few foes.
Yeah. Also, at the same time, TWOB official is going to be the next team to be eliminated as well. What a rough start for both TWOB official and Eggy. But as you can see, seems like the reigns of the Undergod is starting to rise up here in the Realme BMPS 2025. And Los Hermanos with a very, very strong start for now. 7 finishes out of nowhere.
It's quite a big blow, right? We've seen 2 teams get eliminated so far, TWOB and Eggy. And Eggy is one of those teams that you'd never expect to fall down so early. They've been the most consistent so far in the stages. But now with the way things have started off in the grand finals, Eggy is of course going to be a little bit hindered. And speak of hindrance, Rising Inferno is now creating a lot of trouble for Los Hermanos. Those shots are definitely able to find a bit of those strike connections, and because of that, they're also burning through med.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, based on how the circle is kind of shifting as well, it seems like Los Hermanos is in a position to gatekeep teams coming out from Pochinki, and of course, we do see 8-Bit having a little bit of run a bit insane. Alongside with Rising Inferno Esports, this entire Pochinki is going to be a very chaotic battlefield, whereas you even see NoNx trying to gatekeep them, we have Rising Inferno trying to gatekeep them, we also have Los Hermanos even further off towards the edge and horizon of the green team here, so there is a lot of teams focusing on this major fight in Pochinki.
I'm not exactly sure what happened to the players of Team Insane, but they got completely lost and even ended up losing the duels. Yash was also knocked out. There was still Adi standing, the IGL himself, but I highly doubt the man can do a lot since he's the only man who's looking extremely strong. But just one man cannot really face off against an entirety of 8-Bit. 8-Bit, all the 4 players alive, 3 elimination points converted so far. If they want, they can really push up close and personal against Team Insane. The only team that can be a bit of a menace or a problem can be NoNx.
Yeah, but at the same time, 8-Bit is still waiting for those timings as well. The circle is about to close in, and as of yet, look at the layers that is happening as well. 8-Bit, they have to push through NoNx, they have to push through Rising Inferno Esports, they have to push through Los Hermanos. It is going to be a game of third parties and who's going to be the first one to take those shots. And as of yet, nobody wants to be the first one to start the fight. 8-Bit, they have to get out, but the circle still shifts into a somewhat Pochinki. Pochinki still in place, so they still have a lot of time to work with, whereas the rest of the world, they have to push into his Los Hermanos, who's smack middle of the zone. They have the strongest compound as of yet.
Yeah, even Team Forever's looking pretty decent towards that southern side. They're going to have the high ground terrains to play with. But Team Forever, in my opinion, it's time to spread yourself out. Instead of playing so composed and compact, you need to spread yourself out, get the spreads in. For Miracle Esports as well, slowly and steadily moving in compound by compound. They want to stay with cover as much as possible. But for Miracle Esports, soon there's a storm brewing up in the back, and that's going to be by the name of God's Omen if they decide to push up. 8-Bit, the fight still commences as Yash falls down once again. That's going to be a re-knock. Adi, the only man standing, but even he's not going to be able to stand for too long as the man gets wrapped up as well.
The confidence coming from 8-Bit. Now, once again, they shut down another team as they need to go in for the bigger picture. And as of yet, 8-Bit, they still have all the time in the world. It's still in play. And their focus right now from Samrush is going to try and punish teams trying to rotate around them. But on screen now, we do see Zap, the last man standing for Genesis, finally gets flushed out by TWOB. They claim those points, but at the same time, TWOB once again getting the reset.
Yeah, it's all good in the hood for the players of TWOB. All the 4 players on the block, and they're ready to chop. But a few teams now starting to stack up around them because of the sound that was heard. And TWOB, they need to be extra careful, still outside of the circle, barely. They're on the edge. It's not the best possible spot to be in. God's Omen as well, now starting to drive in towards that centric part. But God's Omen, they might just have a run-in with the players of K9 Esports soon. They're right next to him. TWOB still around that southern side. Team Forever might just cause a bit of that problem for the players of TWOB.
Oh, they definitely need to push through as well. TWOB not exactly in zone as well. And in front of them is going to be Aryan as well. TWOB, they do have those vehicles to work with, and based on their mets-wise, they do have a decent amount of utilities to work with. But let's catch up a little bit more on this replay and how things actually happen here, especially coming from Eggy versus Los Hermanos. Eggy, they were the ones that actually crashed towards them, but the defense coming from Los Hermanos was really, really spot on, and you can see the celebrations behind the scenes for Los Hermanos, and they are very, very happy with this strong start here in day one.
Why would you not be? Los Hermanos is one of the newer names, and they're doing so good for themselves. 7 eliminations off the rip like that. That too in the first game. That's going to be a confidence booster. And also you speak about the jitters that's going to be there on the first day of the land. Those 7 elimination points are going to take it away.
You know
so
what?
Los Hermanos, they've got an explosive start.
You know what? Prediction-wise, based on the community, Los Hermanos is bottom 3 predicted to win. And right now, this is going to be a huge statement coming from them saying that, you know what, it's anyone's game. This all 16 teams is equal when it comes to the battlefield.
That's the thing, right? Prediction pretty much towards the grand finals. They're like a shot in the dark. You never know. Sometimes the known names can also fumble up big time, and I guess the entire BMPS has been a testament to that. A lot of known names are not able to make it to the land finals, while the newer names, they have been astonishing us. Godsreen, even they found a bit of that footing towards Pochinki. And Godsreen, once again, they have been hurt by the players of 8-Bit, so Godsreen does want to go for the revenge, but they just do not really have enough men. The zone shifting right on top of the players of K9 Esports. This seems like a date with destiny for K9.
Yeah, K9 has a very, very wide spread towards the north side as well. So arguably the 2 teams with the strongest position as of yet here is going to be Los Hermanos as well as K9. But of course, we do see K9 having a little bit of run in there as well. A couple of names being lobbed over from the side of God's OMEN trying to jeopardize them, but nothing super crazy. Sorry, it was Rising Inferno Esports here, and seems like the church compound is where K9 Esports wanted to try and target them. But unfortunately, save the nade from Slug. What a nade!
How was that able to find a knock? The man's able to thread the needle. Next nade tossed out, it's going to chip the damage a bit more. Slug, he wants to stop that revival from coming through. Wants to toss a nade in that generic direction once again. But a return nade from Gun's going to find the knock. And that's going to stop the prowess of Slug.
Well,
Slug put to sleep, at least as of now, so no problems will be there for Rising Inferno.
Yeah, Clutchmeister go 10 with a very, very important nade to try and slow down the tempo of K9 Esports, but this gives them a little bit more space. As of yet, K9 Esports, they're backing out. They got him out. They lose a week in the process, but they are going to disengage, so Rising Inferno Esports will not be able to pursue the matter. Meanwhile, 8-Bit still stuck in that scuffle of a fight in towards Pochinki. And right now, based on the circle, they need to get out. And trailing behind them is going to be Godsrain. And I don't think... Oh, they do. Samraj, he's got some insane hearing. He knows for a fact there's a team behind. And Aquanaut's getting knocked from behind. This is going to slow down their exit as well.
Yeah, of course, 8-Bit. They need to buy a bit more of that time to actually get the revival up on the fallen comrade. Aquanox will be back up on his feet. It's not an issue. Godsreen slowly and steadily moving up, just pre-firing around the corners. But they need to be careful. 8-Bit's got the man number, and that's where 8-Bit will have the major advantage too. Destro wants the revenge. He wants to get the redemption. But Destro gets stopped by the players of NoNx, and that's also going to be confirmation followed up. Godsreen messing things up by a mile. One last man standing by the name of Neo, and can he really clutch it out this time?
Oh no, he doesn't have mats. Stage 5 is gonna hurt as well. It's down to his last first aid kit. He's gonna make a mad dash into this. It's either run into his 8-Bit or run into its NoNx. He doesn't really have a lot of options to work with. But trailing behind 8-Bit, they still haven't been able to go into his crash yet. NoNx still keeping them in bay. 8-Bit forced to rotate into his church vicinity. NoNx has just completely zoned them out of Pochinki. Not an amazing start. Aquanox getting sprayed down from behind. Neo! Neo! Why would you do this? What a revenge here. Yeah. What a revenge story from Godsrain.
8-Bit spoiled Godsrain's game, and
no
now
way.
Godsrain is spoiling their game.
No,
Samraj! He does not have enough time to patch himself up, and he will be eliminated by the play zone. 8-Bit, things falling apart. Teams sabotaging each other. 8-Bit and Godsrain, this rivalry, it's brewing up pretty well.
Because of Neo, 8-Bit has crumbled. But because of 8-Bit, Godsrain has fumbled. This is just revenge after revenge story. What a game one here, Necro.
Of course. But Raiden, the man is still standing. 8-Bit, they've managed to acquire 7 finishes so far. And if somehow Raiden still keeps him alive for the longer time and get a few more placement points squeezed in, that can be a successful game for 8-Bit. But Rising Inferno now, even they themselves need to make it inside of the circle as the zone's going to shift in towards the left. Even K9 Esports going to be desperate to find at least some sort of a cover and some sort of a footing towards the circle. Rising Inferno, they need to flush out that one man from 8-pit, which is going to be extremely tough.
Well, speaking of tough right now, Rising Inferno Esports, they heard all those commotions from NoNx. PNWI is thinking about going for the push, but he knows for a fact that NoNx is going to be in that vicinity. But looks like the nades here for looking for those confirmations. He heard those footsteps. Raiden right at the corner. Ooh, the nades does not connect. So Raiden, he still has a little bit of pocket to work with, but time is of the essence because now clock is ticking. It is going to start a move, and he's got to make a mad dash out in the open as well.
Team Forever, we completely lost track of them, but there are still hunters alive. And Thunder himself, keep an eye on this guy. Team Forever, 4 finishes racked up so far. Team Forever just needs to get a few more placement points squeezed in. Keep this thing in mind, an average of 8 points per game can actually put you in a really good spot in the overall standings. And K9 Esports, even they're gonna make that mad dash towards the zone for Miracle Esports. This start to fall apart. A prey for K9 Esports, and for Miracle Esports, they might just be feasted upon, and even the last man gets ripped apart. That's it for Miracle Esports. 0 finishes and just 1 placement point.
Oh no, K9, they're stuck out in the open, and 4TR, they're just tapping away. This is open season hunting for every single team, and 4TR's got so much angles on them. Omega falling, K9 Esports, they're falling apart, and they are all down towards the last player known as Slug, and he doesn't really have a lot of health to work with. Ninja Boy is pretty much down as well, but there's only so much Slug can do in these situations. But in the blink of an eye, Necro, what happened? We're down towards the final 6 teams.
Yeah, a lot of teams got eliminated towards Pachinki, that chokehold. No one was able to survive it, and now everyone's just moving out in the open. And keep this thing in mind, Los Hermanos, they've just been dominating the entirety of the open field. Since they have the strongest compound available in the final few moments, Los Hermanos can just peek outside of the windows and beat the shooting turrets.
Yeah, they definitely are. Same can be said for Rising Inferno. They're just picking every opponent apart mid-rotation. God's Omen playing a little bit laying low as well. This is, you know, unorthodox of them, but we've seen them clutch in this kind of scenarios. They don't really play the early stages or show themselves too much. They do like to try to hold their compound as much as they can, and now they are going to be attacked here. Rising Inferno Esports looking to try to tackle them in this warehouse. A couple of nades being thrown here from God's Omen to try and scare him off, but no picks yet coming from God's Omen. But ooh, that was very close onto his Omen though.
Of course, Rising Inferno, at this point, they just need to find the first knockout. God's Omen, it's one of those teams that does love to play for the chicken dinner. And they've also got the most amount of chicken dinners in this Pro Series so far. And this team is also successfully able to make it to the grand finals. God's Omen peeking out towards Rising Inferno. None of them is able to find any sort of knocks. Rising Inferno, if they're not able to find an entry, they might just have to straight up mad dash towards the warehouse of God's Omen. And look at 4TR Morty. He's moving up so close. Levi's position spotted. Levi's got no clue that there's Morty. And now this is going to be an awkward battle, but eventually Levi falls down. NoNx, they're getting dismantled. 4TR starting to make their move, making pounds against the players of NoNx. Godix is able to find that one knock, but is it really going to be enough to stop the wrath of 4TR? He does get the confirmation, but even he himself gets eliminated in return.
Oh, GG, well played from NoNx. They did them dirty in Pachinki, but they were able to make it a top 6 here. So a decent amount of placement points, but they only got themselves 3 finishes. Meanwhile, let's talk about the top contenders on the board right now. Top 5 teams, and Los Hermanos with 11 finishes right from the get-go. They were having one of the strongest compound right from the get-go. They just held down on their own, and every single team just could not find those angles to try and tackle them. And this is a very, very rough start for the rest of the world. In this case, 4TR, they're not exactly in zone. Look at this, they just don't have an entry point to push through. And Los Hermanos, they shifted the entire focus down south, knowing that south needs to push in first.
Yeah, but once again, Los Hermanos' backs are not clear either. They've got too much on their plate, but let's see if they do strategize well, they can actually come out on top. K9 Esports eliminated within the blink of an eye. It's quite unfortunate for K9 Esports. A while ago, they were in the power spot. But now, since the zone moved away, K9 Esports messed up big time. Needed to move out in the open. Rising Inferno still looking to find that first entrance. Still looking to find the first knock. God's Omen spotted. The players still playing extremely cautious. Another nade tossed in towards Godin. This might just be it, but he backs away at the nick of time.
Yeah, but as of yet, as this clock is ticking as well, they've got about 25 seconds before it completely closes in. Rising Inferno is barely at the edge of the zone itself. They have this small little rock to work with. They are in a 2-2 split, but the biggest concern is right after this zone, Rising Inferno Esports needs to take a move and push in. And right now, they have two options. Either directly clash into this God's Omen or play on towards the other side of the map. And right now, Rising Inferno Esports, they don't really have a lot of options here. They split on 2-2, but they don't really have a lot of room to work with. But now as the zone shifts in, seems like the north side is a little bit on the nearer side, but it's still out in the open in the crosshairs of God's Omen.
Yeah, but Rising Inferno, they've been the most impactful so far. They've racked up so many finishes, especially in the final few moments. 4TR, way to kick things off. The IGL himself now, the man's down. A few more nades tossed out towards BMW IGL. Is the man really going to be able to stand that wrath? 4TR making that pound slowly and steadily. Rising Inferno is now getting picked off, even by the players of God's Omen. The exact opening God's Omen was looking for is provided by the players of 4TR. And now Rising Inferno, they need to make the mad dash. No other option, and Jumpton gets dealt with. Rising Inferno was looking so strong, but just because of that one move from 4TR, it just all crumbled apart.
Oh no, but now at the same time, 4TR, they heard all those commotions. They are going to take their spot, and this time, while God's Omen is weak, they are going to look for those fight. But meanwhile, on their far horizon, Los Hermanos, they heard all these commotions, and they are going to third party. And because of this, 4TR official finds the opening, and they are going to push through. Now with the names coming through, he lobs it in, but he gets taken down, but he was able to claim those finishes.
Kalon, what a nade that was! The man's able to rack up 3 finishes back to back. A blockbuster nade.
No
Bust
way.
out everyone from the side of God's Omen. Goku's gonna be the only man standing, but he needs to achieve the Ultra Instinct. That's the only way he can stop this pounce from Los Hermanos. And Los Hermanos just deep frying everyone that's there in the final few moments. And even the final nail's gonna be in the coffin. Los Hermanos, what an explosive chicken dinner. What a way to kick the day off.
What a statement from Los Hermanos. They read everyone like a book. Their awareness is impeccable, and they got the timings down to the T. Everything went absolutely right for Los Hermanos. They made things so difficult for every single team. My goodness. 4TR, what seemed to be a little bit of glimmer of hope, that nade did absolutely nothing. Because why? Los Hermanos stole everything here.
Yeah, man. I mean, smack center of the circle, just dominating the cleanup crew, not letting anyone get an inch close to them. And of course, 16 eliminations to show for that beautiful position that they were able to take for themselves. This, as Nekra, you said, this has to be one of the most explosive starts we have seen in a grand finals in the history of BGMI.
That's 26 points in the first game itself.
Exactly.
Los Hermanos, what a head start that is. They did it online, they're doing it on land. No one's got any other questions now.
And you know what the best part is? That they aren't the only ones to be able to pull this off. We had 3 other undergod teams that dominated in this game one. 4TR did quite well for themselves. God's Omen finishing in top 3. Who thought God's Omen would start like this? And of course, Rising Inferno, they had a lot of eliminations as well, but unfortunately weren't able to break into the top 3 of this match. They had to settle for the 4th position.
Well, all 16 teams deserve to be on this grand finals, and they are here to prove to the world that this is Undergod's era.
Exactly, but have a look at the final few moments. God's Omen, man, that one nade from the guy of Los Hermanos just got 3 frags. And of course, take a bow in the end. Why would you not? Los Hermanos, everyone thought that these newer names might just crumble under the pressure, but Los Hermanos, they are not going to crack so easily.
And Carlin, man, all of that experience, the nade, that Necro, you got so hyped up for it, was so nice. The timing to perfection. 2 teams, 4TR, God's Omen going up against each other, and Carlin just lobs in towards the side. One nade between the team fight, gets all the finishes. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a very special interview. Before that, we're going to head to the stage.
Thank you so much, casters. And हार मानोस? ये हार कभी नहीं मानेंगे. पहली जीत in the first game. Congratulations, Los Hermanos. And what a game. ये कितना important होता है? How important it is to begin the grand finals with a win. How important it is for the team, how important it is for you on a personal level.
स्टार्टिंग में इतना अच्छा पुश मिला कि आगे हम और अच्छा कॉन्फिडेंसली खेलेंगे.
एंड अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर वॉचिंग यू एट होम. इस समय बहुत सारे लोग ये स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं. आप इस समय इस मंच पर हैं, BMPS ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में हैं. एंड ये जो ट्रॉफी है, ऑफ कोर्स इट मीन्स अ लॉट टू all the BGMI fans. Tell us about Los Hermanos. How important and how hungry are you for this trophy?
तो लास्ट टाइम व्हेन वी प्लेड लैन उतना अच्छा नहीं गया, तो इस बार ऐसा करने की प्लान ही नहीं है, ऊपर ही आएंगे.
एंड एकदम स्टाइल के साथ खेला है, एकदम बढ़िया खेला है. शुरुआत आपकी बहुत अच्छी हो चुकी है. सो विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग गेम्स. एंड इस समय स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है? डे 1 के पहले आपने सोच लिया था कि पहला गेम जीतना इंपॉर्टेंट है?
ना, जो हमारा नेचुरल गेम है वही खेलना था, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा नहीं करना, बस उतना ही था हमारा जो स्ट्रैटेजी.
नेचुरल गेम में अगर इतना बढ़िया खेला है तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि अभी ये जो कंपटीशन है इसकी बस शुरुआत हुई है. अभी आगे आने वाले मैचेस में, आगे आने वाले मैप्स में क्या क्या आप देख सकते हैं, क्या क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, ये सब अच्छी तरह आराम से डिस्कस करेंगे हमारे लवली कास्टर्स. तो चलते हैं एनालिस्ट डेस्क की तरफ.
And of course, as Rohit said, we're going to talk about what's going to happen. But before that, what did happen in this previous game? Ladies and gentlemen, we have our Realme highlights.
This has got to be the best possible thing that happened in the first game itself, right? 8-bit targeting God's Reign because they knew the plane flat path was up north and God's Reign's going to be suffocating off the rip. And 8-bit, they instantly looted up towards Pochinki, moved down south, camped it out.
It was a diabolical plan coming from them as well. And of course, we did catch a glimpse of towards TWOB. Meanwhile, Los Hermanos' first major engagement here was against Eggy. This was a very important fight for Los Hermanos to win because the moment they won this fight, everything else was history because no one dared to challenge their compound despite being in the center of the circle where every single team rotated around and of course including teams that rotated into his Pochinki. Well, when we talk about sweet revenge, guess what? Neo is the reason why 8-bit was completely shut down to convert into his late game stages.
They got some sort of revenge at least. That's what they're going to be happy about. But who would have thought that this is how we're going to kick off match number 1 itself? Somraj drop clashing Destro like that.
Well, I wouldn't say drop clash. I would say it's interception.
Hey man, I mean, yeah, interception, but overall what I want to say is aggression towards a person he just called a senior.
Hey, look.
Hey, there was a sign, right? It was a hint.
Johnny, look, at that point, you cannot even call it disrespect because that was just a master plan. Samraj was planning for it. He's done a lot of research with the way he executed that, and you can clearly tell as well. God's Ring just fell to that plan. They never expected so.
Exactly.
So speaking of plans, right, I really like how things actually happen as well. NoNx and Rising Inferno Esports making sure that, hey, you know what, 8-bit is around here and we're going to try and stay in Pochinki, waited for them and kind of force them into a spot where they just had no way out. Like 8-bit only had two options, either north or west. West was NoNx, north was Rising Inferno Esports. They were stuck.
Hey, but only one option for Karlan, and that was to take those finishes and take the names of the players that he was finishing off. 7 eliminations secured, 5 knocks inside of that first match, 959 damage dished out. Necro, this is more than the teams that took an early exit in the bottom 6.
Pretty much. That one nade from the man was able to find an instant 3-piece, just dismantling the entirety of God's Omen. And it just blows, right? For God's Omen, they had so much on their plate. First, it was Rising Inferno taking a dig at them. Later on, even 4TR pushed up. So for God's Omen, there was just too much on their plate. But generally speaking, that's a great start for everyone that was there in the top 4. Moving on towards the top 5 players, you've also got Spy right there from Los Hermanos. Even Owen from Rising Inferno. Evil coming in from Los Hermanos too. And PMWIGL with 3 finishes as well.
Yeah, this is a big statement coming from the underdogs here. In particular, Los Hermanos and Rising Inferno Esports. They have an amazing start. And I really like that Necro actually brought out. So Rising Inferno Esports has made multiple LAN appearances, but never really gave a good performance. But with this game itself, it seems like underdogs have really put in their effort into their researchers.
I think this Necro gives you an opportunity to talk about Goten as well, because you really wanted to speak about him and how his impact was the reason that Rising Inferno are looking quite strong in this LAN finals.
Generally speaking, Goten should be counted as one of the best players inside of this entire region, and it just feels like the man's not really getting enough recognition. We'll talk about that later on since we've got the match rankings popping up. 26 points from Los Hermanos, what a way to kick things off. That's a head start. Even Rising Inferno getting 14 points, that's a great amount of points. 4TR as well getting 11 points. You've also got God's Omen with 10 points, K9 Esports, 8-bit getting 7 points each.
And again, I mean, NON is well off to a decent start, I have to say, along with Team Forever. 5 points for both these two teams. And then we have a massive dip. Team Aryan, 2 points. TWOB with 2. 4 Miracle, 1. Team Insane with 1. God's Reign with 0. Genesis with 0. 2 OP Official with 0. And Team Eggy also finishing game number 1 with 0 points. But this is all just a start. This was just the map of Erangel. And as things heat up, we're going to take off on the desert next. Miramar, map number 2.
Well, I want to give you guys a little bit more stats here as well, because when we talk about group stages, it's always about, oh, qualifying for top 8, qualifying for this, 8 points on average, 9 points on average. Now, what's the average points needed for every single game to take the trophy now?
In the grand finals, I think 11 to 12.
You think? I think 10 points per game can actually do it.
10 points per game. I mean, maybe. Depends.
That's 80 points, right? How many points usually the champions has?
10 points per game, you're saying 80 points?
No, that's 180, right?
180 points, yeah.
My
that's
maths
a lot.
is kind of bad. So
the thing is that the cutoff for the winner has been constantly rising since the BGIS 2023.
Yeah.
And because of that, I think with the competition getting tightened up, it is going to be somewhere between the 170, 180 as well. Could be a little bit more than 180. So 10 points per match just to be safe. If you can hit 11, that is going to be amazing. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to be able to secure equal number of finishes to these lads on the stage, you got to get yourself the device that they have on the stage right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about our official smartphone partner for the Realme BMPS. It is the Realme GD7, of course, with the iSense graphene rare cover that keeps the device 6 degrees cooler during those marathon gaming sessions. And why we keep calling them marathon gaming sessions? Because the Realme GD7 gives you 120 FPS of stable BGMI for 6 hours.
And of course, code-tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves.
Oh, yeah.
So I'd recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon and check out this incredible device. But back towards the conversation that we're having, right? I want to speak a little bit more about Godin. This man is just having so much impact. Even in the previous matchup, Rising Inferno, for a moment, it felt like they were not doing too good. But then Godin finds an important knock against K9 Esports and fends them away.
Yeah, that was so important as well. Like, Goten has definitely been the clutch meister in this scenario. They're super, super underrated. And of course, when we talk about undergods as well, there has been predictions as well. I talked about Los Hermanos being one of the bottom 3 expected to win it all based on community predictions prior to this game. And right now, Chicken Dinner, I think that ratio has got to be a little bit messed up right now.
I mean, somehow, yeah, I agree with you, and especially with how game number 1 has turned out. Everyone's like reconsidering what they thought about Los Hermanos, and of course, Rising Inferno and 4TR and God's Omen. Because what you were thinking about Los Hermanos, I felt the same way about God's Omen, but they actually had a pretty great start in game 1, considering, again, first LAN.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this BMPS has been super weird so far. It's been unorthodox. It's been unplanned. Nothing is exactly going the way you planned so far.
Exactly, but it's just been game 1. We still have 5 more matches remaining, ladies and gentlemen, for the day. But before we move on to game number 2, map of Miramar, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
सब ठीक ही है पर
कुछ तो मिसिंग है.
Go on.
I miss that OG ice cold feeling, you know.
A classic situation.
जब स्क्वाड के साथ लॉबी पे It's back?
क्या?
No way! Dodge is back!
Oh, bhai, it's back!
What a way to start the Realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals. Game 1, chicken dinner in the hands of Los Hermanos. It seems like the reign of the undergods are truly in way here. My name is ICBaby12, joining me with two handsome gentlemen here. It's going to be your commentators. We have Fixes and also Necro as your English commentators. Now, expectations here, boys. Seems like Los Hermanos has definitely surprised most of us here. Fixes, what is your thoughts on that game itself?
Yeah, I was surprised and not at the same time. Los Hermanos getting the first chicken dinner, they have done this even in the past, I see. But with so many finishes, that is definitely the first.
Well, Necro?
I mean, of course, look, everyone thought that the newer names might just crack under the pressure, but Los Hermanos proved something completely different. Los Hermanos in the first game itself, they are just over here to dominate, and that was a clear message delivered by them. And not just that, the top four were the undergods. You've got 4TR as well in the mix, even God's Omen doing pretty good for themselves. Everyone in the top four has a lot of points.
Well, seems like when it comes to LAN, people always say LAN pressure does affect the morality and, of course, the momentum coming into the game. But it seems like teams, especially undergods, especially those who have no experience, doesn't give a damn. What's going on here behind the scenes? Give me the inside scoop. I know, Fixes, you've been talking with every single player so far. Give me the inside scoop.
You know, whilst everything was going on, I was actually sitting down with Hector having a chat about how these teams have been playing, and he had the opinion that these undergods have been grinding endlessly. They have been playing day in and day out. It was all about that first game jitters, right? It's been gone off, the reins have been torn apart, and now it is time for them to start taking over. The first game went their way, but now Miramar, if they can also survive this, then we can say that they have settled in perfectly fine.
Now, speaking of jitters as well, seems like the known teams were having a little bit of a struggle here. 8-bit in particular, God's Drain as well as K9. These are three of the favorites coming into the grand finals itself. And this game one, what went wrong and what went right for the rest of the world?
I mean, look, at this point, it feels like, as you mentioned, right, first game jitters. Yeah, for K9 Esports, the moment the zone shifted away from them, it felt like K9 Esports was too exposed. The moment they started to make the rotation towards the circle itself, they were so exposed that everyone was taking shots against them, including 4TR, Team Forever. Los Hermanos was the prime suspect. They were constantly hammering down anyone that was moving out in the open.
Well, speaking of adaptations as well, I think when it comes to moments like this as well, it needs to be made here. Do you think the experienced teams will have a little bit of a better to coping with the morale factor, or maybe even what happened in game one? Because this wasn't exactly a result that a lot of teams was expecting coming into the game one itself.
See, honestly, I see a Necro, a lot has changed. Everybody thought this would be a very slow game of Erangel. That has been always the case in the grand finals. The first game is usually slow. This time, it was too fast. There were so many teams fighting against each other, and we were not expecting that. And Los Hermanos did capitalize on that. They went for those third parties. They did their bidding. For God's Reign, I mean, they were caught with the pants down. I mean, 8-bit set that camp up. That was very well orchestrated. But for K9, I'm pretty sure all they need is that one big game, Necro.
Look, throughout this entire BMPS, we've thought that the known names might just have the advantage, but then all the known names have failed to qualify as well. Even over here, we think that the known names might just have the advantage, but the first game itself, once again, the undergods have proven themselves.
Yeah, I really like how Los Hermanos is very shy right now. He just does. He knows for a fact that cam is on them, and you know what? I don't want to look on the camera right now. It's just very, very shy.
But he's got that alpha personality, right? It's just not showcasing it maybe, you know, after he wins the title or something. But
hey, laser focus, right?
Yeah, laser focus, still soon to say. And but you know, we need to also talk about the others. God's Omen played really well. Even for NoNx, they were doing quite decent, but could not get inside the circle. But Team Eggy, certainly eyeballs will be on them, I see, as to how they perform in the next game.
Yeah, pretty much they struggled in the first game itself, right? Moved on against the players of Los Hermanos, got absolutely destroyed. They did not even have enough man number to actually go for that fight against Los Hermanos.
Yeah, I agree. And even for Genesis as well, these are the teams that kind of bowed out rather early just because of the fact that they had one very, very bad engagement. And you can see the faces of every single team. Tensions are very, very high. The pressure is going to keep up as well. And we always talk about Grand Finals Day 1. It's all about a strong start, all about momentum. But you have to give credit towards the coaching staff as well as the preparations coming to day number 1, because there was a lot of strategies being made by every single team in game 1 just off Erangel itself. So are we going to be expecting this in Miramar as well? Insider, come on, fix us.
So in insider news is that, as we all know, we will see some drop collisions happening around El Pozo, something maybe around the Los Leones. But yes, the undergods, they've all done their homework. And this is quite visible from how they approached game 1, where we could see the known teams, experienced teams overthinking. So I think for the known teams to really thrive, they need to be instinctive. They need to take those actions and they need to push on it and not mess up.
I mean, look, the El Pozo drop clash has been happening for a long time, but since El Pozo is such a massive city, those two teams can easily loot up and move their own merry way. Now, you speak of Los Leones drop clash, even that's been happening for a long time. Los Leones is such a massive city that teams can easily loot up and once again keep on moving their merry way. So I generally do think this map in Miramar, it's going to be a bit of a slothy start.
Well, it is going to be a very, very slotty start as well. Are we going to see drop clashes? Are we going to see disputes here? Because we did see a very, very strong dramatic start. I want to say drama, but it was definitely dramatic here because a lot of stories behind the scenes here, especially rivalries. And I brought up a very, very interesting rivalry, which is about K9 Esports as well. K9 versus Genesis, they go way back, and I want to see the kind of interview very, very soon here. But now, thoughts on towards 4 Miracle, guys.
Yeah, the first game was a little bit shaky. Not exactly the 4 Miracle standard that they've set so far in the online stage. But once again, we can blame the first game jitters, right? 4 Miracle just trying to know exactly what the playstyle is going to be looking like, how the field's going to be of the game, especially towards the land. And now once they get settled up well, 4 Miracle Esports once again can execute their classic rotations.
Let's be honest, IC. You need to understand that Dragon, he's one of the youngest IGLs, and it's his first LAN coming into play. So that has to be very important. That is of a crucial notice that we have to keep in mind.
Oh boy, looks like our boys are ready as well. Tensions is at an all-time high. All 16 teams gonna give you guys one of the best performance here in Realme BMPS 2025. You can see death stares of the players. Wow, that is just some insane tension in the arena itself here. Everybody is looking to party, and we are gonna be jumping straight into game number 2 of the Realme BMPS Grand Finals Day number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into the map of Miramar. Boys, take it away.
As the Deserty lands boot upon the screen, the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Partona towards the northern side, which will be Torre Muda. And this plane flight path a little bit tilted on towards the right side. That means El Pozo. Now it's going to be out of reach.
Oh, indeed. Especially for the teams dropping down on the western side, there will be a long stretch, Necro. And this is where, like you said, right, all these teams around those eastern areas, let's talk about the likes of God's Reign. This time, however, they do not have to tussle for those vehicles. Surely Somraj would be going elsewhere. Surely Somraj needs a vehicle right now. Imagine God's Reign taking a sweet revenge this time around. I mean, change your course, change your trajectory, go after him.
Would love to see it, right? We all would love to see that happen. And especially at this point, with the way the planned flight path as well is forming up, for Somraj to make it towards El Pozo, it's going to be extremely tough. So he's definitely going to go for that pit stop, get his hands on the basic weaponry, get his hands on the vehicles, and then move in towards El Pozo. But while doing so, there's a big chance Somraj might just face off someone else in that pit stop collision. And I would love to see who that team is going to be.
Could be Team Insane, because both of them, they'll have to head over towards El Pozo. Imagine them dropping for a vehicle and fighting it out. Who knows? This would be lovely stuff. But right now, as things are, K9 taking that plunge around Picardo. Eyes will also be on those vehicles and head off. But
oh
the
my
circle,
God.
this is nice.
Those two islands, come on, just do it.
Just get it done. We
just
want
do it,
that to
BGMI
happen.
gods. Those two islands that are stranded. I want to see the zone move on towards them. God's Reign pretty much close towards those two islands too. And once again, God's Reign's going to be in the smack center, so that means they can loot it for days. They will have quite a stacked inventory in the end. For 8-Bit, they now need to move in towards El Pozo, get their hands on decent bit of loot, and that's going to take a lot of their time. And 8-Bit might just collide against someone, at least now.
There are those possibilities. Look at them. They're surrounded by the likes of Team Aryan and Team Eggy. So that could be there. But for now, they are moving quite cautiously, so nothing to worry about. Team Insane, however, they've secured vehicles. They've taken that northern route, maybe through Torre Hamuda. Could even take a pit stop over there and loot and then get inside the circle, because it makes no sense, Necro, to go towards El Pozo and then again come back towards the eastern side of the map, whilst you have so many gatekeepers looking out for you.
I mean, especially with the way 8-Bit's rotating too. Look at them moving up north next to the players of Aryan. They've got their hands on the vehicle as well. Now 8-Bit's looking comfy. They've got everything lined up. They've got everything available that they need to pull off a long rotation. And that is vehicles and the basic weaponry. And once again, we've got the drop locations of the teams on the screen. Team Forever dropping towards Chumasera.
Yeah, that's not something different, right? We've seen them. This time, at least, Orangutan is not there. So they have the entirety of Chumasera to themselves. And again, Team Forever in the previous game, Necro, that's such a nice chance, such a nice opportunity as Team 8-Bit. I mean, they had to make peace to just play around the eastern side of the crater fields. And now they do have those vehicles, but I feel like there's a scarcity of loot going on. And they need some loot, they need something to work with. Decent first game show out from 8-Bit, if I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, pretty much. 8-Bit managing to get a decent bit of points, as you mentioned. 7 points in that game next to K9 Esports, which is not a bad start if you think about it.
Yeah.
But this game, 8-Bit has to reach double digits. And that will be consistency right there. But if Los Hermanos gets another banger of a game, now that's going to be a bit of a problem for everyone else in the overall standings. That means in the first 2 games itself, Los Hermanos will build a solid lead.
This is something that I really wanted to talk about. If you look at Los Hermanos as a lineup, gracing the land stage after such a long time, Necro. But let's be honest, we have seen them in many third-party events also, sometimes in officials, when they were under the banner of, let's say, Obey, Kemin, or Team Insane. They were quite renowned for their first game chicken dinners. But this was always one of those teams that used to focus a lot on those positioning. But this time, they've got that firepower. They are being quite the ones who've been the mischievous kids on the block, right? They've been quite notorious, going around third parties left, right, and center, and in a very clean fashion.
I mean, especially in the previous game, right? The moment we reached that mid-pack, somehow Los Hermanos, they had 7 elimination points to themselves. And I was astonished when we saw those 7 elimination points. We were figuring out, when did Los Hermanos get those amount of points? But it just seemed like they had an aggressive start, and because of that, those 7 elimination points really boosted their confidence and got rid of those jitters. And once again, something that's going to boost your confidence is also going to be the Realme GT7 So do move on towards Amazon and check it out.
Indeed. But, you know, as we move on, TWOB official still takes me back to that game of Miramar, where they exploded and earned their golden ticket into the grand finals. The start in the Erangel is something that they would want to forget about.
Yeah.
But hold on, look at this. They're actually on the tail of the players of God's Omen. God's Omen are right around them, Necro. And at this point, if God's Omen can get a knock, I'm pretty sure they're going to act on it.
Yeah, but I highly doubt this battle's going to come into fruition. God's Omen next to the players of TWOB official. Yes, on the map, on paper. But I highly doubt these two teams will duke it out against each other. They've got their own game plans set up and their own routes. And so far, the teams are just waiting for the stage 2 to pop up because we will see a curveball and shift.
There you go.
But I thought we might just not see the battle brewing up, but Stone BGMI, he had some different plans, but he does not have his teammates backing him up. So Stone BGMI, he's all by himself, alone in the enemy turf, and this is extremely risky from the man. He's playing with fire. He needs to be careful. God's Omen, they're now going to start to close on up as well. TWOB, they're starting to fall apart.
Yeah, this is lovely stuff from God's Omen. Another team that was quite exceptional during the second week of the semis and now bringing in all that heat. Already sitting at 12 points. 2 finishes secured already, and TWOB officials, they look lost. Honestly, if I may speak, but at this point, look at this. NoNx right next to the players of 4TR. As 4TR, they've definitely caught the whiff and they're out of here. No monkey business.
Yeah, I mean, that was a clean move coming in from the boys. But once again, back towards the previous fight that we just saw. TWOB official, in my opinion, they did not need to go for that fight. They shouldn't have stopped like that out in the open, especially when you do not exactly know where the foes are. TWOB, too exposed, and that's when God's Omen struck. And now TWOB's down to just a 2-man squad. But you spoke about that explosive performance on the map of Miramar that secured them the golden ticket, and that's when even they had 2 players standing.
Who knows? There could be some magic in the making over here, folks, as TWOB officials did not have the best of start. And honestly speaking, I really thought that, you know what, they would be kind of rotating around. That did not happen. They just took a small pit stop, and even for Miracle Esports, look at this. Quite close to the players of God's Omen. And seems like they know the vehicle, the sound is given away. And even for Miracle Esports, now they have no intentions on taking a fight. All they want to do is just keep their backlines clear.
Which makes a lot of sense. For Miracle Esports, they've got a decent spot to play with. Inside of the circle, around this max center as well. The next zone's going to be extremely important because that's going to dictate the pace and also reveal a big mystery. Everyone is just waiting for the stage 2. K9 Esports, the late entry. And the stage 2 is going to be towards the northern side.
What?
Shifts away from those 2 islands. It's going to be favoring the players of TWOB official, 8-bit, and even for Miracle Esports.
Interesting. Because when you even take a look at things happening on the southwestern corner, we could see Thunder losing out on his life. Team Forever being chased down by the players of TWOB as another fight goes on. It commences as Goku gets a beautiful knock on GDR. And instantly Neo dealt with one of the bigger names, exterminated Necro. God's Omen, they're starting to feel themselves.
Yeah, they of course are. God's Omen, the previous game, they did not really have a lot of elimination points converted. But in this game, they want to change it. But in the previous game, they definitely did have a lot of points in total. And now in this game off the rip, they've started things off with 3 elimination points. Probably one of the most solid starts for God's Omen so far. There is Los Hermanos in the back lines, but God's Omen, you would not want to take a dig against a team like Los Hermanos. Let the game breathe. Let the flow take over. God's Omen is now thriving for control, struggling. And now we've got Rising Inferno getting a little bit too close to the players of God's Reign. They do pay the price for it, but luckily enough, it's not through a knock.
Again, for Rising Inferno in the first game, they earned a lot of points. Look at them sitting at 14 already. A lot of finishes at that, but look at this. Stone BGMI absolutely embracing his demon form. Was in a close collision with the players of 4TR, and suddenly they've decided to disengage. And just when one player was healing himself up, Goku, he takes up arms, but he needs to be watchful. Somewhere on the far off, somebody's taking shots at him. And they need to understand that now the position that they're in, Necro, is kind of exposed. And look at them being quite alienated from each other. They are playing on a 2-2 split.
Yeah.
Look at the other two.
I'm not exactly sure if it's going to work out. But once again, for the people that are currently watching from their homes, if you guys want to be here in the LAN, experience the vibe, which is, of course, quite electric. Would recommend you guys to scan the QR code, get your hands on the ticket. The tickets are available on Swiggy Scenes, so do it right now. Be here at the LAN. It's once in a lifetime of an experience, so you should definitely be here.
Again, rising Inferno. Caught a stray. It's going to be OMEN, the boy from Bhubaneswar. One kid who's been working his butts off day in, day out, and this time, Team Eggy, finally they've opened their account. Pro OP, another player making a LAN entry after a long time. And now even for TWOB, seems like the hunters are starting to circle around them. It's K9 and Anonymous. His vehicle is flipping, Necro.
Yeah, indeed it is. TWOB at this moment spotting out the players of K9 Esports right next to him. And even for K9, they maybe have a lot to prove. Unfortunately for K9 Esports, they've lost out an important player. And it is something that K9 Esports never saw coming. TWOB on their move, since they want to make it inside of the zone. There's also Genesis Esports looking extremely comfy. But NoNx, they're not going to let go of the players of K9 Esports just like that. Still, you can see the players of K9 wanting to make that rotation. Omega, the man's playing with fire. There's so much risk involved with this move from Omega. Still goes for the peak. Roman is compromised. He's all by himself from NoNx. Is there any sort of cover available? Roman, he needs the cavalry. He needs the cover from his teammates. Roman is also taking a lot of shots upon himself, and K9 Esports, they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. They make it up close and personal, but K9, even they're playing with a lot of fire. And as NoNx, finally, the cavalry arrives.
And this time, yes, Lavish is there. Instantly scoops in Roman and takes him away. Out of harm's way, if I may say. But in the midst of it all, look at this. Even Team Insane, they find themselves in troubled waters. Yash already being taken down. And like, you could see the lack of conviction from the side of K9. They knew the player was all by himself. But look at this. TWOB and Genesis locking horns.
That's it.
We've got Team Forever also around the corner. And TWOB, just like that, they've been dealt with. Genesis quick 3 finishes.
Yeah, how did this happen, TWOB? How did they get dismantled so quickly? A team that was absolutely dominating through the online stages is now struggling in the grand finals. TWOB first 2 games completely down the drain. A bad start. They've only managed to acquire 2 points in 2 games. Genesis Esports, a lot of shots taken against 8-Bit. And 8-Bit's too far away at this point. No one's going to be able to find any sort of success.
And now that you mentioned Team 8-Bit, Necro, look at them. They're also playing in a kind of an interesting split. Well apart from each other. But for Genesis, a decent start nonetheless as NoNx officials. They're also vying for a spot inside the zone. All 4 players alive, 1 finish secured as elsewhere Team Insane in a kerfuffle against the players of Team Aryan. As engagements do go on, and look at this, God's Reign, pretty short Destro. He's heard all that commotion. Godex and Lavish pressing matters, but Godex from the far fray, from behind instead. It's going to be Delta who takes him down.
Big man down. NoNx though, they're constantly just running for the elimination points. And this time it's going to be the players of God's Reign on the receiving end. Godex, the man was taken down. NoNx now is taken down with 3-man squad, but it's completely fine. Things can still be recovered. NoNx is not feeling too great themselves. There is Destro still trapped all the way back in the blue. And this time the blue's doing a lot of damage too. Working NoNx go. Look at Delta. The man's just waiting for Roman to peek out in the open. But I highly doubt Roman's going to do that. That'll be a rookie mistake right there. NoNx wants to get their hands on any sort of vehicles, then take a rotation out of the spot. Destro is constantly patching himself up. He's got 24 bullets in the magazine. And one of the men from the side of NoNx falls down to the play zone. Not a good news at all. Lovey spotted out in the open as well. Even he's going to fall down. What's going on? 4TR, they step inside of the picture. NoNx getting picked off slowly and steadily. This game is now turning out into a blunder.
What's going on? So difficult to contemplate what's happening, and especially for NoNx. Why did they chase down the players of God's Reign, especially when you know that you're not inside the circle? This is not your fight as Team Insane closing in. It's going to be an interesting one. Cyrix right in front, and there you go, gets the clutch. And that being said, Team Insane, they've also been dealt with. Team Aryan survived by just Cyrix, who gets a 2-pish. Manages 4 finishes for himself.
K9 and Zap is the only man facing off against the players of K9, at least as of now. There are the rest of the players before Genesis Esports. The burden's going to be on their shoulder. Ninja Boy pushes up, and that's going to be it from Zap. It's a quick zap from the man to eliminate Ninja Boy and K9 Esports from this game. K9, they got 0 points out of this one.
Genesis are feeling themselves. They are quite electric, Necro. I mean, look at the finishes, sort of making up for that little bit of a downfall in the first game. And now they're looking A-OK. Zap and Apollo, 3 finishes each, 6 finishes gathered. And now Genesis on the Western territory. They've got Pro OP right next to them. And does Apollo know? Oh my god, Pro OP closing in. Finally, Apollo does know where he is. But instead, he decides to fight back. A grenade cooked, but nothing happening so far.
Yeah, nothing happening so far. 6 finish points racked up from Genesis Esports. And now the game's starting to slow down a bit. Dust starting to settle. There are still Los Hermanos alive in this Max Center, by the way. And Los Hermanos is playing with a lot of risk. Los Hermanos can be shot at from any other direction. TWOB, once again, these 2 players standing. And if you remember, that one big game from TWOB that secured the slot towards the grand finals was from these guys too. And these were the only 2 players standing in the final few moments.
Yeah, and they need them more than ever, especially if they need to get that momentum train rolling. Whatever the case is, we're still waiting for that next circle shift, as for now, seems like Necro, they've been snuffed out. The players of Team Forever have spotted them out. But even Team Forever have their own woes. Already losing out on their young man Thunder, and now Oasis got that nice angle to play around with. Did take a couple of shots. Some did eventually connect, but where are those grenades? Why aren't they coming into play? As now Mafia scoops one in. Aim hacks the final player alive. Not anymore. Team Forever successfully exterminates this threat, as they've got those 3 finishes. Now they need a good spot inside the zone.
The man's down and out. It's quite unfortunate. Wanted to see a little bit more from the boys, but this time around, maybe not. TWOB, better luck next time. But Team Forever, for them, the first game wasn't good either. It was not the Team Forever standard game. But hopefully now they can pull off a miraculous comeback in this one. Thunder's the casualty so far for Team Forever. They've only got 3 players standing, but look at Los Hermanos. Once again in this match center, they've got the high ground to play with. That means the shooting turrets are ready to be activated.
And this is something quite interesting, right? Instantly switching gears, you know you've got a very high finish game, and all you need to do is find that confidence. Keep it rolling. And now NoNx just survived by Levi, one of the top fraggers. Even has himself right atop the MVP leaderboards. This young man, he's got a lot to prove right now. Now under heavy fire, being shot from multiple directions. Has spotted out Cyrix though, but he's shot from the sidelines. It's going to be Somraj who gets the bidding done, and NoNx, just like that, get eliminated.
Yeah, rough luck for NoNx. And 8-Bit still cooking inside of the game, but this time slowly and steadily. 8 finish points, or 8 points in total, that's what I mean to say. Eggy, a bit of a trouble for themselves as well, since they're out in the open, and Los Hermanos, once again, the turrets, they activate. Eggy, the only cover for them that's available are the vehicles that they've got. But slowly and steadily, those vehicles are now getting blown up. So where is Eggy supposed to go from this spot? It's such an awkward spot to be in. And Eggy for them, there's just too much on the plate. This game might just be it.
sort of comes down to how many smokes they still have remaining. But look at this. Kalan has actually closed in the gap with Shadow providing support fire from the backlines. It's going to be interesting how the approaches. Smokes have been laden out. And even the players of GDR, they're also inching in closer. Well aware of the whereabouts of Los Hermanos right atop the Chocolate Mountain. As for Shadow, he's got himself all poised, coiled, ready to strike, just waiting for that smoke to dissipate.
The man's eyes are pinned. He's ready. The moment anyone steps out in the open, that's going to be it. Kalan, what are you doing? That's a big mess up. Should have checked your sidelines, and now he gets punished by God's Reign. Los Hermanos, a little bit too confident in that instance. And overconfidence this time gets punished by the players of God's Reign. That's going to be one free piece of candy acquired. And for Team Forever, even they're getting shot at by the players of 8-Bit. 8-Bit from the far fray, punishing anyone that shows themselves. And for Team Forever now, it's time to make it out alive from such a bad spot.
Yeah, now look at this. The push has finally come in. Zap with that burning vehicle. Drives over, but it's going to be Hunters who steps out. Not this time. Mafia puts a stop at him. And there's something with Mafia and BMPS. Previous one also secured the podium. He had tears in his eyes. But now he's got vengeance. Needs to redeem himself. A fight against Genesis. Apollo, his attention redirected elsewhere. And Team Forever could capitalize on this. Cheyenne just needs to patch himself up. Apollo in the middle of nowhere, Necro.
Yeah.
Does he even know?
Yeah, he knows. He definitely knows. But Apollo thinks that there's no line of sight from the top, but Apollo is also getting pinned down from Los Hermanos. And that's going to be the end to the story. Los Hermanos, once again, from the center. They're just constantly gunning anyone down that's out in the open. Los Hermanos trying to funnel in as many elimination points as possible, but this time the zone's not going to be their best friend. It is starting to shift away from them. Los Hermanos is now on the edge. Rising Inferno as well. They're starting to pop themselves up in this game as they've managed to acquire the first finish, or almost managed to acquire the first finish, and that's going to be tallied up. Team Forever pushed up close and personal against 8-Bit. 8-Bit's hurt. The man's knocked out. Aquanox in the back lines gets spotted. Shots taken, but no conversion just yet. 8-Bit, they're hurt, but as soon as the man peeks out, Aquanox is able to strike one of the players down from the side of Team Forever. Now takes it down to a two-man squad. Team Forever in a big world of trouble, but still Mafia, what a drive-by that was. Shuts down Aquanox in the middle of that vehicle, but even he himself gets taken down in the end by Gamla Boy, and now Raiden pushes up close and personal, but Shayad shuts him down. Team Forever still keeping themselves in the race.
You know, two big titans fighting against each other, and the third party is inevitable. But before that, look at this. For Miracle from the sidelines, they close in. Of course, Omraj did get that final finish, but it's going to be Dragon who puts an end on him. And this is what we wanted, right? This is what we expected to happen. That exactly did. And now for God's Omen, still quite sturdy, right next to them are the players of Rising Inferno Esports, scattered apart, but well aware of God's Omen's position. How does God's Omen Necro get out of here?
Good question. But God's Omen, as of now, they've got a solid compound to play with. They're also on the edge, inside of the circle as well, so I highly doubt God's Omen need to move out anytime soon. Rising Inferno, though, they're constantly taking shots against him, and because of that, they're also burning through meds. Rising Inferno themselves, you can look at Chutin, he's only got 117 bullets in spare. Does not have a lot of bullets, so he needs to be extra careful with his ammunition. Los Hermanos, once again, that split that we did see a while ago. It's not coming into fruition that well, but that nade from Shadow does find a lot of damage against Destro. And now it seems like God's Reign is it a big sandwich.
I'm kind of in a situation where I'm starting to wonder, you had such a nice high ground. Why did you not get the information? For Los Hermanos, they had everything working in their favor. All they had to do was just look down, and they would have found the players of GDR, and maybe Karlan would have been alive. But whatever the case is, they've got to make hay. They've got to try and enter in. Shadow Scrolling through right next to him. Delta and Justin together. Even for GDR, how things fell apart. It's still a decent recovery from their side.
Oh no, Evil spotted.
Ooh.
God's read. Eyes pinned on towards Evil. The man's locked in sights. Now just waiting to be executed. Evil's got his hands on the MG3, and that will be doing an insane amount of damage. But Evil, the moment he went for the peak, a lot of damage was dished out against him. Los Hermanos. It's not the best possible stance they're being put into, but Shadow falls apart. Unfortunate for Miracle Esports. They take down Shadow.
Stolen.
Los Hermanos now down to a two-man squad. Los Hermanos, what can you do? Evil, even he's getting knocked out. Los Hermanos in a big wall of trouble for Miracle Esports from the back. They're constantly hitting them down. Now it's just down to one last man. Spy, what can you do?
He's caught in no man's land, Necro. Look at it. He's caught between a pinch, in a rock and a hard place. Look at this. For Miracle from one side, GDR from the other. And now all he's going to do is hold on, and Spy finally gets taken down. Reaper rips him apart, and that being said, Los Hermanos, they bow out on the 6th position. 2-3 finish points, that's fine. But when you look at the bigger picture, look at this. God's Omen, they had such a great start to the day. Same goes with Rising Inferno, and finally, this is where they would be locking horns.
The amount of confidence we're seeing from the boys. For Miracle Esports, the first game was definitely there to get rid of the jitters, and now look at them. Flourishing, doing extremely good. What an 8 that was from Godin. Once again, finds the right mark. Second nade tossed up in the front. God's Omen in a big wall of trouble. Final 2 men standing. Superman and Stone BGMI. What can you do if you're the final 2 men standing?
Whoa.
Another nade tossed out. That's going to be another knockout. And a big wall of trouble God's Omen is. But Rising Inferno, they constantly want to press up, punish the players. But Rising Inferno, they themselves are now getting shot at by the players of For Miracle.
This is interesting stuff. I'm still trying to process how is God's Reign still alive, but God's Omen, they've got their own problems. BMW IGL, he does not have any utility to work around with Necro, not even a grenade. And now they've got to make do with the vehicle from Jatin. Maybe a run over on its way, but all these smoky visions are being obscured. At this point, Rising Inferno, I mean BMW IGL, how does he play around this?
Yeah.
Goku on the sidelines, he finally reveals.
Oh no.
And this is what was needed. BMW IGL instantly strikes back.
A big mistake from God's Omen, and now this time it's not going to go unchecked. The man instantly gets punished. Goku's down. God's Omen, last man standing once again. He wants to get the reset towards his teammates, but is it really possible? Does he have enough time? That's the question. The Blue's going to be on the move soon. Within 30 seconds, it's going to close up. Backs against the wall. God's Omen, no other option than to push up. Rising Inferno, they spot out the place of God's Omen. And Godin, the man's just waiting to funnel in those elimination points. First man down, he does it, but what a nade that was! Stone BGMI, he puts the nail in the coffin. That's going to be it from the side of Rising Inferno, as now we've got our top 4 in this game.
Look at this. God's Reign, they're still in this. Delta, this time quite exposed. Stone BGMI will punish him for that. And there you have it. The cleanup crew comes in. It's going to be for Miracle Esports. And now they're in a nice position to get this chicken dinner. All they've got to do is put the final nail in the coffin. The final player spotted out, snuffed out, just hiding around those hay bales. But for Miracle Esports, they keep storming in. They keep pressing the matter. As there you go, Poco lands the final nail in the coffin. And that is how for Miracle Esports gets their winner chicken dinner.
For Miracle Esports. Man, the first game was a mess up, but the second one, they instantly clean all the mess up. For Miracle Esports, you expect such a performance from this team, keeping themselves calm, composed, and patient, paying off in the end.
What a day it is here for the Grand Finals itself. For Miracle clinching the second chicken dinner for today itself. In this case, the second one of today after 2 games of back-to-back, non-stop, amazing, dramatic action here in Realme BMPS 2025. This is going to be a very exciting one as well because we finally saw a little bit of bounce back from teams like God's Omen, teams like God's Ray, teams like Rising Inferno Esports, who currently is the most consistent teams in 2 games here. My goodness, what did we just watch here? Because it seems like we are going to be expecting an unexpected result by the end of the day.
You know, this is something that we never really thought would happen in the wildest of our dreams, but Undergods are putting one hell of a show. I think we need to understand one thing, that the team that has been winning has been focusing a lot on getting those third parties done. Now, when you look at how For Miracle Esports really scripted this chicken dinner, they paid heed to the circle, they were respecting it, and they were kind of jumping into fights that were almost on the verge of a conclusion. And that is what they did even throughout the latter phases of the game. But GDR, Necro, they really impressed us. Because 2 players done and dusted pretty early on and still did manage to get a lot of points for themselves.
Yeah, they got 9 finished points and, of course, a decent bit of placement points, too, for God's Reign. This game is going to be the recovery that they wanted. They have managed to achieve the average, but the average is not going to be enough, especially when you're someone like God's Reign. You need an exceptional performance. You need an outstanding performance, just like For Miracle Esports. And as I mentioned, right, For Miracle Esports was just playing with a lot of patience. They knew there are too many teams out in the open. For Miracle Esports did not exactly go in the fights, instead waited for the final few moments, and when For Miracle Esports knew they've got solid cover to play with, solid grounds covered, they instantly went for the fights.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, our valuable casters has gave a little bit insights here, but I want to see the real-time interview because we are going to be showing into its interview with the players.
And यहाँ पर मैं उस टीम के साथ हूँ जिनकी भूख इस समय बढ़ रही है. Congratulations for Miracle for that amazing chicken dinner. And let's talk about the comeback. Pehla game wasn't that great, but a crazy comeback for game number 2. So tell us, what was the conversation between the 2 games that you had such a phenomenal comeback for game 2?
Actually, for the first match, we took the zone, but it was a really big archer. We couldn't take the zone after that. So we played edge, and after that, we didn't take fight. Usually we'll take, but that time we choked up pretty bad. So this time we were confident that we should die, whether we should take a fight and die or we should just take the zone. So this match, we took the zone, we got the zone, and we made it converted into CD.
All right, and obviously you would want to just continue this momentum that you have got for game 2. What are you planning for match number 3? What is that change that you're going to have for match number 3, that you brought that change from game number 1 to 2? What is that change from game number 2 to game number 3?
Let's make that special. Let's make that special. I don't want to reveal it.
All right, let's make that special. अब ये special क्या होगा? Well, it's anyone's guess, लेकिन इस समय अच्छे guesses करने के लिए चलते हैं हमारे casters की तरफ.
Well, very, very interesting interview here with Rohit. Thank you so much for that amazing interview. Dragon has just got a very, very cuddly voice as well, but in case you missed out on action as well, that was pretty much the interview. Let's take a look at the recap on how things happened as well. This is the perspective of God's Reign, what went down in the scenario.
I think God's Reign were again overthinking. All these experienced teams, they're playing with long splits, which is eventually hurting them. But despite that, I must still say God's Reign Necro made the most out of the situation they could have done.
It feels like the teams think that they've got a lot to live up to, and because of that, there's just that pressure mounting up. And we're seeing a lot of these known names crack under that pressure too. 8-Bit, they tried their best to pretty much do the most out of the given situation and the circumstance, but in the end, Team Forever pushed up. 8-Bit also got pushed on by the players of For Miracle Esports. There was a lot to do and a lot on the platter.
Well, it seems like a game of timings has been a very, very important factor in these past 2 games as well, because most of the teams has kind of struggled just because of the fact that when they're engaging in a fight, they weren't expecting these third parties as well, and when they expect it, people just don't come. And it seems like it's been a little bit off here since in the grand finals itself.
Yeah, it definitely has been a little bit off, right? It feels like the games are starting off with complete aggression. Then later on in the mid phase, the games are just dialing down completely low. And then in the late game, once again, the action is quite chaotic.
Well, and of course, speaking of the action as well here in the grand finals, that was the first time we've seen Miramar being played in this 16 roster as well. I think at the start of the day, Somraj was already mentioning as well, excited to play with this 16 teams in this bracket of rosters coming into the grand finals. And it seems like it has kind of shaken the table here. And personally, I feel like when it comes to the first games in general here, it all comes down to homework, and homework. And Los Hermanos, Rising Inferno Esports, and also For Miracle definitely did their homework, especially when it came down to the debut match of Erangel and Miramar. But before we talk about what's the homework here, let's talk about the MVP of that match itself.
You know, Mafia, especially that one knock Necro where he just switched his seats on the vehicle that fight against Team 8-Bit. that was something out of a movie. I think we get to see that after a long time. And this player is exactly that player, Necro. If you remember, in Kochi, I see he was crying just when he got that second position. He wanted that championship so bad. Maybe this time could be that time.
But hey, we've got the top 5 players popping up on the screen as well. Apollo from Genesis Esports right there in the tracks, getting 4 finish points. Even Delta from God's Reign getting 4. You've also got Destro as well from God's Reign getting 3. And then Stone BGMI from God's Omen getting 3 elimination points to himself. And once again, back towards the conversation of Team Forever that we're having right now, it feels like the players of Team Forever, finally they've realized one thing, and that is you need a lot of firepower in these lobbies. And they have started working on it since the past split.
Well, confidence is definitely building up here for teams like Team Forever as well, because right now, especially for the known teams here, we have Apollo coming in the picture, we've got God's Reign coming in the picture here. It's nice to see the known teams kind of stepping back up as well. Because as of yet, when we talk about a moment like this, Team Forever, look at this, Mafia was just so confident, and this switch timing of knocking out Aquanox was just pitch perfect, because as soon as he rolled up the window with him, saw Aquanox, pulled up his gun and aimed his crosshairs onto his driver's seat, immediately swapped out and re-picked it. And Aquanox just stood no chance because his crosshair placement was on the driver's seat. That was just a very small, tiny detail that Mafia was able to overpower Aquanox in this scenario.
Yeah, and then what happened next? It was just for Miracle Esports coming out of nowhere. They were just playing around the edges. They knew that this is the time to strike, and they did. And as a result, look at this, 15 points already for Miracle in this game.
Yeah, 15 points acquired. Then you've also got God's Reign with 13 points. God's Omen with 12 once again. God's Omen, man, they're putting up an insane amount of consistency this time around. You've also got Aryan TMG getting 11 points. And even Rising Inferno getting 7 points. Consistency from them as well.
Now, speaking of consistency as well, seems like Genesis is also making a little bit of bounce back here in 7 points, but 8-bit takes a little bit of tumble. They got 7 points in the previous game, but this time they got themselves 5 points. God's Reign making a little bit of comeback despite being set back here from the side of 8-bit. But now, let's take a look at the overall standings. Los Hermanos still at the table toppers here, but with 4 Miracle getting the chicken dinner, they will shoot themselves into the top 4 position right now. But again, the gap between Los Hermanos and 4 Miracle is still about 15 points. That's a huge lead coming from Los Hermanos in game 1.
But then again, it's just that one game and everything again shifts away. But I really wanted to talk about God's Omen and how consistent Rising Inferno both have been. Look at those finish points. They're just not playing for the positions. They're getting a lot of finishes also. But for the likes of GDR and Team Forever, 8-bit, all these big names, I think they've been getting decent amount of average points with the average point per game should be around 7 and 8. They're maintaining around 6 and 7, which is still fine. All they need, Necro, is just that one big game to explode.
It's funny, right? All the teams that we expected to perform are currently on the latter half of the board.
Right.
You've got 8-bit, K9 Esports, Genesis, NoNx, Team Insane, Eggy, TWOB. Everyone that was doing extremely good in the online phases is now on the latter half of the board.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We can see a little bit moments here in Los Hermanos. You can see they are very happy, looking very confident as well. And this is the first time we've seen Los Hermanos in the flesh here, at least from my perspective here. But look at this, the confidence, the smiles, the vibes are good. And that's very important as well. You gotta be very chill. Sometimes in life, you can't really overthink things. And I really like that they're just keeping it good here. If the momentum is good, just keep it up, because it is a very long day. And if you're too stressed, and you get a little bit tired a little bit quicker. So I can see why they are keeping the vibes up.
But then again, don't you really feel like Los Hermanos kind of lost their edge a little bit in the second game? Because I felt they could have done so much more. And look at this comparison also bringing up against God's Omen, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. God's Omen getting 12 finish points. Los Hermanos, they just had an insane amount of elimination points in the first game itself, so that's going to give them 19 in total. Of course, Los Hermanos, since they got 26 points in the first game itself, their stats are a little bit more better compared to the players of God's Omen. But God's Omen, it feels like they're aiming for consistency instead of outstanding performance.
Yeah, at least now we do see that consistency that we saw during the semifinals week 2 itself, right? God's Omen was a team that, we kind of felt like it was a little bit lacking as well. But when semifinals week 2 actually happened for God's Omen, they had the most amount of chicken dinners in a single day. There was 5 chicken dinners, not in a single day. Total
overall,
was 5, but it was 3 in a single day, which we were debating. Was it luck? Was it skill? But now after game number 2, it seems like God's Omen have proven themselves that they're not just onliners. They are also potential land demons.
I think the best thing about God's Omen, I say, like I've been constantly rambling about it, is they've been playing a very defaulty game of BGMI. They've got the fundamentals and basics right, and they have been executing their strats, right? They're not doing anything out of ordinary. They're just doing simple things right.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much, they're just pushing close towards the centric part of the circle, holding that spot down for as long as possible, and luckily enough for them, the zone as well is not moving that far away. So for God's Omen, things are falling in the court. They're getting that consistency. Los Hermanos as well, if they keep on racking up that many amount of points, I'm pretty sure Los Hermanos might just build an insane lead.
Well, that is going to be very, very important as well, because now we've given you guys a little bit insights here on how the teams are performing. We've given you guys a little bit inside scoop here from our man Fixers. But I'm curious to see what the audience think about this here, because we're going to be jumping into a very, very short interview with you guys on the event itself, because right now it is going to be salty.
अच्छा ये बात बताओ, आज आप सब यहाँ पे आए हो, कैसा लग रहा है, माहौल कैसा लग रहा है, लैंड पहली बार देख रहे हो?
माहौल पूरा वेवी है भाई, वेवी एकदम। आज हम लोग आए हैं भाई सोम बाबू को सपोर्ट करने के लिए। सोम बाबू, जैसे आपने बार पिछली बार ट्रॉफी उठाई थी, इस बार भी वैसे ही उठानी है।
इस बार तो भाई ने अपना प्रेडिक्शन बता दिया ऑलरेडी, बट आप लोगों से जानना है मुझे, भाई सपोर्ट करे 8-बिट और सोम बाबू को, आप लोग किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, अच्छे से बताओ।
भाई एलएचएस भी बहुत तगड़ा खेल रही है, ये बता रहा हूँ, मतलब बहुत ही अनबिटेबल कंपटीशन दे रही है इस टाइम पे लोगों को। मतलब प्रेडिक्शन नहीं थी कि इतना गंदा मारेगी। 16 किल्स के साथ चिकन निकाला उसने भाई, मजाक नहीं है।
इनसेन। तो आप लोग देख सकते हो कि यहाँ पे बड़े प्लेयर्स जो हमारे बड़े नाम है, उनके साथ साथ अंडरडॉग्स के भी लिए बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट है। ये खत्म होता रहेगा, ये मजा और ज्यादा आता रहेगा, बट मेक श्योर यू ट्यून इनटू द ब्रॉडकास्ट फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ द मैचेस। थैंक यू सो मच। सॉलिड साइनिंग आउट।
Very, very interesting interview as well here, because, you know, experts' opinions, you know, I want to see what the crowd is vibing as well, but it seems like the energy is an all-time high here in the event itself.
Yeah, and it's quite surprising, right? We're able to see a Los Hermanos supporter. Usually you see in lands the teams are supported and which are quite the no-names, but this time even Los Hermanos are being supported.
Well, all things considered here, we are going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we are going to be coming back with the next game up on screen.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing, I never know where my mind went.
Welcome back after that short break to the Realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals Day 1. 2 games done and dusted so far, and Los Hermanos still stay as the table toppers with 31 points accumulated, but God's Omen now slowly and steadily starting to build up a lead for themselves too.
I mean, the level of consistency this new name has displayed, especially in the first 2 games of the LAN final, was unexpected, to be honest, and extremely surprising. And it seems like it has caught a lot of those experienced name off guard. But as you were talking about Los Hermanos, that safety cushion we were talking about in that game 1, it seems like those 5 points do keep them still in a decent bit of advantage against rest of the competition. But if this goes on, if they lose that momentum, then all of that hard work, all of that extravagant performance from game 1 is going to fade away.
Listen, gentlemen, next up is Sanhok. Now, in Erangel and Miramar, you can set the tempo, you can control it. In Sanhok, everything goes astray.
Pretty much, right? Sanhok is supposed to be one of the unorthodox maps, one of the maps that is extremely oriented by the circle itself, and you can also say that it does sort of bring in that luck factor into play as well. The teams that we expected to perform are currently sitting on the latter half of the board. K9, TWOB, the names just keep on going on and on. These known names, they need to start hitting the deck, they need to start performing, and as you guys mentioned, the match 3 is also going to be the map of Sanhok. That means we might just see a few unexpected comebacks.
But as you were talking about the new, known names a few moments ago, Necro, we have to say, I mean, God's Reign, that recovery in Miramar, it's actually looking pretty good. And we all know Destro, he knows how to control the momentum for the day. If they can secure this map of Sanhok, especially that Paradise Resort drop, if they have that isolated all to themselves, you never know. Maybe we're going to see God's Reign take the first spot.
No, that's the thing with Destro and all the other experienced teams, right? They kind of tend to stay around the 4th or 5th position by the end of first day. It's usually day number 2 where they kind of stage their comeback. They kind of gauge the lobby, and I feel like they're trying to understand the pace, because so far it's all been about teams third-partying each other, and the one that remains, that one that comes for the cleanup, eventually gets a chicken.
And you know what? Since we're expecting so many comebacks, maybe you guys should expect comebacks from Genesis Esports and TWOB as well. These are 2 teams that are not doing too good in the overall standings on the latter half of the board, currently sitting down in the dirt, and hopefully they are able to pull themselves out in these upcoming 2 Sanhoks, especially as I mentioned, since it's a zone-oriented map. Just place yourself in this max center and be shooting turrets.
And of course, within all of these stories, there's also the story of TWOB official. The first 2 games not really going their way, still expecting to see at least one big massive pop-off from TWOB official in day number 1 itself. And again, I mean, these are new players, fresh faces on the block, extremely nervous, but also happy to be here.
But if you remember how TWOB official played in the semifinals as well at the start, we all thought TWOB is not going to be able to qualify. But then that one outstanding game from Aim Hacks and the boy Shady just saved the day for TWOB official and made them qualify towards the land.
I was talking to them about how their journey in the semifinals went, and I mean, I don't know if I should say this, they were of the opinion that they don't even know what happened to them during that time. They were like, teams were coming towards us, somehow we were winning fights, and it all just worked out in the end. Liability, we were talking about Liability so much from this team as well, as to how he was always getting taken out early. And even he was like, for some reason, I was the one initiating the fights and getting those finishes towards the end.
Yeah, so I guess they're a prime example of happy to be here at this point. But generally speaking, the map of Sanhok is definitely going to be exhilarating. It will be thrilling. And of course, you guys get ready with your popcorns, because Sanhok always brings in a new winner. As we move on towards Sanhok, we expect a few comebacks ourselves.
We certainly do. And ladies and gentlemen, lo and behold, as we take it up the skies, this time round the rainforest, the flight path trajectory all the way from Camp Alpha towards docks. And eyes will be on boot camp. It will be on Paradise Resort. As Johnny, we certainly are anticipating some early turbulence there.
Yeah, I mean, we are expecting early fights. It is Sanhok for crying out loud, but let's see how things turn out. This is going to be a flight path that basically enables the teams to drop on the entirety of the map, but that early cluster forming towards Camp Alpha, it's going to have a lot of these IGLs a little worried. There's a cluster heading towards the eastern side as well. God's Reign, they should be able to make it to Paradise Resort, but should we worry about Genesis?
I mean, I would, given the fact that how they've played the first 2 games. But for Genesis, we know Sanhok has been one of their strongest suits in the online stages. Now they drop down uncontested. Right next to them, you can see the players of Los Hermanos.
It seems like NON has a drop clash, kind of, with the players of Rising Inferno.
Not yet. They're kind of aware of each other's position, but nobody has really taken arms. I think it's all about the first zone getting formed, and then they could charter their course, map things out on where to rotate. Because again, if you have that western circle, but this time we've got a little bit of that mix, right? Almost 60% of the entire zone engulfed in waters.
I mean, hey man, the circle looks exciting, as you said, almost I would say 50-40% in the water itself, but rest of it is leading towards the northern half of this map of Sanhok. But Fixes drawing attention to what is up with TWOB official. Man, that split, it looks extremely weird. They're going to have to be cautious, especially with TWOB present in Barn.
This is actually looking quite outrageous. And look at this, Team Insane. Well, kind of dropping down around their usual territory. It's going to be Painan. They're going to be calling it home. But imagine you drop at the heart of Sanhok and you're still outside the circle in the very first zone. So that goes on to show that this is going to be one hell of a game. But for now, I mean, so many teams actually, John, if you talk about it, are on the southern side of the map. Everybody needs to rotate in. That means we're anticipating some early fights.
Hey man, I'm just disappointed that Sanhok has started. It's been 2.5 minutes and we haven't really seen an early fight yet.
Yeah, that's a
Give
bummer.
us some action. That's what I'm hoping for. But with all these teams having this comfortable start, we can be sure about one thing, that the mid-game, which basically is going to be in the next 7 to 8 minutes, is going to get extremely chaotic. Oh, well, scratch that. 8-bit going up against 4TR, and it's going to be 4TR to kick things off. Somraj knocked out. Should be an easy finish conversion, but where is the rest of the 8-bit squad? They're closing in from the southeastern side of the hill, and it's not going to be an easy gap for them to cover. But before they even show up, their IGL is going to be finished off. First pick of the game going to 4TR. Pain is live.
And the shenanigans continue. Pain is live. Loves this map of Sanhok. And everybody who's been a part of the online stages watching this on the broadcast know how deadly 4TR suddenly becomes once they enter the rainforest, and so is the case this time as well. Somraj taking that early blow, definitely not good signs for Team 8-bit. As of now, God's Rain, they've also quickly hovered around Paradise Resort, got their loot done, and same goes with Los Hermanos. This time around the eastern side, trying to inject themselves, but 4TR and 2OP official, Johnny, looking quite close to each other. Maybe another fight is in the making.
Could be. 4TR. I mean, that start in game number 1 itself was quite incredible. Miramar not so much, but maybe they can bring themselves back on this map of Sanhok, spotted out by the players of 2OP official now though. Moving along their merry way, they want to take control of any safe haven they can find as close to the center as possible. But here come the players of 4 Miracle and 2OP official. They're going to be forced to run for their lives, do not really want to take this early fight.
Yeah, I'm kind of startled how 2OP officials are really approaching in the Grand Finals LAN stages. This is one of those teams that loves taking those fights and now running away from it. And for Miracle Esports, a team that just recently got the chicken dinner in the previous game, and what a journey it has been for these boys. From being the underdogs under the banner of Team Limra, all the way to for Miracle Esports. They lost out on their IGL. Dragon took the helms, and now he's finally starting to show up. But look at this, Genesis. They already have secured one finish. The IGL, Shadow, did manage to get one. And now they find themselves in a decent spot.
Genesis, considering their smack center of the zone, even as one single player not being there can have a massive impact on the end result of this particular match. Look at this though, NON, Godex on the shoreline, rolling forward slowly and steadily. Now the question becomes, when does the interaction against the players of Rising Inferno actually take place over here? And I believe Godex is the only one who's managed to make it towards the eastern island.
Does he know? Is he aware, Johnny, that Goten is right next to him, just slithering through the grasses? And seems like Goten, he knows. He knows it's all about Godex revealing himself. And we know Goten and Sanhok, they share a different love story. has pulled off insane clutches in this map. A clutch against the players of Alibaba Raiders to be the one.
Shots fired. No contact though. Still, the game remains at a standstill. Almost all of the teams finding their way inside of the zone except all but 5. If Team Forever still in Chami. 8-bit still towards Dogs, God's Omen along with TWOB, Camp Bravo. And Insane just north of Query, but another fight breaking out. And it is God's Omen this time around who have had one of their players hit the floor. Goku knocked out.
Okay.
TWOB looking to find the finish, or maybe looking for those extra frags as they make the push. The bounce comes through. Rapido closing in the distance. Stone BGMI is going to be the first line of defense. But the back line is going to be the first one to fall. Gyro God, the second player from the side of God's Omen, knocked out, and Stone, he becomes the third. TWOB, it seems like they're headed towards a clean squad wipe.
Yeah, they certainly are. Very well orchestrated in this fight. Just creating enough panic for the players of God's Omen to have their attentions diverted and eventually striking. And finally, you could see those cracks forming up, right? Now, this is what we were talking about. God's Omen, first 2 games, Erangel, Miramar, they had enough points. And suddenly in Sanhok, things aren't looking that great. Superman, he manages to escape, but at what cost? Has already lost out on all of his teammates. Feeling quite lonely as even the circle shift. Look at this. God's Reign find themselves at the very center of the circle. Even Rising Inferno having a decent chunk. Same goes with Team Eggy and Los Hermanos. Again, a very nice rotation from the eastern side. And as a matter of fact, it's going to be interesting. What do they do next? Northern side, Cow.
I mean, at this point, if they do move towards Cow, they're going to start praying for the circle to move up north. But Superman, he's going to have to pull off some actual Superman moves in order to survive. 8-bit being right there in front of him. But ladies and gentlemen, a thing that's been there in front of us all this time, it's going to be the Realme GT7. Incredible performance on this amazing device. 120 FPS of stable BGMI for 6 hours. Comes with a 7000 mAh battery.
Look at Mafia galloping across the forest, enjoying himself. That warm breeze, humidity at its peak, tensions increasing. Team Forever, previous game, of course, a valiant effort from this young lad. Fight against Team 8-bit. Somraj did have the last laugh, eventually to be backslapped by the players of for Miracle Esports. As for now, Anonymous, he's taken up arms against the likes of Team Insane, but this is how the entire fight of God's Omen and TWOB brewed up, right? It was TWOB just pushing in tandem, isolating their players, and you could see even the coaching staff quite impressed with their approach. This was much needed, right?
Yeah, and it was a very clean fight, to be honest, as well. I mean, an easy cleanup, the distractions working out in their favor, and TWOB just punishing every single move made by God's Omen. But it seems like God's Omen isn't the only team TWOB want to fight with. Just now on the finish feed, did see them getting involved in another conflict. I believe it was Team Insane that they were going after. But Rising Inferno, it seems like they spotted out the players of K9 Esports, and it's going to be PMWI IGL to kick things off along with Omen. Owen, who gets that first finish for his team.
Look at this, Team Forever now being pushed through by the players of TWOB, but Team Forever do have a nice spread to work around, but no, the important piece falls, and it's going to be Mafia who bites the dust. TWOB again having their numbers strong, but now look at those trades coming in. A grenade well delivered, and Anonymous, he falls down. Eskana just patching himself up. Cheyenne and Thunder, they have to play together. Another grenade flung over by Cheyenne, does not connect. And now TWOB still holding on to the numbers. Where's Oves? He's got a different angle, Johnny.
He does have a different angle, but they still need to be cautious. They are quite exposed. They managed to keep the opponents at bay, but K9 on the other side taking on the players of NoNx. It seems like they are the ones dominating that fight right now, having secured the opening finish. And of course, a decent position in the circle under their control as well. But talking about the zone itself, Team Forever and Insane and TWOB, all of them are going to be forced to move and make a run for their lives, because look at that, the circle making a shift towards Cow and Thatmok fixes. This works out very well in the favor of Los Hermanos.
It does, but look at what's coming right next to them. It's Team 8-Bit. And even the likes of Team Forever are rotating, both of them just following each other. So Los Hermanos should acknowledge the presence of enemy right on their tails. But I really feel like Rising Inferno Esports has a nice chance at getting a chicken dinner. They're well spread across. They've got some nice ridges to even play around with. And this could work out if they play their cards right.
But fixes, we have the first team to be eliminated in this game. Unfortunately, it is going to be K9 Esports. An early exit happened to them. Last player surviving center of the circle does get picked off, but Team Forever, they want to make this bounce on the position of 8-Bit. That was a slowdown, and they can get punished for it. Demonstrated out from either side. That's Shayan, and away is all going to be dropped extreme low, and the opening knock is going to be found by Equinox himself. The finish conversion also comes through, and even being a player down, 8-Bit fighting for their lives.
Yeah, mistakes made, and they were punished for that. A little bit of that overstretch, and Team Forever not having control over the vehicles had to make work with those buggies, and we also how Waste lost his life, and now Team Forever feel quite disabled in this one, especially with just 2 players alive. Their heads cut off around the edges, and just to make matters worse, Team 8-Bit, they are the ones who spotted them out. Cheyenne still inside the little hut. Equinox, imagine Johnny, had he had a 3x or a 2 times, does not matter. He still is just that good. And now, the gates to hell have opened up. Team 8-Bit have already initiated the flush.
Yeah, and it fixes, as you were saying, had he had a 2x or a 3x, it would have been worse for Team Forever, because with how that spray went, man, they would have pretty much laid out the entire team. But that's the second for Equinox, and of course 3 players still left for the side of 8-Bit, so now they hold the upper hand against the side of Team Forever. Although it's still not going to be an easy rotation inside of the circle, because once you move towards Cow, you have Team Aryan, you have Los Hermanos waiting for you. And TWOB, by the way, still are holding on to that northeastern edge of that play zone. They're waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Oh, indeed they are. I mean, at that point, when you look at TWOB, still around the edges, but look at this fight. Los Hermanos, we were anticipating 8-Bit, Team Forever, but Team Aryan seems to have arrived. And at this point, Team Aryan, they've got a very nice approach. All 3 players, you know, in a linear fashion, whilst Los Hermanos, they were playing for angles around the center, and seems like Shadow, he's managed to thread the needle there. He's got Devotee down. And for Team Aryan, the second official land as individuals, they're doing quite decent. But Shadow, he shows himself, but Cyrex maintains that discipline, Johnny. And now even Devotee, he's brought back to life.
Let's see what they can accomplish though now. But as Team Forever makes the push for the lumberyard hunt, I don't think he's going to be able to survive for long, surrounded from every single direction, and Thunder might just get dropped. Nade being cooked by him, tries to take down Pro, but I don't think it's going to be up to any avail, as Eggy will also have a line of fire. In fact, a perfect position to just lob a nade and pick off that 1 point. Could be the opener for Team Eggy.
Yeah, and this could be where they redeem themselves back right into the game, right? A perfect circle right at the TBD center. The only thing is you've got too many slithering snakes around you, and a lot of them one-man team. At this point, Eggy did have that little whiff, but maybe Thunder's around him, and Pro OP, he gets the deed done. And look at this, the flush comes in. Gamla boy just charging through, but from the sidelines, gets picked off. Kaliug, he gets that knock and will instantly finish him off. But again, Kaliug now reveals his position, Johnny. Rapido still in the unknown, and Kaliug still alive. But for how long is the question?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. But TWOB, they have to be celebrating right now. Or maybe not, as the nade from Eggy makes contact and Rapido drops to the floor. But Kaliug, he's still there, can still have an opportunity to walk away with a few bonus points for his team. TWOB, hands shaking, players bleeding left and right, and Eggy on the other side. They realize that it's now or never. Everyone is around them. They are smack center, the center of attention for this entire lobby, and now might be the time to secure those frags, to secure those finishes.
Oh, indeed. At this point, this is where I feel like the silence gets broken down. So far, it's been fights happening in small packets. Nothing really bursting out, but it's like an eerie silence has started taking over. As even the players of NoNx, they get themselves a little hot there. A fight against Team Genesis as Apollo does manage a trade. Even Godex down on his knees as even the circle is starting to close in. Can Levi actually get a couple of finishes as he's just inching in close? Still just running through the grass. Maybe hoping that he finds Nox. Does have that grenade and a Molotov to work with. And Apollo, he's got that higher ground advantage.
He does have the high ground advantage, but what does he make of it? That's going to be the big question. And meanwhile, Genesis, they have to be extremely cautious over here as well, because the more noise they make, the more attention will be upon them as they make their move towards the zone. Finish secured, 6 finishes on the board now for Genesis. But before we talk about their fate, 8-bit, it seems like, have bitten off a little bit more that they can chew as Raiden gets picked up by Team Insane, and all of a sudden Aquinox finds himself as the last survivor for his team. On the other side of things, Los Hermanos, no finishes in the game yet. All 4 players intact, though Carlin almost bleeding out. Will he survive? And at the last second, they reach him, so the revive will come through. And also Spy with a beautiful nade does find the opening for his team. This is the reset that Los Hermanos were looking for.
Yeah, but now they also have to squeeze themselves inside the zone and just have that coupe to play around, and it's a 2-seater vehicle. And look at Aquinox, the push came in at his direction. Aquinox did strike. Does he get another? Can he pull off a clutch? That's the big ask, and no, eventually fails. It's going to be Carlin from the backlines who gets the deed done. As for Team Aryan, Hitler, the last man alive, as Los Hermanos again playing to their strengths. Third-parting teams left, right, and center. Even Team Eggy find themselves in a little bit of situation as Hiltra strikes once more. This time a knock on Los Hermanos as Carlin on his knees as Hitler, that Molotov, too much. Spy getting dealt with. This is where absolute pandemonium across the entirety of Sanhok has taken place.
And of course, in that chaos, even Los Hermanos end up losing their possession in this game. We're down to the top 6. God's Rain getting shot at by Team Eggy, and Destro is going to be the man hitting the floor. 3 players still left. Delta right behind him. It is going to be Justin. He crawls towards the revive initiated. God's Rain looking to make a comeback with this match. They've kept their heads down. They've found their way into the top 6. Technically with all 4 players still alive. But the question is, are we going to see Destro get a chicken dinner on day 1 itself?
This could be the game. This could be it, right? The position's compromised, but they've got the men alive. And you know, the probabilities are true. Every single time, Destro, if he successfully keeps his player alive towards the 5th or 6th circle, then his chances of getting a chicken dinner does increase. But this time, he's got 40 TR. They're kind of well aware of God's Rain's position. They can even catch the players off for Miracle Esports off guard. And now even Team Insane, whilst they were taking that move, hold on, they get eliminated. It's going to be Murnox. And even for Team Eggy, we did see a couple of moments earlier, they had a couple of players down, but somehow they've recuperated. And now they also find themselves with 5 finishes to their name. Reaper could have been 6th.
All 4 players from the side of Team Eggy intact. And now finally forced to exit that lumberyard. It's not going to be an easy run with 4 Miracle having the prime spot to finish this game with a chicken dinner as well. But the spray towards the players of God's Rain. Team Eggy desperate for those points one way or the other, have decided it's better to go for those finishes before they get picked off on the board. But the trade is going to be made. Pro dropped from the side of Eggy by God's Rain. And as JD Gaming found that trade for his team, they could not really capitalize upon it. Justin brought back. Although God's Rain still left in this match just with 3 players. And especially considering they are going to be forced to run over the ridge to get exposed. I mean, it is difficult to visualize a way for them to win a chicken dinner from here on out, Fixes.
Interesting. I mean, it's all about that waiting game going on right now, and Justin losing his life out to the play zone does not make things easier for God's Reign when they have to somehow flush themselves in, find some means, but no. JD Gaming restricts them, and even Beard Baba doubling down. He's going to steal all those finishes as God's Reign heavily losing out on numbers, and last remains will be Neo. And now even he's surrounded. The circle has also gone away from him with artillery barrage from left, right and center. Even 4TR, they've got their eyes, but they still have a lot on their plates, as even NoNx, he gets himself inside this little muddy area where he lands in a lot of finishes. And Team Eggy surprisingly are doing too good, but for Miracle Esports, it could be a back-to-back.
Yeah, it has to be there when their position is the best. You can call it the God spot inside of the game, and Eggy are finally going to be forced to run out into the open, but as Eggy steps out, almost getting knocked out, he is putting the pressure on the players of 4 Miracle. 4TR from the rear as well, causing unnecessary harm, but one after the other, the players of Eggy start to fall. 3 players knocked out. 4 Miracle, can you get these points in the bag? They have 7 finishes on the board as they find their way inside of the top 3. Eggy down to their last man. 4TR, 2 players left in the backlines with 6 eliminations on the board, hoping for a third party, but Eggy, he is pushed through, too close for comfort, gets picked off. That's going to be the 8th finish on the board for 4 Miracle, and now finally towards the end game, it's a 4 versus 2. The health bars look quite low, but it's going to be the nades from the side of 4 Miracle. That pull off of Miracle, it's going to be a back-to-back chicken dinner. First Miramar and then Sanhok, conquered by the same team on day 1 itself. And fixtures as the topic has remained the same after that game 1. I don't think it is going to change, my man. It is the domination of the Undergods on the first day of the grand finals of Realme BMPS 2025.
Talk about a comeback, and how. Look at this, always frowned upon for Miracle, even Dragon as an IGL. Lots of eyebrows raised, and what an occasion to shut everybody down. A back-to-back chicken dinner. This is sublime stuff. And they did talk about having certain plans in Sanhok. Seems like they've executed it to perfection.
Almost a year ago in Hyderabad, this man Dragon was playing his first LAN under a different banner. Wasn't really able to perform on the first 2 days. Everyone went up to him, asked him, buddy, what went wrong? And he was very upfront about being nervous. We checked, handshaking before the matches, was stammering when he was trying to speak on the stage as well, extremely nervous. Transition to a year later. What a great start within the first 3 matches, Necro, right?
Yeah, you're talking about Team Limra all the way back. Gokul used to be the IGL, but now Gokul is leading Diesel Esports. And unfortunately, Diesel Esports is not able to make it to the LAN finals, but this man's team, he's able to make it to the LAN finals, and not just make it, he's dominating it so far. Back-to-back chicken dinners for Miracle Esports. They have made a statement and a half. This game at Sanhok for Miracle Esports, they had a solid hold on the compound, and the compound was constantly inside of the circle too. And we all know, somewhere down line, it was going to be a 4 Miracle Esports game, and it was in the end.
You know, not really. Because, you know, when you look at how 4 Miracle really scripted this chicken dinner, they were playing around the edges throughout the entire game. It was all about finding that perfect window. And that is when all these teams were fighting against each other. 4 Miracle Esports, they took that very ballsy move. And as a result of which, got that position. Of course, the circle also favored them.
Once again, 4 Miracle Esports, after getting back-to-back chicken dinners, they're definitely gonna be happy. And to have a bit of that word, let's move on to the stage.
Surprise! ये Dragon ने बोला था. Exactly 1 game prior, he said that you can look and search for the surprise. Well, we are not surprised because you guys played really well. Congratulations. 3rd game, 2nd chicken dinner. Couldn't have imagined for a better start, didn't you?
Yeah. Actually, we thought we dropped in Pine and Garage. We thought we will only have 1 vehicle, but our luck was too good. We got 4 vehicles, including the garage vehicle. So we took the zone easily and we played split, and we got the zone till the end. That's it.
They say that, you know, you learn a lot when you lose. But what do you learn and what do you take away when you're winning 2 back-to-back chicken dinners? What's the discussion for the next game? What's the planning for the next game? Because everything went well, everything went fine. So now what do you discuss, Dragon?
Actually, what we discussed is, can we do the same plan? Because everyone might know how we dropped, so we might get targets, or they might steal the vehicles. So we we'll plan accordingly to that.
And talking about the plans, of course, I know Dragon now, you do not like revealing your plans, but you won this map. Next map is also Sanhok. So anything different that you're going to approach for the next map?
I mean, you know the answer, what I give for the last match interview. You know the answer. I won't reveal it.
But anything that we should look forward to?
I don't think so.
All right, so right now Dragon is keeping his secrets to himself, and that's fine, right? Because we want to experience some great BGMI action, and अगले मैच के लिए क्या आप anticipate कर सकते हैं? मैप सेम होने वाला है, लेकिन क्या winners सेम होंगे या कुछ change आ सकता है? ये सब समझने के लिए चलते हैं हमारे analyst की तरफ.
After this game, there's a big chance we might just see 4Miracle Esports at the top of the charts on the first spot in the overall standings. But have a look at the highlights too. This is how the action kicked off.
I mean, it was a very chaotic game at the start, especially with TWOB, Insane, 8-Bit, all of these clashing outside in the blue zone itself. And they weren't really able to make it inside of the late game stages. Because of that, we saw that desperate push that came in from 8-Bit as well towards the Lumberyard. Everyone got picked off.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of was quite sketchy, to be honest, Negro. Really did not expect 8-Bit to be taking fights like that, and even for Team Forever making those small little mistakes, eventually costing them. But even for 4TR, now this is another team that we need to touch upon because they've got some really good numbers, especially on Sanhok. Seems like they've kind of cracked the code every single time 4TR comes into play. Even in this one, a top 3 finish isn't too shabby.
Of course it's not, right? 4TR is someone that's also been a decent bit consistent. Yeah, the map in Miramar was a bit of that mishap. It was not that good of a map, but the first game itself, 4TR was doing pretty good. And now this game too, 4TR, they have definitely made a point. Eggy as well, we have seen a bit of that bounce back in this particular game itself, but is that really enough? That's the main question. God's Reign, they're trying their best to be as consistent as possible on the board, but this time around they needed to move out in the open, and because of that, they got picked off in the open, which was quite unfortunate. In the final few moments, we saw a bit of that standoff between the players of 4TR and 4Miracle Esports, and 4Miracle Esports, after getting back-to-back, they do definitely seem a lot more confident, but now it just raises a lot of questions for the upcoming game. Are we going to see any possible more comebacks today itself on this map?
Brothers, did you see something there inside the room of 4Miracle Esports?
Yes, it was Amit.
Yes, Amit. Amit has been recently added into the roster.
Yeah.
He's been working on the lads, and clearly the results are quite visible.
Yeah, I mean, with the way they've been playing, showcasing a lot of patience, it's been working pretty well, and that's why they're also able to convert the zones into chicken dinners. We've got the MVP of the previous match itself, 4 finishes, 4 knocks. That's going to be the man, Insane Yash.
I mean, incredible performance coming in from Team Insane, especially the confidence that they were able to display after the tough performance in the first 2 games. This map of Sanhok, at least, they're proactively looking for those fights. And Yash definitely doing quite well for himself. 4 finishes in the 18 minute and 42 seconds he was able to survive in this game. Was a decent start to their day, in fact.
Yeah, generally speaking, I expected a lot more, even from a few more teams like Genesis Esports. I expected a lot more, even from the side of 8-Bit. But once again, the performance was sort of missing in this game. But hopefully in the upcoming game off Sanhok, they might just be able to pull themselves back. But a bit of that shot from Team Insane on how they prepared before the day itself and how they got ready kept their mentality refreshed. But as we move on towards the top 5 players, Yash is going to be there at the top, but Pain is Life from 4TR is on the second.
And even Rapido, another new entrant into this. Beard Baba, he's been quite consistent even in the previous game. He's been in the scene for quite a long time. Even for Team Eggy, it felt like, Johnny, it was a Team Eggy's game, right?
Yeah.
It was just that final circle shift that kind of switched that chicken dinner away and gave it to the players of 4Miracle.
I'm going to talk about something that's not that important, but Rapido's got the most amount of beard, and Beard Baba does not have any beard, so technically Rapido's name should be Beard Baba. Names should be exchanged there. But you know what? We've got the match rankings on the screen. 4Miracle Esports getting 20 points out of that one. 10 elimination points due to back it up. 4TR getting 12 points in total. Solid stuff. Eggy, a bit of a bounce back from them, getting 12 points as well.
I mean, incredible performances. We're going to come back to what you just said a few moments ago.
I do not.
Before that, we'll have a look
I
at
never
the
heard
overall
that.
rankings. Overall rankings. 4Miracle, as you said, that performance puts them in the first position. Los Hermanos, that safety cushion is gone. But 1 point difference between the top 2, and then there's a 10-point difference between the second and the third. 4TR, they have also been quite consistent, by the way.
Now, honestly speaking, if anybody would have asked me if 4TR would be in the top 3 after 3 games, I would have said no without even blinking. But now, look at them. They're here.
Would you have said that 4Miracle would be first?
No.
After the first 3 matches?
Not even Los Hermanos.
Yeah.
And this is the LAN.
Generally speaking, the way for Miracle Esports started off in the round one, none of us expected them to be there at the tabletop in the grand finals. But now for Miracle Esports, the performance has just completely flipped, and we love to see it. That's been the best possible thing about this BMPS, right? It's been unpredictable.
It has been, I mean, quite unpredictable. But it's going to be interesting to see, can they actually keep the momentum going? But I guess we have some exciting things lined up, right?
Exactly. Let's move on to an interview.
ऑल राइट हम हैं दिल्ली में एंड हम जब आए यहाँ पे ऑडियंस के बीच में तो हमने स्पॉट किए यहाँ पर आपके चहीते क्रिएटर्स सो वी हैव डायनामो एंड आराध्या विद अस शोर मचाओ यार क्या बात है यार क्या बात है ये है दिल्ली का प्यार जो अभी हमें देखने को मिल रहा है बट डायनामो आप लोग आए हो लैंड पे कैसा लग रहा है ये प्यार देख के
बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है सब भाई लोग ही है तो सबसे मिलना हमेशा अच्छा लगता है मुझे सो इट्स अगेन द सेम फीलिंग
क्या बात है सो अभी ऑल्सो नो दैट टीम अभी लैंड में खेल रही है तो क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस लेके आए हो आप टीम को लेके
ऑफ कोर्स ट्रॉफी उठानी है फर्स्ट मैच वाज नॉट दैट गुड सेकंड मैच में अच्छा कमबैक हो गया लेट्स होप कि थर्ड मैच अच्छा आ जाए एंड स्ट्रैटेजी वुड बी फर्स्ट डे एवरेज पॉइंट सेकंड डे स्ट्रेस फ्री थर्ड डे फुल बूम बम
क्या बात है यार बूम बम एक बार जरा आपके यू नो टोन में पट्ट से हेडशॉट हो जाए बहुत इंतजार किया है मैंने क्या बात है क्या बट मैंने आपका एक बहुत यू नो बड़ा फैन स्पॉट किया जो कि वहाँ पे पीछे है वो जो आप पोस्टर देख रहे हो इनके हाथ में ये इनके पास 2022 से है और ये इंतजार कर रहे थे आपसे मिलने के लिए
हमेशा लाइन पे आते हैं और हमेशा पोस्टर्स में बहुत सारे नाम लिख के आते हैं हमेशा
क्या बात है एक लास्ट मैसेज आपके फैंस के लिए जो आप देना चाहोगे
ये देखो ये एक और फोटो है मैसेज में ये देना चाहूँगा कि जितना सपोर्ट करते हैं हमेशा इतनी सपोर्ट करते रहो एंड जो भी होगा जैसा भी होगा यू नो विल गिव आवर बेस्ट
ऑलराइट एक बार शोर हो जाए कम ऑन दिल्ली की पब्लिक मेक सम नॉइज फॉर डायनामो गेमिंग कम ऑन थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू सो मच थैंक यू सो मच
Of course, Dynamo, one of the owners of God's Arena, is here to support his own team. Yeah, I mean, pretty much the same thing, right?
No, it's not pretty much the same thing.
We need to get him up with all the legal aspects.
Yeah, just tell me, how does that work? So what is the difference between an owner and a co-owner?
An owner owns 100% stake of something. Co-owner does not own 100% stake of something.
Interesting. I learned something new. But you know what? Hey, I mean, clearly Dynamo was extremely happy when he stepped his foot inside of the arena. He's definitely having a great time with the fans as well, communicating with them. And of course, looking at his team not do so good in the overall standings so far, I'm pretty sure he will be doing his best to motivate them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, I would still not rule out Gosrin. They're in a decent position. Come on, Necro. 21 points is where they're sitting at. And imagine, Johnny, one more good game, one chicken dinner, and they're right at the top. This is the thing about teams like Godstrain, Team Forever, 8-Bit. All it takes is that one game, but I'm concerned about K9. What on earth is going on, guys?
Look, for K9 Esports, it feels like they're just still not able to find that proper groove. It feels like as a team, K9 Esports is still trying to find that sweet spot. You see them taking those fights, and it feels like the individual players are falling apart instantly the moment the fight begins, which is not a great thing. As a team, K9 Esports still needs to find that uniting point, and the moment they do so, we know K9 Esports will click in well. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Alright team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Superman. The most powerful being on planet Earth.
Your choices, your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
He's not a man. He's an it.
Three games already done and dusted, and if you ask me, I'm still startled looking at the overall standings. Welcome back, folks. You're watching the day number 1 of the grand finals of Realme BMPS 2025, and this time I've got Necro and IC along with me. IC, second game was a chicken dinner for Miracle Esports. A lot of people DM me saying it was a fluke, and the third game, they got it once again. Your thoughts on that?
Hey, all things considered here, after they got the second chicken dinner, we had an interview with Dragon specifically. Guess what? It's going to be a surprise. And the surprise is back-to-back chicken dinners, baby. And for Miracle, a team that I would say in terms of the predictions between the community and also the casters here, we've had predictions for Miracle over the seasons. But finally, okay, fine. Look there. Look at his smirky face. It's like he somehow predicted for Miracle here. So, Insider, what happened for Miracle?
It feels like for Miracle Esports, they just somehow found themselves in the Smack Center. And just as usual, the moment the zone is constantly shifting on top of you on the map of Sanhok, you pretty much know you will be the one to come out on top. And that's what exactly happened to the players of for Miracle Esports. At the start, once again, they showcased patience. And when they knew it's time to strike, they did it so well.
Hey, I just caught a glimpse of Los Hermanos actually pulling up some strat books and papers as well. It seems like they are doing their homework. And I talked about this during the start of the day. First map of debut, pretty much done and dusted. All 3 maps has been played. Now it's all about adaptations here. And to kick things off here, the second map of Sanhok for the entire series in Grand Finals is happening in play here. Will they be able to adapt? We see even more maps again. Look, let's take a look at what
all right.
For okay, I can't see nothing. I can't see nothing.
So Necro, I mean, he's one of those gentlemen who always has those unpopular opinions, and I have this thought in my mind. Los Hermanos are still there in the top 3 because of that first explosive chicken dinner. Second and the third games haven't really gone their way.
Of course, they were a complete flop, right? And that's one of the main reasons, as you mentioned, why they're still in the top 3 with 35 points on the second spot. If Los Hermanos does not do anything in this upcoming game, that lead right there will start to fade away, because soon Rising Inferno will start to do really good. Even God's Omen will start to step things up. Maybe God's Reen can get a really big game. Or we might just see someone completely else from the latter half of the board get a massive chicken dinner and pull themselves around the top 5.
And I see 4TR official. This is a team that we've both come to love, and this is Sanhok once again. The first Sanhok they played, they secured nice amounts of points. Do you think they can get a chicken dinner in this Sanhok?
Hey, anything is possible here, but for me, right now, I'm not on the same page with you for 4TR. I'm still stuck on the picture of what Rising Inferno Esports is talking about as well, because I saw some cheat sheet. I'm trying to figure out what kind of cheat sheet that they've got in this scenario, because they pulled out literally the entire map of Sanhok right in their faces, but I can't see the scribbles or whatever is going on. What's the purpose of having that map there right there?
Let me tell you why he does not have a special spot for anyone else, because he has a special spot for BO7S.
Hey man,
right?
Hey
he just
man,
loves
it's in the past. It's in the past.
Yeah,
moving on.
He's just buried that hatchet, but I get you. And this is how we have, come across. We have evolved as a region, because now players are actually getting all their prep notes up. Everybody having what to do next, and if a certain circle forms, what to do next, and how do you really build upon it. But now coming down to the big names, Necro, what's up? K9, tell me, how can they get themselves back into the competition.
I mentioned this a while ago as well. The moment K9 Esports dives inside of a fight, it feels like the players just fall down individually. In my opinion, play as a pack. Even if you do get eliminated as a whole team. Die together.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
probably going to be the way to go for K9 Esports.
I agree. Even 8-bit as well. You can see Somraj has literally put his game face on.
And with that being said, folks, it is time. I hope you've got your popcorns ready, because once again, we'll be chartering through the rainforest. So, casters, take it away.
Exactly. Sanhok is supposed to be the map of comebacks, and still a lot of known names are on the latter half of the board. Team Forever, Genesis, TWOB, Team Insane, NoNx, K9, not doing too good in the overall standings, and this comeback map has to give them a chance as well, as the plane flop path begins all the way from Cow towards down south, which will be Bantai. And once again, this plane flop path is quite forgiving, just splitting the map into two different halves.
Yeah, speaking of a balanced flight path here as well, we do see a little bit of a balanced path for all the teams here. We don't see any kind of drop clashes yet here, but TWOB definitely a team that really stood out in that previous map as well. And even though they didn't get the top spot here, but they were one of the teams that became a very big problem for the rest of the teams to try and rotate in. In particular, I'm talking about 8-bit as well, because when we talk about game phase, I literally saw Somraj super stressed on screen as well. This is the first time seeing, I would say, the mastermind of BGMI, or in this case, the mastermind of BMPS 2025, kind of getting stumbled a little bit here.
I would like to agree with you, but Somraj has that kind of face majority of the time, so it's really tough to say if the man's nervous or if the man's stuck. But for now, for Miracle Esports, they definitely do seem stuck. All the 4 players in that one single house, while Team Insane, they've got them surrounded. And Team Insane, it does not really seem like the boys have got a better weaponry. UMP45 for the man up close and personal. Dragon, he's got his hands on the M416, and now at this point for Miracle Esports, they need to convert with everything they've got. The UMP45, it might just strike down the man up close and personal, but for Miracle Esports, there's going to be an instant cavalry available. The cover fire will be there from the players. And Team Insane, they're starting to do a lot of damage. For Miracle Esports, not looking too good this time around, and Team Insane, they unfortunately lose out on Lazy.
Oh my goodness, Dragon OP now is going to go for the flush as well. Here comes the rush, but behind the melee, Pure Baba, he was able to somehow fend them off, and now, Insane, they weren't expecting this. Now down to his low, he was able to pick up a gun, and now he takes them all out for Miracle Esports. What a clutch from Pure Baba and Dragon OP. What a shutdown. Get out of here, Insane. Sit down, boy.
This was such an awkward fight before Miracle Esports. The only reason why they won that fight was because of the initial knock they found. And all thanks to the man Dragon OP himself. The M416 struck hard, and it struck well. And for Miracle Esports, striking out the players of Team Insane off the rip in this game itself. It was such an awkward fight that came into fruition. But luckily enough for Miracle Esports, they will get another shot to maintain that lead.
My goodness, that was a very awkward fight as well, but I really like the patience coming from Dragon OP, just because of the fact that, yeah, he doesn't have the right-hand advantage here. Even though Team Insane was out and open, he wasn't exposing it, and just because of that, he baited Team Insane towards the last moment before he actually pushed in, and the moment they did, he was able to find so many picks here. So well done coming from them. For Miracle, definitely proving themselves here in the grand finals that was no fluke at all.
And if you guys want to prove yourself too, get your hands on the GT7 series. Of course, stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, code-tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves, so I would recommend you guys to check it out. But back towards the conversation that we're having, right? I mean, Los Hermanos, past 2 games, the performance has been a complete flop. Los Hermanos, now they need to pop off. Genesis Esports on the hilltop. Shots taken against Los Hermanos, unfortunately for them now, and they need to scratch that plan and reroute.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit interesting as well, because Los Hermanos, they started the day very strong here, and now immediately the points lead that they had in game 1 immediately being caught up before Miracle here. So it all comes down to its consistent gameplay, and so far for Miracle, definitely proving to be a top contender to win it out. So do not count out any single team in this tournament, because it is equal footing. But the only one that I kind of want to count out as of yet here, I'm sorry to say, what happened to OP official, because that's 0 points in 3 games.
Yeah, I don't exactly know either. 2OP, nothing's working out that well. Positioning has been pretty bad. Firepower as well, it seems like it's missing now. The team's probably struggling with a lot of confidence, and since it's the first game, probably or since it's the first day, the jitters are also starting to set in, but this was such an awkward fight that came into play from the side of Team Insane. All the 4 players funneling in from that same doorway. And what do you expect? Of course, you are going to be eliminated.
Oh my goodness, that was no reactions from the sub. No reactions at all. Interesting as well, but on screen we do see God's Reign having a little bit of run in as well as 2OP. Shady in a little awkward spot. It's pretty much pinned outside and open. God's Reign hesitant to actually push out, but Neo, he's gonna make an attempt. Here it comes, the flush comes through, and even the counter nade as well. TWOB official immediately loses Shady. Liability from outskirts, trying to provide some sort of assistance, but they do get those confirmations. So God's Reign will get a point from this skirmish.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? TWOB just seems so disconnected. Team plays missing the firepower as well. Seems like it's missing. Synergy lacking as well. And for TWOB official, everything is starting to fall apart. 1 man down, starting things off with a 3-man squad. Sanhok's supposed to give you that revival. But how are you supposed to revive yourself when you are a man down off the rip like that? For God's Reign, it will be a slow and steady start.
Yeah, as of yet, they are pretty much inside the zone, but they're not exactly safe as well. They're pretty much in a very, very awkward spot themselves. But of course, speaking of unleashing the beast here, we saw a very, very beastly moment just now. And you guys can join us with Monster, our official energy drink partner, to have some beastie moments here in the Realme BMPS 2025. But as we get Neo, he's going to be inside the car. He gets spotted out from AimHacks, but unfortunately wasn't able to find the knock here. Neo getting tagged up pretty low, but you can see AimHacks is going to back off.
Yeah, TWOB official, with how things are looking like for them, now they need to start pick and choosing their battle. With just a 3-man squad, they cannot even try and go for a full-blown execution. Right above them is K9 Esports on 8 points. So for TWOB official, one decent game can actually put them in a decent spot as well. The train's not too far away yet.
Well, speaking of the train being very, very far here, finally catch a glimpse on what 8-bit is doing. They've had a very interesting void spread, but seems like Somraj, he's going for a couple of shots here to give away fake information. And it seems like he's not getting any kind of information here, especially from 8-bit. They're pretty much out and open. They have a 2-2 split from afar, somewhat. We do see 3 here and Somraj far ahead, but no information yet on the outskirts of the zone. They are on the southern side of the zone. And Rising Inferno Esports also a top contender in this tournament as well. Very consistent runs in the past 3 games. But so far, they themselves, besides finding 1 pickoff from 4TR, nothing else has happened.
If Rising Inferno gets a chicken, they will be on top. But for Miracle Esports, they've just got a lot of points. 40 points so far. Impressive stuff. Once again, the moment you will see the next zone pop up, it's going to be revealing its true intentions, and it's going to shift on a little bit more towards that boot camp side.
Well, speaking of boot camp here, K9, they're still in towards Alpha Island. Seems like they are going to be having a little bit of a run-in with NoNx as they need to push down south as well. Omega is already ahead down towards the southern compound from Alpha Island, but they do need to cross into its main island. Boot camp is going to be the center of attention, but as soon as I say this, gunshots has been made, and K9, they spot out Roman, and that's going to be NoNx, and loses a player in the water. What a spot coming from K9 Esports.
Yeah, that's going to be an initial opening to knock. Roman down, it's not a great start. Roman will be revived though, so luckily enough for NoNx, K9 Esports isn't really on the prowl, isn't really on the hunt. But what did I just witness? Los Hermanos! What a big mess-up this was! And this mess-up is going to give a new chance to life for the players of 2OP. 2 finish points instantly converted by the man AimHacks himself. And now Botfire looking to punish the remaining 2 of Los Hermanos.
Yeah, TWOB official, they really want to push this, but they just cannot do so. Oh, nice little headshot here coming from Spy. And Botfire immediately backs off here. The TWOB official, despite wanting to push this, there's no reason for them to push out and open. There is potential stragglers from afar, but as soon as I say this here, AimHacks getting re-knocked once more from the outskites here. So TWOB official, they're forced back off the 2-player liability, recalled back into the compound. And even God's Reign, they are looking from afar. Ooh, almost getting shot here from God's Reign. There's just too many teams around them right now.
Yeah, 2OP in a big pinch. Not looking smooth. Los Hermanos in the front. In the back, you've also got God's Omen. On the left, you've got 8-bit. No matter where you go, there are foes pinned. And since they're also in the smack center, soon enough, there's a big chance their compound might just be rammed. God's Omen as well now starting to get picked off. It's quite unfortunate. A big playmaker now is knocked out. For God's Omen, the fallen man will be back upon his feet. It's not that big of a concern. Stone BGMI, he will be revived.
They're trying to rotate to center. This is something of God's Omen really likes to do, right? Get center as best as they can and then try and hold it out. But based on where they position it, it is just so difficult. And this is the reason why God's Omen went for the wide spread, just because of the fact that they don't want a potential off angle to catch them off guard mid-fight itself. So this spread here is going to help them out a little bit. But at the same time, the biggest threat is going to be God's Reign here. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Superman gets spotted out by TWOB. And again, they just cannot take fights here from the side of God's Omen. They're pretty much stranded out in the open, and this is very risky coming from them.
Yeah, it's looking extremely tough. NoNx, they're in a big wall of trouble, but even NoNx, they start to inflict a lot of pain and hurt. K9 Esports, what a big mess up this is. NoNx, they somehow flipped the table, flipped the odds, and now K9 Esports on the verge of being eliminated themselves, but no, they've still got things in check. Still, K9 Esports is looking a bit more strong. Slug all by himself on top of that bridge. This is a good Molotov. It's going to make sure that Slug's comfort zone is going to be taken away from the player himself. Yeah. Codex, Blue's on the move. Something needs to be done. The Blue's going to be dishing out a lot of damage.
No,
Codex, he needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. He does not have enough time for a first aid. And the play zone will do its mark.
Oh,
as that's going to be it for NoNx.
That was a mistake. Oh, the pressure got to him and K9 because of this small little interaction. They may have almost lost their chances here, but now they do get themselves a little bit of a second win here to try and reset for this fight. It is, after all, stage 3 circle, so they do technically have enough mats to rotate in. And look at this, based on what we see from this map, it is an open pathway from the northern side inside the zone. But now, inside the zone, however, Rising Inferno Esports once again gets center control in the tri-intersection right outskirts of boot camp. So right in the middle of the center circle, and every single team needs to somewhat push in towards them. But the problem with this compound is that you can see everything, but there's just so many off angles.
K9 Esports and their Cinderella run in this game, it needs to continue. They've managed to restock up on the meds, on the ammunition after the death crates of NoNx. And now for K9 Esports, it's going to be a clean pathway as well. Team Forever, all the way towards Pine Hat. Even they need to start to make a move towards the zone, which is quite a far away. And generally speaking, for Team Forever, they're going to be facing a lot of troubles on the way.
Yeah, definitely a lot of troubles in this scenario here. Team Forever also going to be taking a little bit later approach here, but on screen now, we do see Aryan having a little bit of a bounce back. Aryan, definitely a team that you cannot count it out. It is a mixture of the ex-Genesis as well as ex-Born Army Esports. This is a team with a lot of experience coming towards the land from BGIS 2025. These are the players that were here before, and they did mess up big time in BGIS, but this time here in the Realme BMPS, they're trying to find some footing here. But now, as soon as I say this, Devotee, Playmaker, finds us open-ended straggler, and that's going to be Morty gets taken out.
Oh no, Aryan TMG. At least they're able to find the first knockout. That's going to be the advantage that we're looking for inside of this duel. 4TR out in the open. Things not looking that great. Pain is life getting taken down extremely low. Another nade placed to that same mark. Might just do the deed. And Pain is life, the man still alive. Luckily enough, the nade was not enough to get him knocked out. It was not placed to perfection. Another nade tossed up. It's going to chip out a bit more of that damage. The man gets chipped down even low.
Oh, that Molotov was
it's going to do the job. It's perfect. It finds the pixel where Parent's life was pinned. And now for 4TR, just one more man to go. What can Utgers do? Another Molotov tossed out perfectly well. It's going to push Utgers back. The utilities, they're starting to do some serious damage. And Aryan TMG, they're starting to create the flank angles.
Yeah, but at the same time, from afar, they were able to spot a full Miracle. Gets a very nice knock, but as soon as the zone closes in, Utgers is all by himself. Here comes the flush. A great pump from Devotee, and they will clean them out. Very, very nice takedown. And for Miracle, they were forced to reset this, and because of that knock on Beer Baba, they could not engage in this fight. The third party was unsuccessful, so very, very good read here coming from Aryan. But they do need to push into the zone because they are currently stuck outside the zone right now.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage from the blue itself. Once again, to let the audience know, the people that are currently watching from their homes, guys, the vibe in the arena, it's incredible. We've got a lot of content creators coming in. Everyone's having the time of their lives. And if you guys want to be here too, enjoy your time. Just go to our Swiggy scenes, book your tickets, and be here in the land.
Yep, at the same time, Aryan, ooh, he missed the timing. Oh, he might be able to get a spray. It's good. He finds two. Aryan finds potentially another one, but that is going to be two confirmed finishes. But at the same time, the zone is about to bleed out. Does he get the bandage in time? Yes, he does, but is it going to keep him alive? Is going to be the question here. As Aryan, they need to make it the zone, but eventually the zone does take him out. And even for Miracle, they're scrambling, trying to push inside the zone. Poco barely makes it, but his health is so low, and there's so many teams inside. But on screen, we do see 8-Bit having a little bit run in, and God's Omen takes him out. That is a very, very awkward situation to be in.
It's unfortunate. God's Omen, though, once again in the smack center, the only team who's got the center control. Around them are the open fields and a few uphill terrains. For God's Omen, it's really up to them how they want to play this, but in my opinion, they should spread themselves out a little bit more. Go for that map control.
Oh, no.
8-Bit, they're starting to fall apart. As one of the men gets knocked out, Raiden not there in the game anymore. The remaining players of 8-Bit, they instantly start to make a runaway.
Oh, the
Final
timing.
2 men standing for 8-Bit.
The timing was just a little bit unfortunate as well. They felt a little bit disconnected, and Team Forever was able to spot things out, finds a very, very nice straggler. And it's going to be 1 point in the bag. 8-Bit definitely not having a great day here in the Grand Finals. But on screen here, we do see Eggy going up against Rising Inferno Esports. Murdoch's first to fall. Now Eggy continues with the push. They're trying to find something. And guess what? Owen gets taken out. And Rising Inferno Esports, they are very split off as Eggy goes for a one-dimensional push. Ooga booga. Let's go. And Goten forced to fend himself off in his own little compound here. JD Gaming going for the reset. The nades misses off, and Goten was picked off. And that's going to be Eggy that takes him out.
Unfortunate. Rising Inferno Esports. Even they've got 2 players knocked out. It's down to just PMWI Jill himself. The man, he needs to clutch it out for the boys. But this time, he gets eliminated. Team Eggy, solid stuff. Still keeping them in the race. The previous game of Sanhok was also pretty great for them. But K9 Esports,
no.
what just happened? Flop games after flop games. K9 Esports just getting 1 point out of this one. It is concerning.
Oh, they may have escaped the zone from outside, but this time immediately runs in towards the setup of an ambush. And God's Omen successfully defends that. What an awkward fight for them. Meanwhile, TWOB official, the 2-man army, Liability and Botfire still holding this compound, surrounded by so many enemies here, somewhat still inside the zone. And now Aryan, they're forced to push in. And I don't think they realize there's only 2 players, but Aryan, they have no choice but to clean them out. Botfire now stranded out in the open, and Cyrix picks him out. Liability, last man standing. Aryan, I think he knows where he is. He's going to try and go for a miracle nade. It looks good. Liability gets tagged up, and here he comes. Liability holding that corner. Aryan knows exactly where he is, and here comes the nade. It is going to be clean. It is going to be good, and Aryan cleans out TWOB official.
This performance has been a miracle from the side of Aryan. What a way to pretty much convert this game and the 7 eliminations they've gone so far. Aryan TMG, solid stuff, but now Genesis Esports, even they make the pounce. They find the 2 players of Los Hermanos, but those 2 players, they're doing some serious amount of damage. And that man in the front, he strikes down 3 players. What am I watching? Los Hermanos! They put an end to the players of Genesis Esports as the last man gets eliminated by Eggy.
There was an almost moment of brilliance, but at the same time, Genesis, they are weak. They may have gotten to be the chance to survive this. Eggy taking advantage of this situation to out-rotate them. So Genesis gets a little bit of a solace here to go in for the reset, but it is going to be very, very risky. Meanwhile, Eggy continues their push inside the zone to try and get center control. It seems like they do spot out God's Omen. Superman spotted out pretty bad. Eggy finally finds their footing here in the Grand Finals itself.
5 finishes acquired in this game. Eggy's looking sublime. And once again for Eggy, they just want to play with the patience, that's it. Not really overstep the boundaries, and that's going to keep Eggy in a decent spot. God's Omen is getting ripped apart in this max center. I mentioned this too, God's Omen should have gotten a bit more of that intel before. But now since God's Omen, they're stepping out in the open like that with no intel. God's Omen is like a feast, ready to be devoured. Eggy, backline still quite exposed. Genesis Esports, they might just put in a lot of work. And Genesis Esports, they've got problems even from the side of God's Reign, as that's going to be the final nail in the coffin from God's Reign.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate here for Genesis, but as soon as gunshots has been made as well, even in the south side, Team Forever, absolute pandemonium is occurring as well as they slowly inch into the zone bit by bit, layer by layer. A lot of utilities has been expanded coming from the side of Team Forever, but at the same time, Aryan, all they did was just making space. Getting those opening knocks just gives them that space to inch into the next phase of zone, but they do need to take them out, and that's going to be the question here. Thunder expecting them to try and come in from the smokes themselves, but Aryan, they are very, very close there. Aryan spots out Thunder, trying to wait for the moment of find an opening, but they do find Mafia. As Team Forever, they're scrambling right now.
Yeah, on the southern side of the zone. Team Forever's back as well. They're not too safe. Team Forever problems all across the board, at least as of now, but Team Aryan, they've got a lot of terrain control. And so far, generally speaking, Team Aryan, they've been playing like a pack of warriors, fighting through every single stance that they're being put in. And Team Aryan, they're coming out on top every single time. The warriors, they never give up. Aryan fighting through this entirety of Sanhok. And they might just end up wiping out the entirety of Team Forever as well. Team Forever, the only team that's currently being a major thorn in the way of Team Aryan. Final 2 men standing for Team Forever. Unfortunately for Team Aryan, they cannot even make a pounce directly on top of Team Forever. But that nade, it clips off Thunder himself. He's taken down extremely low. And what is Cyrex doing? Does he know that there's Thunder behind this rock? Now he definitely knows. Cyrex has got Thunder's number up close and personal. This UMP-45 might just not be able to make it. And the man gets shut down. Team Forever on the verge of being eliminated in this game.
Oh my goodness, what an outplay coming from Cyrex. And now Team Forever, they get eliminated. Third party coming from TWOB comes through. Meanwhile, the survival series comes through from the south side as Aryan is able to make it into safety. Meanwhile, the north side, outside the zone, we do see a major fight between God's Rain and Eggy, as even Justin was picked apart here. TWOB looking very, very solid here as they try and third party every single fight themselves here. Finish points is all they need, and even Eggy is having a scramble of their own.
Yeah, there's too many fights breaking out at the same time. TWOB on the receiving side of the spectrum. They've lost out on 2 crucial players. Now it's down to just Kaliuk, the only man standing for TWOB, the only one carrying the torch forward. Even for God's Rain, they're taking a lot of damage upon themselves. Justin, even he gets knocked out. It's not a good look for the players of God's Rain as even Aryan step in the playing field. God's Rain, they're getting devoured alive. It's not a good news for the players of God's Rain. It's time to recover, but how are you supposed to do it when you've got Team Aryan constantly hunting you down?
Oh my goodness, what a successful push coming from Aryan as well, because right now they've got full control of the south side and they've got the high grounds, and these perfectly have all angles on every single team right now, making the top 4, prime position to win the chicken dinner. But as soon as I say this, Hitler, they spot out God's Rain, but instantly gets traded out by Neo as the zone comes through as well. Aryan, can they get the reset here? Aryan still thinking if he wants to go through as well. Seems like he is going to try and pick up his buddy as repositions to safety to try and play the numbers game. Great call here coming from Aryan, and that's going to be the reset coming through for Aryan x TMG Gaming.
Yeah, for Aryan, this is supposed to be their game on paper. TWOB, 2 players are knocked out, but those 2 players will be confirmed by Stone BGMI from God's Omen. God's Omen still alive in that compound. Aryan, they've got the man number. No one's going to be stopping them from sealing the deal and getting the chicken dinner. What a knock that was. Aryan on the verge of converting this game, spotting out the last man of God's Omen out in the open. And Aryan, what a game that was. This is what you call a nuclear performance. The zone was not gifted to Aryan. They were fighting through the entire time.
This is the Aryan x TMG Gaming we saw from the round stages, proving to everyone that that was not a fluke. A very smooth sailing into the grand finals, and now after 4 games, they finally clinched their first chicken dinner here in the Realme BMPS 2025 grand finals.
It might have taken them 4 games, but I see a Necro 15 freaking finishes, 25 points out of 1 game itself, and it was a game of Sanhok. And Aryan, how Necro did they pull this one off?
I mean, Aryan, the way they were just playing that game, they were out in the open constantly, did not even have vehicles to play with, but they were constantly cleaning the field wherever they stepped their foot in. First eliminated a major wave of teams around the Big Boy Mountain, then later on moved up, eliminated the likes of TWOB as well, and Aryan also eliminated Los Hermanos in the process. They were constantly eliminating teams after teams to get a good spot in the circle in the end.
You know what? I want to talk about a special mention to Cyrex in particular, because that guy is an absolute beast, because he could not play in the grand finals with Genesis in BGIS despite qualifying for it. This time he said, I want to play and I'm joining a different team, and guess what? He was playing absolutely out of his freaking mind, because that outplay against Team Forever was very, very nicely done covering from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a quick look at the final blow, where we were talking about how Team Aryan, as an entire team, every single player stepped up. You talk about Devotee, he had what, 6 finishes to his name, and even Cyrex, and even for Team Aryan, they had been a little consistent. They were getting those position points, but this time they decided to go big. But now let's focus our attention all to another team, God's Omen. Their consistency, I see, has been something to talk about.
Yeah, I definitely agree. God's Omen definitely has been playing center control for a long time as well. But here on screen, Team Aryan, the back end here, they do have a lot of support. But I think the biggest selling point here, even though Devotee was the star here, he's got 7 finishes as well.
Oh my God.
I really like the communication between both Devotee and Cyrex. Like, Cyrex is like the biggest bait in front of everybody else, and somehow he was able to always set it up for Devotee to actually clinch those numbers.
That's crazy. That's 25 points right there. And of course, Devotee's damage number as well, 1257 Devotee. What an explosive performance that was. But let's move on to the stage for a short interview.
इतना वाइड या इतना वाइड, आपको जितना वाइड करना है कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि the competition right now is wide open after this amazing win by the boys of Team Aryan. And इस समय आर्यन से ही बात कर लेते हैं. आर्यन, congratulations for that win. कमबैक मार लिया है बढ़िया. चौथे गेम में आपको चिकन डिनर मिला है, एंड सैनहॉक एक ऐसा मैप है जिसमें आपका एक्सपीरियंस काफी बढ़िया रहा है. तो टेल अस अबाउट दिस होल थिंग, जहां पर क्रूज कर रहे थे आप बढ़िया, ऐसे कोई बीच में कोई दिक्कत ऐसा आई नहीं, लेकिन आप बताइए आपकी टीम ने क्या एक्सपीरियंस किया, कोई चैलेंजेस थे या एकदम इजी ब्रीजी था?
नहीं, बस एच टू एच खेला, जोन एज क्लियर करा, डिवोटी और इन्होंने सबने फाइट निकाली और चिकन आ गया.
अब अगला मीरामार है, तो उसमें क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी, क्योंकि एक मीरामार ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, तो अब क्या सीखा आपने पहले गेम से एंड क्या सुधारने वाले हैं फॉर द नेक्स्ट मीरामार गेम?
थोड़ा सिचुएशन के हिसाब से खेलेंगे, जो सिचुएशन होगी पैसिव एग्रेसिव उसके हिसाब से मूव बनाएंगे अपना.
एंड आर्यन, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, जब जीत आपके हित नहीं आती है कोई मैप्स में, तब आप टीम से क्या बात करते हैं? मोटिवेशन के लिए क्या होती है ताकि मोरल ना डाउन हो, ताकि मोटिवेशन बरकरार रहे? क्या बातें होती हैं टीम के बीच में?
बस एक दूसरे को होप देते हैं कि अभी 10 मैच बाकी है, 15 मैच बाकी है, कर लेंगे, बस तो हो जाता है.
एंड कर लिया है. अब क्या बातें होंगी अभी अगले गेम से पहले?
अभी 2 मैच और बचे हैं, यही मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड करना है और देखते हैं कि ज़्यादा पॉइंट आज मार पाए.
ऑलराइट, इस समय देखिए मोमेंटम की बात हुई है, एंड मोमेंटम इस समय टीम आर्यन को मिल चुकी है विद दैट अमेजिंग चिकन डिनर. लेकिन 2 और मैप्स बचती हैं. मीरामार में कोई क्या टीम कमबैक मारती है, या इस समय हमें कहानी थोड़ी सी सिमिलर देखने को मिलती है? ये सब जानने के लिए चलते हैं कास्टर्स डेस्क की तरफ.
Man, that confidence, I see in Necro. And this is his first year into the pro stages. We've seen him across a few lands, but this is where he's actually getting to shine. And, you know, even during the interview, as we take a look at the Realme highlights also, it kind of goes on to show that they wanted to have that edge-to-edge approach, and Devotee, he was all over the place. That is what, Aryan had to say.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. But even then as well, as the game continues on, especially the fan favorites, or in this case, the favorites coming into the tournament, K9 just had a little bit of a near-death experience right from the get-go. But despite that, just could not convert their games into the later stage of the game. Aryan, I agree with Necro. Aryan just completely rolled on every single team they saw in front of them and won every single fight. This is an experienced team coming from the BGI's land. Mixture of ex-Board Army Esports, ex-Genesis Esports came together and they look stronger than ever. And again, took them 4 games. Now with the chicken dinner, it seems like they are back right in action.
Yeah, pretty much, and I think after this game, Aryan is also going to place themselves directly on the first spot, right? 25 points, that's a nuclear performance right there. This game was not served to them on a silver platter.
Yeah.
Instead, they made this game theirs. They pretty much grabbed it by its throat, and they made it theirs. But if you have a look at the highlights as well, Genesis Esports, unfortunately for them, the moment they decided to step outside of boot camp, that's where their demise started. They were too exposed. They were also taken down by the players of God's Ring 2 in that process. Genesis was just too exposed. Later on, we did see Aryan once again take a fight against the players of Team Forever, and even Team Forever did not even stand a single chance.
Yeah, Team Forever definitely fumbling a little bit here in terms of their overall strategies to actually work out as well. But at the end of the day, Devotee and also Cyrex, this combo is somewhat working out here. Cyrex just being one of the biggest bait out in the open, but for some reason just cannot be taken out.
You know, I was kind of taken aback the moment whilst they were rotating in and suddenly their vehicle exploded, and they did not stop there. They instead fought their way in, got the chicken dinner. That is how good Team Aryan actually was. But now we have talked about Team Aryan. I need to still understand what is going wrong. I see with the big names, K9, 8-Bit. I mean, GDR, they're still somehow keeping their heads above the water. But yeah, start off with K9, and Necro, you can talk about 8-Bit.
I mean, for K9 Esports at this point, look, generally speaking, too much down to the train. With the way things kicked off, we did feel like K9 Esports might just be the one to have a decent spot in the map. But then later on, the moment they moved in from the northern side, I don't exactly know what happened. They decided to make a mad dash in this Max Center and got picked off by God's Omen.
Wait, all things considered here, when it comes to LAN is a completely different beast. It's all about adaptability and also being able to play on the fly. But before that, let's talk about the MVP of that match. Devotee, my man, 7 finishes coming in from Aryan X TMG. That was a very, very convincing start as well, because Devotee was able to open up so many opportunities that allowed them to push through inside the zone and just completely set up the fight here. For a second, I thought Cyrex was the entry fragger, but guess what? Yes, he may be the entry, but guess what? It was a bait. Cyrex just baited so many players out in the open, and Devotee was very, very quick to instantly trade off those fights.
Yeah, he certainly was. As folks, we take a look at the top 5 players of this game of Sanhok. Of course, Devotee right at the tippity top, but Stone BGMI. That moment, Necro, inside the little compound, that little, face-off that they had against each other. 6 finishes from Stone BGMI. We saw that even IC, you were there with me on the desk whilst the online stages in Stone BGMI, that clutch in Miramar, and now even in the land stages, he's certainly starting to feel himself. But as we move on, we've got Hitler, Kalyug, a lot of new suspects actually, and now I think it is set in stone. The new era that we were talking about in the online stages has moved on onto the LAN as well.
Oh my god, that was a very, very clean pre-fire as well as a corner pick coming from Devotee. This is all the finish moments from his perspective and just completely shut them all down. So very, very nicely done coming from Devotee. And I'm curious to see what Aryan X DMG has installed as well, because before into this game, I was able to catch a little bit of a chat with Scary Jot in particular, but before we get into the details, this is the score up on screen.
Solid stuff, 25 points in total. You've also got God's Omen right there with 15 points. TWOB getting 11 points. Eggy as well, not doing too bad now. Finally, we're seeing Eggy achieve that consistency that they're supposed to be doing in the first place itself. And even God's Ring not doing too bad.
And there you go. Look at the overall rankings. All right. Quite interesting. For Miracle Esports, 40 points. And then you've got the likes of Aryan TMG right breathing underneath their nose. Los Hermanos, it feels like now we've got our upper echelon, the top 4 in the mix. There is that, segregation created. Right next, on the 5th spot, folks, we've got God's Reign, 27 points. Rising Inferno, I see. They had such a great start to the day, but slowly it feels like they're blowing off a lot of steam.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And even, I think this is the first time we've seen this entire Realme BMPS, regardless of whatever stage, in just 4 matches. The gap is that huge. That is just insane. It's just a very, very consistent runs coming from 4 teams in particular in the top. And with Aryan having a little bit of chance here to actually bounce back, it just shows you like how much prep work has been done behind the scenes coming to the grand finals here. People say, oh, Undergods, they are going to choke. But guess what? Seems like Undergods here are proving that they were not a fluke. It wasn't a joke. They are not fake wannabes. They are actual pros in the series itself.
They really mean business, right? And when we talk about the big names, certainly Necro, one that comes across our faces will be Team 8-Bit. So far, their performance in the grand finals hasn't been that great.
Yeah, it's not been that great, right? 8-Bit is someone that's currently sitting on the latter half of the board, and you expect a lot more from a banner like 8-Bit, right? And you talk about great starts. Los Hermanos as well is a prime example of that. They got 26 points in the first game itself, and now look at them. Los Hermanos, you speak of blowing the steam off. The same thing is happening with them. They're extremely inconsistent. In my opinion, Los Hermanos, they need another big game.
Yeah, they certainly do, but we're all concerned with what is going to happen to Somrat's kingdom. And for that, let's head over to a quick interview. We've got Salty with us with 8-Bit.
Ipex के साथ और कुछ बातें करेंगे obviously. So first of all, welcome to the show, and I want to know your thoughts कि lobby as a coach study करके आपको क्या पता चल रहा है? What are the things that you are learning as a coach, and what are the tips that you want to give to your players?
आई थिंक काफ़ी न्यू टीम्स है, तो लॉबी इनएक्सपीरियंस नहीं बोलोगे आप, अनप्रेडिक्टेबल है लॉबी। तो एक काफ़ी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल लॉबी है और फर्स्ट सर्कल को बहुत ज़्यादा प्रायोरिटी दी जा रही है टीम्स के। फर्स्ट सर्कल में मूवमेंट्स बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, तो ये एक चीज़ है जिसको एक एक्सपीरियंस T1 टीम्स को टैकल करना पड़ेगा, हमारी जैसी टीम्स को। बाकी फिर आगे देखते हैं।
So क्या आप जनता को बताना चाहोगे कैसे आप टैकल करना चाहोगे इसको, या फिर डू यू वांट टू कीप दैट अ सीक्रेट?
ट्रांजिशन समझना पड़ेगा, कौन से मैप में क्या चीज़ का ज़रूरत है, और फिर उस टाइमिंग को हम देखेंगे, उसको स्टडी करेंगे, फिर उस टाइमिंग को हम सुधारेंगे।
All right. Out of 10 कितने में रेट करोगे 8-Bit के परफॉर्मेंस को so far?
4.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is still scope of improvement, but फिलहाल के लिए हम बढ़ेंगे अगले मैच की तरफ। तब तक के लिए Zypex and Salty signing out.
Does not fake anything. 4 on 10 is the scoring that he has to give to his players, and understandably why. But here Necro, he brought in a very important point that all these newer faces are giving in some unanticipated rotations inside this first circle. That is something that these T1 teams are having a lot of problems to face with, and seems like we'll have to continue with that conversation because the voice in my head says that we are in for a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorns. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Realme BMPS 2025, and this is Grand Finals of day number 1 here. It seems like we have seen a lot of unexpected moments here in day number 1. My name is ICBB12. Joining me with two handsome gentlemen, we have I Super Johnny as well as Fixes. I'm going there because this guy, he is the insider. I'm just going to keep in for a little bit here before we get a little bit of spill the tea here. Johnny, you have been a little bit on break here. I'm pretty sure you have some insider information backstage. What happened? Tell me what's going on.
I mean, not really. I did not really get an opportunity to speak to anyone. I mean, the coaches and everyone were busy just observing the game because first 3 matches, first 4 matches. In fact, the day 1 itself is about somewhere along the line establishing yourself within the top 8, but also making sure that you are preparing for the other 2 days as well, the last 2 days of competition. Day number 2 is where things get intense, and majority of these big names are just setting themselves up for that right now.
Well, I agree, and SF now as well here, a lot of unexpected variables and strategies has been made as well. And interesting enough, when we talk about a specific team right now, Team Forever, they have had a little bit of outside help here. They've brought in a international battle royale coach coming to play, and things haven't really been working out. And that's something that I want to see what they have to say about this here, because before we get into the detail here, we do see teams are feeling the pressure here. A lot of intense discussions is happening behind the scene here. Fixes, Insider, tell me what's up.
So Team Forever do have the service of LLL. Former coach of D Plus Kia. If you remember, all the viewers watching in I think INKR, the event, which was also in Delhi. So he's there, and he's been working with the boys for quite some time, especially when it was announced that they were making it to the grand finals. He just landed recently. So Team Forever was still struggling around that. I had a quick word with the boys from K9, in fact, their management staff, and they were really not pleased with how their boys were playing. And I got to know that Omega has been bashing the boys. He's been giving them a handful, and hoping so this game could be their comeback game.
You know what's really interesting? I had a little bit of a short conversation at the start of the day between Robin, the guys from K9, and also Genesis. 3 of them thought that 3 of them were the strongest contenders, and 3 of them now are somewhat struggling, except for God's Reign though. God's Reign made a little bit of recovery.
I mean, kind of a recovery, as you said, but again, consistency needs to be there. My prediction for the day, to be honest, was supposed to be God's Reign. I was expecting Destro to at least secure 1 chicken dinner by now, but that hasn't come through. They've been unlucky, to be honest, all this time, except for that first Miramar that we saw, the circle forming quite close to their home ground. If they get that opportunity once again, I would expect God's Reign to strike a very nasty blow. But right now, Team Aryan, that performance in that previous Sanhok was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that was insane here coming from Aryan as well, because that wasn't just a game of macro gameplay. That was just sheer firepower coming in from them, from Aryan x TMG. Sometimes in life, it's not about the strategies, it's just about basic fundamentals gameplay, and their outplay between both Cyrex and Devotee was just phenomenal. But now, I really want to talk about Insane here, because this is a little bit of a substitutions coming in. Gods. One of the stars coming from Insane not performing, being swapped out here in game number 5. They are, they brought in Gods, but they swapped out Clouds. My bad.
Yeah, this is what I was surprised with. Why begin to play with a player you've not got that enough play time? When you know, when you look at the stats, when you look at the numbers, Gods is one of those players who always gets those finishes secured for his team. And it's not Cloud. So now finally making those adjustments. Now you talk about Miramar being up next, I see. And let's not forget that last time that flight path trajectory was elsewhere. This time around El Pozo. Do we anticipate a drop collision between Insane and 8-Bit?
Well, it might happen as well, because in terms of drop collision, it was shared between both the teams as well. North side from 8-Bit, south side coming from Insane himself. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen again. But of course, adaptations needs to be made, because as of yet, this is going to be the second time they are playing Miramar again together in this lobby. So they are going to be playing against each other for the next 3 days. It is going to be very important for all of them.
It is definitely going to be quite important. But again, this is going to be the second last game of the day. Whatever comebacks we were expecting today, they need to happen right now. By the time we roll around to that last map, Erangel, it is going to be too late to make comebacks. Then you're just looking for a fresh start on day number 2. Genesis is one of those names that's hoping to take a big leap on this Miramar. And again, a lot of questions why things are not working out. Could be anything. Zap, also one of those key players, hasn't really been able to click so far on LAN.
Now, interesting enough, when we talk about stats as well, Genesis has one of the most amount of points based on their personal performance coming from Miramar. Same can be said for God's Reign as well, because both these two teams have one thing in common. They both have the lowest amount scored in their personal achievements in the map of Sanhok.
But then again, when you look at how their approach has been so far, Genesis and God's Reign haven't really been showcasing the same style of play that they used to execute during the online stages. We were talking about Genesis playing in those 4 splits. This time they're not doing that, rather sticking together. And even for God's Reign, I mean, still in a much better position, but Team 8-Bit, man, they have to bounce back. I mean, the holding spots are right, but the fights that they're not even instigating those, they're not even inviting, but now they're suddenly finding themselves in the thick and thin of things, and it gets very difficult to get themselves out of it.
I agree, and even then as well, we saw a glimpse onto his Equinox's face. You can see a sigh has been brought out. You can see, you can feel the pressure, you can feel the stakes as well. Again, this is not just a game. This is everything on the line here in Realme BMPS. It's not just a game. This is esports for a reason, and you can see every single player on screen right now is pretty much set their dreams on making it to the LAN finals and potentially lifting a trophy by the end of these 3 days.
Exactly, one of those names is going to be God's OMEN. We are hoping to see a big performance from them as well. Consistent in the first 3 matches that they played, but then there has been a fall off of points that has resulted in them dropping out of the top 3 where they started off the day. Hopefully, they can convert a decent number of points on this game of Miramar and bring themselves back.
Yeah, I perfectly agree as well, but you can see the players are ready. Everybody is looking to party and rumble because, ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 is about to begin, and we are going to be heading in towards the desert plains of Miramar itself and kick things off for Game 5 for the Realme BMPS 2025 here at the LAN event itself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Miramar.
And this is where the action ensues, right, Johnny? The flight path trajectory this time around skewed towards the western side. We've got it all the way from La Cabrera towards Minas del Sur. And I see you were talking about a lot on the line. Yes, EWC, the winner heads over there. 1 crore 25 lakh rupees for the champion. I don't think esports has been bigger than this, Johnny.
Yeah, never, ever we've seen a prize pool like this, and it is, again, historic for a reason, this Realme BMPS 2025. But is this Miramar map going to be the same way? Time to find out as we have the flight path in front of our screen, starting all the way from La Cabrera and sticking towards the western half of the map. It's going to come to end towards Minas del Sur. So again, the entirety of eastern half of this map taken out of contention, and that means God's Reign are going to be forced to take an early exit. Look at that.
All right. You know, they've got no other choice. Just head on, maybe Torre Amuda, because we know Los Hermanos, they also kind of love to take those edgy areas. On the northeastern side, Team Aryan coming in so strong, especially after that big chicken dinner. They had been getting those position points. The finishes were lacking, and they sort of made up for it. Team 8-Bit heading on towards El Pozo. Eyes searching out for Team Insane, who rather decided to change their course. They're heading towards Partona. Now, this is going to be really interesting, Johnny, because the circle has formed around Monte Nuevo.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Circle like this, you're going to expect 8-Bit to do well for sure. But TWOB, that 3-1 split that they have going right off the bat, could be tricky to execute. Genesis, look at that. A soft drop clash for Genesis, maybe? There's one team that they have kind of overlapped. No wonder how they are going to try and survive that. Shadow potential for him to be caught off guard by the players of Team Forever, then K9 Esports from the northern side can look to put some additional pressure on these lads.
He certainly can. Now, at this point, for Team Genesis, it's all about just getting down to their drop location, getting their loot done, and kind of feel like they're in muddy waters at this point. They're surrounded by teams. You've got K9 on Picado. You've got Team NoNx around Los Leones. But seems like we've got some early collisions. Some bodies have fallen down. Seems like a fight where we could have the players of TWOB officials around God's Omen. And that's the fight, yes. liability being dealt with, and God's Omen, they cruise through.
I mean, it's always, not always actually, just most of the times it is liability. The first casualty from the side of TWOB official, and this time God's Omen. They have taken a massive advantage, by the way. 3 players from TWOB official down and out. It's just down to that last man, Amax. Can he manage to stay alive? There's a little bit of distance between him and the immediate threat lurking and looming around him. Almost on the verge of getting eliminated, TWOB. And God's Omen on the other side. With that almost secured squad wipe, they have a decent control towards the northeastern edge of the circle to work with.
Interesting, because not just barring those 3 early finishes that Goku secured, TWOB absolutely dismantled. And it's so difficult for me to believe that this is one of those teams in the online stages used to be so aggressive. Now just being torn apart, of course. Seems like it's the first land jitters that has taken over, and it happens even to the best of the players. But Amax, the only surviving member, as for Team Insane, around Partona, that is where they've dropped the southern areas. They've practiced around these rotations. But the entry is going to be so difficult, Johnny, with Rising Inferno right ahead of them. And this is something I feel like Team Insane would not be anticipating.
Yeah.
Because Rising Inferno usually loves to drop down around Porto Paraiso.
But let's see, I'm actually praying for that fight to break out. Rising Inferno today have been very impressive with their performance, with their aggression as well. Especially in those first 2 matches. Although on our screens for Miracle right now, the team sitting at the first position in the overall leaderboard. Back-to-back chicken dinner on the Miramar and Sanhok earlier on in the day. And now looking to see if they can keep that lead till the end of it all. Genesis, we was talking about them fixes, the struggles. When do they come to an end?
I mean, it's going to take a while, it seems like, because on the greener side, they found a couple of vehicles. But for Genesis to really work out or to really pop off, I think you would want Hunters to be playing really well. He's been silent so far. Apollo, he's been doing his bidding, and we've seen Team Genesis being caught off guard in such sticky situations. So they need to make amends. And as a result of which, still quite a slow start for all these teams. TWOB playing around the center as Rising Inferno. Maybe we thought that they could be holding off. Maybe a bridge camp was in process, but no. They decide to enter inside the circle, which I feel is a very good idea.
Well, let's see how that one decision is going to turn out. What the result is going to be at the end of this match. In the meanwhile, Rising Inferno and still in the early stages, 2-2 split going on, taking their sweet time, getting the loot. Quite contrary to how they kicked off the day, this time not really looking to be a part of the early action.
At this point, again, it's just been about teams getting their loot done, and this is something that I'm really against of. And I get it, what teams are trying to do. It's all about teams going back to their shells, play around the center, no unnecessary fights, let the circle take that shift, and after that curveball hits, that's very forced. That sort of makes you susceptible to being third-partied. So that is where my concern really stands as God's Reign. They still are battling against the blue. Do have few meds to work around with. Should not be an issue. This time, however, rotating from the northern side, should be hoping to inject themselves from the water treatment area.
Well, let's see though. I mean, it seems like it was a good decision for them to drop towards Torre Amuda Campo Militar. No risk taken to fight for those vehicles in the early stages. Now, all that's left is to just move along those northern lines and breach the northern edges of the zone. There's no one there blocking their way, making things easy, but still, we know Destro is not going to rotate this early. They're going to wait for stage 2.
Oh, of course. I mean, for God's Reign, that's been the tell-to-tell story, right? And the only team that a lot of fans have been rooting for are in a fighting position. And this is that golden sweet spot for Destro to be around that 5th, 6th spot. And I'm telling you this, there is a chicken dinner in the making for him. It's all about having their players commit as a cohesive unit, and once that happens, there's no stopping them. But look at this. It's building up. Team Eggy right next to the players of TWOB. Anonymous. His position wasn't revealed, and as a result of which, he strikes. JD Gaming instantly taken down, but Anonymous, he's playing all by himself. He's got some backup. He's got Rapido also coming to his aid, but Anonymous has got to make some quick moves as Team Eggy. There you go. The IGL himself striking back as Anonymous. He gets taken down. A one-on-one trade. And now next, anything could possibly happen.
Yeah, but Eggy, brilliant position, lobs the nade. A big chunk of the HP bars picked away from the two players, and it seems like Team Eggy, they've taken control of this fight. The players split apart. Eggy finds the second. Kaliuk falls, and Rapido, he's still going for that revive on Anonymous, but JD Gaming has pushed up quite up far. Murnox traded out. Kana trying his level best, but TWOB, it's not even the war, it's the battle right now that's been lost by the world of battle. 4 finishes on the board for Eggy.
And look at
but
this.
No time to celebrate. Third party coming through from Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis just hovering around. No commitment made. I'm pretty sure the vehicle noises have been heard, and they realize that since Team Eggy, they've managed to recuperate themselves, there's no point fighting it out, hence head their own merry ways. But when you take a look, Johnny, at how the circle is formed, it's this time centered around San Martin. So a drastic northeastern shift. This is the curveball that we were talking about. And look at the amount of teams that are inside the zone. And I feel like it's getting nauseatic at this point, but if you want to have some nice BGMI gameplay, do check out the Realme GT7.
Well, so far we are going to check in with Genesis once again. We're expecting them to be pushing on the players of Team Eggy, but it seems like decision taken against that. As you look at the zone, the cluster forming towards San Martin, southwest, Team Forever, Inferno rising and Insane extremely far down south of Chumacera, but Team Eggy, Genesis, Shadow finally pulling the trigger. There's the opener. Eggy knocked and finished off. 2 more players left. Are we going to see a squad wipe for Eggy early yet again? Pro, he's been spotted out, but somehow does manage to get some distance and some cover between him and the players of Genesis.
Okay, that's interesting because finally Genesis is deciding to act on matters. They're finally starting to go aggressive. They're finally starting to force fights, and this is needed because they do understand the gravity of the situation. They now know that the more they delay, it is going to bite them in the back up next. But now, Genesis, they've got one more foe to deal with. It's Team 40R officials. Another team who's had a really good start to day 1, 25 points secured. As for Team Aryan, after that amazing performance, getting 25 points off that one game. Now just trying to climb that mountain. If you want to do that, maybe in real life, go off-roading a little bit, do check out the Kia Soros.
Well, of course, and so far, I think if you talk about movement, Team Aryan, they've been making some incredible moves, as you mentioned, the performance a few moments ago, but JD Gaming and Pro, last 2 survivors from the side of Team Eggy, playing the western half of the play zone right now, quite close to the edge. And we do not know what that was. A little bit of awkward interaction between the 2 players. But look at that finish feed fixes. Oh no, what is going on with God's Reign? If a team that was hailed to lift the trophy is going to lose their players to the blue, I don't know what is happening with them.
Yeah, it's kind of them rotating very late. I'm pretty sure there's nobody around the players of God's Reign, but there's somebody around 8-bit. For sure, Somraj again miscalculating the rotation timings, and as a result of which, in a whole world of trouble, and so is Utkarsh as he gets drove over. And now it is all down to Ringod, and he has to fight it out, and he does. And look at that. Eye of God, those 2 finishes, and Team Eggy, they've been dealt with.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Desperate moments call for desperate measures. But when you are taking those measures, they come with a massive risk as well. A risk taken by Team Eggy to slam for the center. And a punish from 40R official. Incredibly done. But look at the radar now. They find themselves surrounded as well. With K9 Esports down south, 8-bit towards the west, but there's a little bit of distraction to take care of. 8-bit towards the north, you have Los Hermanos, a prime position in this game. Again, it seems like they don't really have to do much until the extreme late stages.
Yeah, I think Los Hermanos have really got their fundamentals right. They've come in with an objective. All they want to do is split the circle right, and now Rising Inferno surrounding the players of Team 8-bit. Raiden already dealt with. Equinox still fighting with fire as another flood comes in, and this time he's going to be dealt with. But Rising Inferno, they have incurred so many losses, Johnny. As now, just like that, two players dealt with, and now even Genesis, they were just floating around. They heard all that commotion, and suddenly they want to partake in this fight.
Oh man, this is, well, towards the center, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, to be honest. Rising Inferno, not really a lot they can do. Just wait for the opponents to peak the ridges. It seems like Owen and Jatin, they have been distracted by the players of Genesis all this while. Although, I think there is no incentive for anyone else to start targeting the players of Rising Inferno. Genesis is the only one who's going to look for those extra frags, to be honest. Oh no. That's a tough spot to be in for the players of 4Miracle. As they try to move inside of the edge of the circle, it's going to be shots taken by Cyrax upon them. But both the teams just looking to evade the damage of the blue. All right on his head, almost securing the knock. Somehow Reaper is still alive, but not for long. Hitler still finds the knock. Incredibly done, and this is the pressure that Aryan could actually use to push on the players of 4Miracle and get some frags on the board.
Yeah, you were talking about pressure. This is confidence exuding, but a little overshot. As Beard Baba, he responds back. For Miracle Esports, the damage has been done. And now Team Aryan, can they get Hitler back to life? That's the big ask as Reaper, he's been dealt with. Falling prey to the circle, so the finish gets registered for Team Aryan. As even for them, heading inside the zone. It's going to be interesting, even for NoNx officials, haven't had the greatest of time. And for Devotee, how does he push himself through? He's got more vehicles so far to play around. As a quick look at the replay, as Team 8-bit were in such a difficult spot there. And you could just see just striking cars, and all intentions was to run them over.
I mean, hey man, it's a quick in and out strategy, right?
Yep.
Just go in, get those points, and get out of there as quickly as possible. But 4Miracle now under the crosshairs of Rising Inferno. Well, at least they will have the upper hand, or maybe not. Dragon OP. Quickly dealt with by Owen. One more point secured by Rising Inferno. Two players. I think at this point they are just going to try to keep their heads down and see and hope they can finish inside of the top 5 of this match. Should be enough.
Really, I mean, at this point, just 3 finishes amassed. That should be the goal. To not have all the players alive as Team Aryan. Having spotted the players of Los Hermanos, at least they know that compound has been taken. But do they know it's Los Hermanos? Since there's been no knocks around, the latter could be the possibility. But elsewhere, we've got Team Forever on the certain side. K9 also right beside them. Even TWOB just around that area. I want to see what's going on actually, because that I feel could be the area where we can see some action commence.
A lot of commotion towards the western edge of the zone. You have Aryan, you have Genesis, Inferno, Rising, 4Miracle, 8-bit present towards the western half. Of course, Aryan playing that northwestern edge, looking to be the cleanup crew and just wipe away all of these points on the board. But Owen, one more nade close to Beard Baba, and that should be the end of 4Miracle. There it is.
And 4Miracle just getting dealt with like that, this is going to be quite devastating. Because even the previous game of Sanhok wasn't that great.
Yeah.
And especially after 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, the last thing you would want is your momentum to get lifted off. Especially you would want that in games as such, kind of get around 8 to 9 points. But now, again, moving ahead, we're all waiting for the next circle shift. And Team Insane, even Gods, a new addition, suddenly he's been subbed in and instantly no impact, he's out.
Well, you gotta give the man a couple of matches to stabilize. I mean, especially stepping in middle of the day, can't really expect him to just go God mode in an instant. But I think we might just witness the end of Inferno Rising soon, as it seems like the players of Team Aryan have information of where these lads are present. Although distraction still comes through. Los Hermanos making a little bit of commotion now, sharing that attention from Rising Inferno. Team Forever on the other side, in fact, pinned towards the south, at the southern edge of the circle. Beast looking to make his mark. Has it lined up. Cheyenne almost knocked out. A lot of damage dished out, but Beast is going to be forced back. But still, Slug chimes in. The knock secured by the side of K9 Esports. And they have the man advantage to work with, but Thunder has managed to close in quite a lot of distance against Beast. A little bit of repositioning coming through. Spots out the man with the S12K, whiffs a few shots, and now the pressure, I believe, is going to be reset. K9 Esports, they let go of the aggression as the players are way too split up to be able to take this fight.
All right. It's going to be interesting because now, look at this. Fights happening across all the places, and this one's going to be a big one. Cyrax being dealt with, God's Omen. They want some vengeance over here, holding on to that compound, and there you go. Superman getting those final finishes along with Gyrogod. And Team Aryan getting dealt with, but Goku in the process gets knocked out, but the revival will be on its way. But bigger challenges for God's Omen. How do they rotate inside the circle next when the circle shift occurs? Because NoNx now have a really good position inside the zone, but Team Forever still withstanding K9 Storm. As K9's Johnny, they've been so silent.
Yeah, they have, and they've gotten themselves a nice little off angle to work with as well. If you look at the radar, Ninja Boy pushed up a little bit deeper inside of that play zone, and Beast just making sure that he keeps the remaining players of Team Forever in check. Just relays their information and their position to the rest of his squad. Slug as well, just waiting to see just a few pixels from the opponents. Although it is going to be Omega who kicks things off on the other side. Team Insane taking a hit. Lazy knocked out. K9 still looking for those finish points, looking to get themselves on the board in this game.
All right, that's going to be interesting. Team Forever really want to take this fight. They know they have to keep their backlines clear. Of course, Beast, he's been isolated from his squad, and he's all by his lonesome. Needs to reunite, and seems like he's found some help. Slug is also present over there, and Team Forever need to understand they cannot overstep, and this was incoming. Genesis out of nowhere. They have been hunters on the prowl, and in fact it was quite poetic, right? Hunters finding the head of a vase, but look at this. Ninja Boy is the one stealing that finish.
Well, let's see the first finish on the board for K9 Esports. On the other side of things, 4TR. Here we go again as the players of Genesis try to take that dip. Two players hand them a beat down, and one after the other, the players of Genesis getting wiped out from this match. Down to the last man they go, hoping for a comeback, but well, this team, it seems like, at least in this game, ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, pretty much all over the place, but nowhere, to be honest, at this point for Team Genesis. But Cheyenne, he's under heavy duress. The shots inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. As Slug, another grenade tossed over. As Beast, a little bit of that higher ground to play around, but K9, look at them playing in their shell. This is not the real K9 that we're aware of. They're not really going aggressive, and look at this, even Nadi this time against God's Rain, but Delta a tad bit quicker as Team Insane, they bite the dust.
Well, God's Rain, this could be it. 4 finishes on the board. They find themselves in the top 9 of this match. Of course, with a few of these teams just down to their dwindling numbers, it could give God's Rain the edge, but the problem is they have a massive hill that Delta is looking up at. And at the summit, K9 Esports await, who have just gone ahead, taking a fight against the players of Inferno Rising. And Team Forever at the same time. Ninja Boy almost on the verge of getting knocked out, somehow survives. Gets another point, another finish secured. Now Shayan's position is compromised as well, and it should not be too difficult for Ninja Boy to lob an aid. There we go, flushing him out from behind the cover and finishing him off as well in style. Ninja Boy, 4 finishes inside of this match. A big reason for the potential of K9 making a comeback.
Yeah, this was needed. This was much needed from K9 as the action does continue. Los Hermanos against 40R. 40R having that higher ground. Los Hermanos already have one of their players down, and there you go, Goku taking his final breath there as God's Omen. They also bow out of this game as 40R official. They're just rotating around, floating, waiting for maybe a good position. And Morty, he's injected himself. He's found that little off compound there, little shack to play with. I still feel quite exposed, quite in the open, as even for the players of K9. Look at that split. It's a 2-1-1 split in the 6th circle.
Yeah, but they have to be careful. I mean, in the 6th zone, it's executable. You are going to be 100 meters away from each other. But you got to make sure that you are in the line of fire of your teammates. But Based, he's getting a little too eager. Fixes wants to move towards the noise on the other side of the hill, which is going to be NON. But needs to be careful of the team down the slope. That is God's Reign. But Zap, will he be zapped out of existence? Does manage to survive, quite lucky for him. But it seems like 40R, they aren't done with this. They are going to try and hunt this man down. They want this point in them in the bag, and there we have it. Who gets it? It is going to be Infigod who ends up securing that point. And while all of this has happened, Fixes, I would like to draw attention to the fact that God's Reign has broken into the top 6 of this game.
They certainly have, but look at this. Now they're in a little bit of a pickle. A fight against K9 is in the making as 40R. They've been creating a lot of noise, and especially Infigod. 5 finishes to this young lad, and look at this. Even Los Hermanos, they strike. Omen dealt with as now Rising Inferno Esports, they also bow out of this game. That leaves 5 teams alive, 17 players still breathing inside the server, with 40R having such a strong stake at getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, but NON now under pressure by the remaining players of Los Hermanos. 2 men left, still willing to take this fight. And Los Hermanos inching closer to taking that first position away from God's Omen. Shadow backing off. Nice the line of fire to the players of NON. They're being quite patient as well. Decent map control for Los Hermanos. I have a feeling they're going to finish in the top 3 Fixes.
I do. Let's not jinx it though. The only thing holding them back is their numbers. Just 2 players alive. And now K9, look at this. You know, this is a deadly squad, right? You've got all 4 players alive. And they can make so much, especially with their eyes pinned at the players of GDR. Neo, Justin, playing together. And Slug, he's starting to itch. He's itching for a fight. And maybe has snuffed out Destro that grenade. A little overshot. But still now Destro inching it closer. This is exactly what Slug wants.
Well, this is exactly what he wants, and Destro delivers. Player spotted out, nade goes out, the knock comes in. K9 Slug, incredibly done. And the second as well, the follow-up with a little bit of a helping hand from NON. But the pressure from God's Reign has been relieved as one player from the side of K9 falls. Beast hits the floor. Now hoping for a reset, but the backline's compromised. It's not going to come through. And K9 left bleeding. NON looking to capitalize. God's Reign, they've been given a second chance at life in this game. All thanks to NON and that third party. Destro is getting a revive. Look at that.
This is unbelievable what's going on. A lot of third parties happening at the same time, and K9 a couple of moments ago who were in such a dominating position now on the back seat, as now NoNx, like I said, they have struck, still taking their chances, and you could see that reluctancy quite visible, right? That confidence missing. Maybe a chicken dinner could fix that, because NoNx, when you look at the players, Levi, the highest fragger in the online stages, right at the top of the MVP leaderboards. He needs to channel that demon. He needs to manifest that. As for K9, what do they do from here? The moment those smokes dissipate, you have God's Reign and the players of NoNx trying to rip your heads apart.
Oh, it's the standoff between the top 5 teams. No one willing to move for the center. And somehow it's a miracle that Los Hermanos still stay alive in all of this commotion. But stage 8, 45 seconds left before we hit stage 9. And then the blue will collapse. Los Hermanos, one more player knocked out, but God's Reign put under pressure as the nades go out. God's Reign, they go out along with them. Justin and Destro, pixel of HP. Justin fall, Destro, last man left alive. And an unbelievable opportunity for NON to secure for themselves an incredible chicken dinner and make a bounce back in the overall leaderboard. We're down to the top 4 of this game. 13 players still alive.
It's going to be so difficult with K9 still breathing in the server. Look at Slug, he's pushing in. He knows the players right are in front of him. Slug instantly takes a knock, maybe not. And instantly swings back. As now, retaliation. Ninja Boy barely breathing. What is going on? K9 in 2 minds. If they want to push or maybe not, as the 9th circle has also come into play. No more playing lands. This is it, right? This is where they have to commit. No other options.
It's quite surprising seeing the players of K9 Esports so controlled. 5 eliminations secured, all thanks to Ninja Boy getting that early 4 TR on the flank. Omega, I believe he might have gotten an inkling of information as to where the threat is. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 4 opportunity now as LHS bow out as well. And 4 TR, that incredible start to the day. This could just tie it all together for K9 Esports. They're looking for a big comeback. And NON as well, hoping to take that massive leap into the podium. But now fights break out. Lavish is going to be the first man hitting the floor, but the trade comes through. And 4TR are going to be left bleeding as even Morty gets knocked out. K9 Esports, prime opportunity to get a comeback on the board. And they're going to go for both the teams at the same time. Ninja Boy goes right, everyone else goes left. And then NON and 4TR getting absolutely annihilated as the K9s are going to sink their teeth into their bodies. Got exported out. Ninja Boy is just being patient. Stop drawing with your food. Get that man out of the way. 8 eliminations for 4TR, but not enough numbers to go into this fight. But somehow a recovery is going to be there as well, as all of a sudden K9 are left down to their last man. Ninja Boy in a 1v2, at least for now. The shotgun goes off, but he still does not find the knock. Revive in the backline comes through, and the nade is going to be lobbed in his face. Ninja Boy fighting for his life. Will he be able to survive? He gets the first knock. Players in the back, extremely low. Pain his life, still intact. There's another on the board. 9 finishes for Ninja Boy. And down to the last men we go. It's a 1v1 with a stun. And still, the fight goes on. Both the players waiting for an opening. They don't have enough time. 21 seconds. Point blank range. S12K. And he can't get it all. 4TR dominating the run of Ninja Boy.
Boy, oh boy. What was that? Hearts broken, but 4TR clinched that chicken dinner. Really had their hearts out of their mouth for a moment there. A 1-on-3 situation brought down to a 1-on-1. And eventually Ninja Boy just feeling that, but sheer balls of steel on 4TR official. 10 finishes chicken dinner.
What a clutch here. What a fight for K9 Esports versus 4TR official, with 4TR taking the chicken dinner. But this is the bounce back that they need. Boy, oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a game we have here in the grand finals of Realme BMPS 2025. And who would have thought? Expect the unexpected. And every single game has been absolutely unexpected.
You know, to be honest, it feels like Omega's bashing has actually worked. K9 actually performed really well, and just that one individual Ninja Boy, he had what, 9 finishes to play around?
That's the correction I want to make, that K9 didn't play well. It was Ninja Boy that played well. I don't know what happened, he was sent into a 1v3 towards the end. He was made to push towards NON all alone. And then his other 3 teammates went into a 3 versus 2 situation against the remainder of 4TR. And yet, all of them just got picked apart by Pain Is Life. And special shout out to Pain Is Life. This man has gone under the radar for a long time, but on LAN, he is on fire.
Yeah, he definitely is. And even here, Ninja Boy just played it masterfully as well here. Played it very safe, very precise. Was able to equalize the fight, but eventually it was a fight between them and God. So it's a 1 versus 1 scenario. And you can see K9 Esports. Oh, the frustration. You can see the anger from Ninja Boy. He almost had a legendary moment. But still, again, guys, after watching this scenario, is this just another game?
No, it certainly isn't. It's clearly visible that everybody wants this, right? That hunger is there. You were talking about Ninja Boy. Let's talk about InfGod. He was the one who was doing so much throughout the entire game, right? 6 finishes, taking down the likes of even Genesis, so many roaming teams around, everybody dealt with by the players of 4TR. This is amazing stuff.
Yep. All things considered, I want to see what 4TR has to think about this as well, because we're going to on the stage.
Thank you so much, casters. And इस समय congratulations to this amazing win. And Morty से बात कर लेते हैं the IGL of the 4TR. बताइए इस समय कैसा लग रहा है? मतलब एकदम शेर के मुंह से आपने वो जो जीत छीन के ले ली अपनी तरफ. Congratulations for that amazing win.
Thank you so much first of all. क्या बोलूँ, दिल गार्डन हो रहा है. इसके आगे क्या ही बोल सकते.
दिल गार्डन तो हो चुका है, लेकिन आज की अगर पहले दिन की बात करें तो 4TR से काफी उम्मीदें थी, लेकिन शुरुआत जो था वो मतलब वैसा नहीं गया होगा जैसा आपने प्लान किया होगा. लेकिन अभी इस समय 5th मैप तक पहुंचते अब मोमेंटम थोड़ा सा 4TR ने पकड़ लिया है. तो अब आगे चलते हुए क्या इस समय चल रहा है जहन में और टीम के बीच?
यार बढ़िया लग रहा है. मतलब प्लेयर से भाई एक्सपेक्ट करा था उस हिसाब से मार भी रहा है. हमारा INF गॉड ने बहुत सही मारा. सब लूफिया एजल से वो लूफिया असॉल्टर बन गया है. इतना ही बोलूँगा, इसके आगे क्या बोलूँ.
IGL से असॉल्टर बन चुके हैं ये. तो बताइए इस समय कैसा रहा आपके लिए मैच एज अ पर्सनल विक्ट्री? क्या ये आपके लिए बहुत ही बढ़िया एक मोमेंट था?
हाँ, ये बढ़िया मोमेंट था और इससे भी बेच देंगे नेक्स्ट डो दे. तो बस
इसके आगे कुछ नहीं. इसके आगे कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहते, इस समय रिवील नहीं करना चाहते? बताइए.
हाँ, कुछ रिवील नहीं होगा. अब तो गेम प्ले से ही दिख जाएगा. या तो विन है या तो लर्न है.
या तो विन है या तो लर्न है. इस समय आइजल साहब ने ये बोला है, लेकिन लर्निंग इस समय दूसरी टीम्स को शायद बहुत सारी कुछ करनी होंगी, क्योंकि इस समय एक और मैप बचता है ऑफ डे 1. एंड इस समय क्या क्या आप उम्मीदें कर सकते हैं, क्या क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर द रिमेनिंग डेज एंड दैट रिमेनिंग 1 मैच? ये सब जानने के लिए चलते हैं कास्टर्स की तरफ.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Here, you win or you learn. That's going to be the tagline here coming from 4TR official. But here is going to be the highlights on how things happen in the map of Miramar. What happened between both TWOB and Eggy in this fight?
You know, I was really surprised because TWOB were the ones who caught the players of Team Eggy off guard. And it was the players of Team Eggy who retaliated back, wiped out TWOB. And this is exactly the reaction I had on my face.
Yeah.
But this is where, you know, 4TR started looking quite deadly. Look at INF God in a position like that. He still managed to secure those 2 finishes, I see. And that is where he was starting to have that adrenaline coursing through his veins.
Yeah, I mean, 4TR should have never survived that initial fight against Eggy, as Fixer said. And along with that, I mean, if you look at their entire journey in this game, playing from that western edge, they were very clinical in hiding their presence throughout until the end game eventually rolled around. And by this point, by the time we were down to the top 6, is when we actually see them go after those finishes, because they had a lot of utility and ammunition saved up.
Yeah, even here as well, I think we saw a little bit of moments of brilliance coming from NoNx as well, a team that has been very, very consistent throughout the online stage, finally having a little bit of chance to shine in this game. But this final moment here, we know for a fact that Pain Is Life is by far one of the most annoying player coming in from 4TR official, especially in the map of Sanhok. But this game, we finally saw a little bit of glimpse coming from him. But this final 1 versus 1 between Ninja Boy and also Pain and INF God, it was just such an awkward moment, because I know for a fact that in the interview, based on their answers, it feels like it could have gone either ways. And you can see the frustrations coming from K9 Esports. They almost got the chicken dinner.
And it's such an iconic moment, right? When you're talking about Ninja Boy, he's been there on those LAN stages. He's won it all. He's seen so much. But then it's the first LAN for INF God. And look at this boy go. Especially when you know a player has already taken down 2 of your players and you're the last man alive. The pressure, the onus, everything is on you. And he was on the low grounds. And despite that, getting a chicken dinner, getting that final finish, goes to speak about volumes of what this next generation of BGMI has to offer for us.
Exactly. But we still move forward with the stats. We have the MVP of the game. It is going to be Ninja Boy from K9 Esports. 9 finishes on the board. Doing a lot for his team in this particular match. 1,347 damage dished out. Man, that was an incredible performance. Fixes, you're talking about the new generation. Well, the old one is still here. And you still have to beat them.
Well, I definitely agree, and even that, Ninja Boy definitely stepped up big time when it comes to K9 Esports. Whenever we talk about K9 Esports, it always has been Slug, it always has been Omega, it always has been Beast, but this game itself, it is the Ninja Boy show. 9 finishes as the MVP.
Yeah, but I want to draw my attention to, well, everyone's attention towards God's Omen, because by the way, they were taken out quite early, but they did manage to squeeze in a decent number of eliminations, and they are going to be sitting back inside of the podium.
Ooh, it is going to be very, very important as well to see how well they have done. But let's take a look at the match ranking from that match itself here. 4TRX official, they got themselves the chicken dinner, but they did get themselves 10 finish points. So that is going to be 20 points in a single game coming from 4TRX official, followed by K9 with 17 points, NoNx with 11 points. A little bit of recovery here coming in from the onliners of NoNx Esports. God's Omen also having a decent amount of points here with 8 points here. Johnny, I'm pretty sure you have a lot to say about this.
I mean, yeah, incredible performance. God's Omen, the amount of aggression they were able to display inside of the game. And it was just for an instance is where they got all of those eliminations from. But look at that, the overall leaderboard. And 45-45, we have a tie right now for that first position.
Yeah, God's Omen not having the chicken dinner will lose out in the tiebreaker, will be on the second place. Finally, in game number 5, we see signs of life from each and every single team so far. The gap between first and fourth was such a huge margin previously, but now it's getting very, very close now.
Although, sorry to cut you off, Fixes. I have to say, I mean, 4TR, they got to work on surviving inside of this game because 5 matches done and dusted. There are 23 placement points, 10 out of which came in just that last game.
It's still fine, right? When you look at them performing very well in Sanhok, of course, you need to still give them that respect that it's their first LAN, Johnny, and they haven't been there. And despite that, still, after 5 games played, and they're enjoying themselves, you know. Even in the interview, he said, Dil garden ho gaya. He's feeling so happy about it. He's just so happy that he's made it so far. And now at the top, now, you know, I'm kind of starting to feel like when do they gas out, I see, because at moments like this, you've never anticipated to see yourself at this top spot. Now, when teams will get conditioned, what do you do next?
Hey man, 4TR official definitely a dark horse here as well, because this is the first time seeing a little bit of a personality behind the scene that's happened this past few days prior to the grand finals itself here. But I want to see their overall performance here today here. A head-to-head between both 4Miracle and 4TRX official. 4Miracle clinching 2 chicken dinners in game 2 and game number 3 here. This is the head-to-head. What are you guys' thoughts on these 2 teams right now?
Well, you know, if I have to be honest, I feel like 4TR has been the better lineup of the 2. Everything kind of favors them. They've got more points, they've got more damage. And 4TR, this was one of those teams I see we loved during the online stages, especially in just that one map of Sanhok.
No, actually every single Sanhok.
Yeah, every single Sanhok, they have been such a delight to witness. But this time, they have been consistent throughout.
I mean, very consistent, to be honest. For Miracle on the other side, we have to start asking questions now. 2 games, they did quite well for themselves, but the other matches, not so much. So, inconsistencies are there, but with the sort of team that they have right now, that should not be the case. And if they can ever so slightly be consistent, if they can break into the top 3 of the last game, I think that changes everything.
Hey, all things considered here, adaptations has been made, but now we're going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we will be back with the final game for day 1.
All right, team, we have got our champ. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
सब ठीक ही है पर कुछ तो मिसिंग है
Go on.
I miss that OG ice cold feeling, you know.
A classic situation.
जब स्क्वाड के साथ लॉबी पे It's back?
क्या?
No way!
Oh, bhai, it's back!
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BMPS 2025 Super Joint by Necro alongside Icy Baby now for the last game of the day, boys. First of all, did you guys think that this is what the overall top 5 is going to look like at the end of day 1?
Absolutely not. 100% no. God's Omen maybe, but everybody else, absolutely no.
And second of all, the day hasn't ended yet. We still have one more match to go.
Exactly, and that means there's a big chance 4TR might just get another chicken dinner and keep their just lead pinned down even well. But yeah, generally speaking, this top 5, none of us saw this coming, even in our dreams.
Exactly.
And generally speaking, with the way 4 Miracle has been playing, Aryan has been playing, 4TR, God's Omen, these guys have definitely been a major surprise.
Hey, wake up, man. This is no longer a dream. It's reality right now.
Exactly. Let it sink in, because the difference between the top 8 is 11 points. So even the team on the 8th position can actually take that first spot away from 4TR if they manage to get themselves a juicy little chicken dinner. And guess who is inside of the top 8 right now?
Who?
The only experienced team in the top 8 is God's Reign.
Hey, God's Reign has been doing really okay as well, considering that they had a very, very shaky game 1 and a little bit run in with 8-bit here. Seems like, 8-bit's sneaky, unexpected, naughty business has kind of fumbled, tumbled, and now not looking good at all because they are in the second half.
Hey, man, I'm just going to take it in the way that Destro is salty about being called a senior player earlier on during the day.
Yeah, now it feels like Destro just wants to counter that statement with a lot of consistency, and he's been doing a decent job so far, right? In the mid-pack of the overall standings, consistently, while 8-bit. Before this, it felt like 8-bit, they were definitely prepared for the grand finals, but now all the preparations, it feels like it's down the drain.
Now, here's the track record coming from 8-bit's performance here. I'm not talking about 8-bit, I'm talking about the ex-Versatile, right?
Yeah.
First day, complete flop in the first 5 games. They had a super sub in, which was Equinox subbing in, and things started to kind of pick things up here coming from 8-bit in particular here. It took them 5 games to adapt. Now it's game 6. Do you think that's going to be a possibility here?
I mean, they still have Troy sitting in the back waiting for an opportunity to shine on LAN. So that boy is talented. We've seen him play during the league stage as well. So the option is there for 8-bit to make a change if they feel like they need to make a change.
Guys, did you guys forget how BGS went? Day 1, they were not doing too good.
Exactly. First 5
Day
games,
2,
complete flop.
they instantly made a major comeback because they got back-to-back chicken dinners.
That is true.
That's his prediction right now, tomorrow's prediction. Now, let's talk about this final game here. I think right now, it's all about pulling the lead, right? So it's all about getting as many points as possible here. But considering the fact that when it comes to points here on screen, I think K9 Esports from the previous game, Ninja Boy made a little bit of a nice Hail Mary play, almost getting the chicken dinner. But with this points, gives them a little bit of better footing in towards the top 8 position. But was that enough here, Necro?
Question that you asked me, right? For K9 Esports, look, generally speaking, since they have managed to do a decent game in the previous one, and all thanks to the Ninja Boy, by the way, this man managed to secure 9 finish points all by himself. K9 Esports, with this sort of performance, they might just be able to put themselves somewhere around the top 8, or maybe in the top 8 as well.
I think K9 for them, it's this trio, man. The Ninja Boy, Slug, and Beast that needs to click, that needs to come together. And if these three lads, because the other two also have the potential to play just like Ninja Boy did in that previous particular match.
See, I have to rebuttal that because usually it's Beast, Slug, or Omega. This
Nah,
trio.
man, I'm
and
gonna
then now
keep
it's
Omega
like, you
out
know
of the
what?
way.
Let's kick Omega out.
Yeah.
Why would you kick Omega out?
Because the original trio that was hailed as the prodigy of destruction was these three.
Okay.
Does not matter which IGL they played under, even under their previous IGL, they were putting up big numbers on the board.
Yeah, Beast, Slug, Ninja Boy, these guys also used to be part of Global Esports in the past.
Playing
and
with
even
Mavi,
in Global Esports with Mavi, they managed to make it to the top 2 in the BGIS.
Yep.
So, of course, this trio, they have always been extremely destructive. And once again, if you give them that wind, they will run away with it.
Well, definitely as well. But now coming into this final game as well, pull the lead or, in this case, extend. They are trying to play a little bit of catch up here is going to be the question here. Stop the bleed. Long story short, is I pull the lead or stop the bleeding right now.
I think and the only way to do that is what they did in that previous game. They got to run head first into those fights. But instead of going for a 3-1 or a 2-2, all 4 of these players need to charge together, and that includes Omega as well. Because someone needs to be there to guide them, to get them into the action. If they get inside the action, they tend to do well. If they struggle while they entry, then they just completely fall apart in an instant. But K9 Esports, I mean, yeah, they're playing from the back lines. They are still trying to catch up. There was a team that had a great start earlier on during the day, Inferno Rising.
Yeah.
They have just fallen out, man.
You talk about Inferno Rising, what happened to Los Hermanos?
Yeah.
Look at them. They're doing even worse compared to the players of Rising Inferno.
Hey,
but luckily enough, at least they're in the top 3.
Still top 3,
They're still in the top 3, but we're not seeing the same amount of performance that they showcased in the game 1 itself.
They're playing under the radar now. The first game was all about aggression, but I see in that last game, it was all about placement. They barely got any finishes, but still kept the aggregate intact.
Yeah, there was a lot of adaptations coming throughout the entire day itself here. First few games is all about, you know, making a statement, and then after that, from game 4 onwards, people started sticking to basics and a little bit more fundamentals here. It comes down towards tactical decisions, and I really like that. Sometimes in life, if things aren't going right, just stick to basics.
I would right now like to throw both of you under the bus and ask you your predictions for this last game.
All my predictions has been cursed so far, so I'm still going to put an 8-bit.
There's no way. He just stole my words. I wanted to go with 8-bit as well, but now since he picked 8-bit, I'm going to go with Genesis Esports. I think Genesis Esports might just do it. They're not doing too hot so far, but the last game, it's got to be the cake.
Luckily, both the teams right now have 19 points, so we have a fair start.
Yeah, they're both tied. 13 and 14 position here.
Well, let's see how this last matchup for Erangel is going to turn out with the predictions out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Match number 6, day number 1.
Erangel boots up on the screen, and the Big Bird's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Severny towards the southern side, which will be Norupnoi. And once again, this playing flat path not really favoring Georgia Pool, not really favoring Hospital, Godka, Quarry. If the teams do want to move in towards that side, it's going to be a long stretch.
Well, it is going to be a very, very long stretch here, but as you can see, the teams are about to get off as well. Severny is going to be the first stop here for some of these teams. K9 is going to be having the earliest drop so far, but on screen now, we can see each and every single player's face cam on every single team so far. This is a very, very unique picture here, but you know what? Sometimes in life, you got to catch a glimpse on how serious this business is.
Yeah, everyone's locked in and loaded, right? Extremely locked in towards their devices because they know the few initial moments are going to be pretty important. Godzone next to the players of K9 Esports. You do see Stone, BGMI, and the boys extremely close. I would love to see if that fight's going to come into fruition or not. They have dropped extremely close to that one man of K9 Esports. There's a big chance we might just see that scuffle happen.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the circle kind of shifts as well here. This is a little bit awkward as well. Usually we kind of have a little bit of a circle trend coming from the semifinals and round stages so far. But today's circles, every single circle has kind of been unexpected and unpredictable. So I want to see a very, very balanced circle just because the flight path tentatively is balanced right now. So it's very rare for us to see a unorthodox one, but funny enough, in the grand finals, we haven't seen a military yet. But okay, not happening, unfortunately.
Oh,
But this time,
man.
at least Godsring gets to go to military base first, rather
know,
than
right?
getting pit stopped by 8-bit.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, especially for God's Reign. Luckily enough, they are directly going to move in towards the Sanhok military base. In the first game, if you all have just tuned in, just to let you guys know what exactly happened, the plane flat pad does not really favor the Sanhok military base, and because of that, God's Reign got bridge camped by 8-bit.
Yeah, mid-rotation as well, because they dropped rather early, got a couple of vehicles, and then started traveling from all the way Georgiapol in towards military base, and then got ran in by 8-bit by a very, very unorthodox rotation here. Interesting enough, I was able to catch a little bit of conversation with behind the scenes with 8-bit. They told me that game one wasn't planned yesterday. That was just on the fly moment in the game, and it just coincidentally targeted on towards God's Reign and caught them off guard mid-rotation.
There's no way it's coincidence. They know God's Reign likes to go down south.
That's the thing, it did not look coincident though.
Yeah,
but
there's no way it's coincidence. I'm pretty sure the man's straight up lying. God's Reign, they know they like to go down south, and since the plane flat path was up north, 8-bit, they just planned it pretty well and executed to the perfection. And since looking at this zone as well, 8-bit once again is going to start things off in the Smack Center. It's a great start for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a great start here. But based on this circle here, based on recurring trends for 2025 here, especially when it comes to a circle like this, Everest, Ruins, and Gatka, these are the three hot spots that has been very, very much favored when a circle like this. Oftentimes we do see it onto a shooting range as well. These are pretty much the three biggest hotspots. We haven't seen too much Pachinki, we haven't seen too much Rozok as well. We've only seen one or two near towards the Western Bridge. But aside from that, majority has been Gatka, majority has been Everest, majority has been Ruins.
Yeah, 8-bit, solid stuff. Once again, getting their hands on as many vehicles as possible. And now moving back towards Pachinki. Once again, they've got two Coups to play with. Also a Bucky in the way, but I guess they do not really want to get their hands on it just yet. But yeah, for 8-bit, Pochinki has been a great start. Once again, they're going to start things off over there. K9 Esports, we did see God's Omen move extremely close to them, but we're not seeing anything else happen after that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time here, 4TR, how are they going to be playing here? Because this seems to be in Georgiapol right now. They are in the vicinity of North George. But when it comes to Georgiapol, I expect to have 3 teams around the vicinity. But based on what we're seeing, 4TR is the only team in Georgiapol.
Yeah. I mean, once again, guys, I would like to recommend you guys the Realme GT7 series. Just have a look at it on Amazon. Get your hands onto it. The sale's now live. Stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours. Code tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. This will provide you the smoothest gaming experience out there.
Yeah, interesting for Georgiapol. At the start of the day, it was 4TR official, TWOB, and Genesis that actually plays around that vicinity. TWOB at the start of the day, they conceded Georgiapol. Genesis still played South George, but this game, Genesis is nowhere to be found in Georgiapol. So that's a little bit of a drop change here. We will catch a glimpse here when it is on screen, but on screen what we have now is going to be Aryan. They have a wide split in Watertown and Rozok.
Yeah, I mean, Genesis Esports, they've been dropping around farms and Milta since the start, even in the online stages. Maybe it's because of the plane flat path, since it was not really favoring the players of Genesis Esports. That's where they decided to drop. And it clearly did not even work out right initially. But now for Genesis Esports, at least it's going to be a bit more of that calm and composed start.
Well, maybe. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit better as well. But God's Omen, Stone BGMI, interesting enough, he is all by himself. And he's all the way in Zarki, all
Hermanos and how things have not been looking that great for them, and what they need to do is pull off a major comeback at this point. Hopefully we are going to jump directly inside of the game, and luckily enough, none of the casualties happened before this entire problem occurred. So hopefully the moment we jump inside of the game, things are pretty much going to be the same as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but at the same time as well, seems like we had a little bit of a network failure here on the venue. It seems like everybody was somewhat affected. So that is a very, very interesting technical issue. Hope you guys watching at home was not really affected by this. But it seems like we have rehosted the match due to this technical difficulty, just to ensure fairness for each and every single gameplay. We have to maintain the integrity of the gameplay itself.
As I mentioned, luckily enough, none of the teams were actually eliminated, or we did not even see any sort of solo eliminations either.
Yeah.
So luckily enough, it's going to be fair start for everyone. We might just see a completely new played flat path. We might just see a completely new circle as well. And now since we have one inside of the rehost, I would love to see military base zone.
Yeah, and at least there was a little bit of a question mark as well, because I was wondering what happened to God's Omen. Why is Stone all the way in Zarki and the rest of the teammates in the Novo? Because that is a... I've seen this strategy before in the past when it first initially came to the game, but before that, you know what, we are going to be taking a very, very short break here and trying to resolve this, and we'll be right back after this.
All right, team, we have got our champ. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
Kia, movement that inspires.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Superman. The most powerful being on planet Earth.
Your choices, your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
He's not a man. He's an it.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BMPS 2025. First of all, apologies for the inconvenience due to some technical issues. That map of Erangel is going to be rehosted. And of course, that can change a lot for these teams. An opportunity to go for a new start, a fresh start, heading into the last match of the day.
And of course, we would like to ensure the integrity of the gameplay has been upheld here for all the teams. That's the reason why we had a little bit of rehost as well.
Yeah.
Of course, the technical difficulties didn't really help things out, but of course, what is most important right now is the gameplay. Fair gameplay is needed here, especially in the grand finals, because we are looking for the best of the best in the pro scene.
Yeah, and once again, before the rehost as well, it's not like someone was eliminated. We did not see any sort of casualties. So once again, it's not like someone's going to get an advantage or a disadvantage. We are starting on an equal playing field as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Milta Power towards the opposite side, which will be shooting range. This plane flat path tilted extremely towards the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Quarry, Primorx, Ferropier, including Sanhok military base now, that's going to be a tough stretch.
Yeah, speaking of a tough stretch right now, we do catch a glimpse of the players once more here. Seems like everybody's got a reset of mentality going into this final game of day one of grand finals. Every single point matter when it comes to lifting that trophy, because in the end of the day, it's not about making it a top 8 anymore. It's the only time in the entire Realme BMPS 2025 where top 8 no longer matters. What matters is the trophy at the end of the day. So there can only be one, and one it is.
Of course, there can only be one champion. And of course, that one trophy waiting to be held in the hand. Whoever wins this Realme BMPS 2025. And once again, you've got Team Forever moving towards that fair pier area. For Miracle as well, cannot really dive that far away, so even they need to go for a bit of that pit stop. 8-bit, they like to move it towards Pachinki without any problems. They're going to be able to sail through. You've also got God's Omen and God's Reen extremely close to each other, and since the plane flat path was away from military base, there's a big chance God's Reen might just clash against God's Omen.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, we do see the circle actually having a very, very weird shift here. It's been a while since we've seen a shift down towards the southeast corner. And the one time we've seen it on towards the shorelines north of Military Power, we do see a couple of games in the hands of K9 Esports. So this is definitely a game, or in this case, a circle that K9 Esports definitely has experience with. But the problem right now for K9 is that it is going to be very, very awkward for them to actually enter inside the zone, because based on their trajectory, the two entry point strategies has to go through towards the Yasnaya Bridge or the Rozok Bridge, which is going to be awkward as well. But seems to me, based on the map itself, you called it, Necro. God's Reign and God's Omen might have a little bit of run-in.
Yeah, there's a big chance we might see God's Omen actually go for that fight. Goku, he's drove real close to the place of God's Reign, and luckily enough, the man's got his hands on the Hoodcraft as well. Everyone from the side of God's Reign is going to be in a big concerning spot, while God's Omen, once again, for the boys, they've also got the intel to play with, and if God's Omen want, they can definitely strike down the players of God's Reign. But unfortunately, Goku did not have any weaponries to back that push-up.
Well, speaking of weaponry as well, I know for a fact that Goku wants to press the advantage just because of the fact that Hovercraft is one of the most disgustingly strongest vehicle in the game, especially in the early stage of the game. How do you take down a Hovercraft? 4-man firing squad doesn't necessarily blow it up even though you empty the entire mag. So he is taking advantage of the durability, but seems like just doesn't want to waste those chance or time here to try and punish God's Reign. Meanwhile, on screen, Team Forever, they do play towards the Fairy Pier region as well, so nothing super crazy out there. God's Reign, however, will make it safely towards military base. So nothing super crazy in this game so far, in this final game.
It's pretty much a tank, right? The Hovercraft itself can tank a lot of bullets, can tank a lot of damage, also keeps the players safe inside of it. And once again, moving back towards the players of 4TR, currently the table toppers in the overall standings. 4TR all the way towards Georgia Pool, looking extremely safe. The only team that's closer to them is going to be Genesis Esports, but they're two on the opposite side of the river.
Now, now to its mention is where before the remake coming into the play here, I was wondering what happened to Genesis, because 4TR was all alone in Georgia Pool. We know 3 teams like Georgia Pool a lot. Genesis in particular is there as well, but seems like Genesis is back. They are back in South Georgia, so nothing super crazy. I think they are going to be sharing the spots themselves, but they do have one of the furthest rotations inside the zone, considering that right now, they are the furthest away, literally, straight up. There's nothing to talk about it. They are the furthest away.
Yeah. And
no explanation needed.
For these teams to actually make that rotation, right now is going to be the time to leave it and just straight up keep on moving towards that zone. The quicker you are, the better positioning you can have inside of the stage 1 itself, since the zone is away from them. TWOB as well, so far, they haven't been able to find that groove, and TWOB, even they need to do good. Team Aryan doing pretty good in the top 3.
Yeah.
And they should continue that run of form.
Aryan definitely stepped it up in game number 4 in Sanhok as well. We do see a little bit of consistency coming from them. This is a team that has a lot of experience, not really a lot of experience, I would say at least experience coming from BGIS, but hold that thought for now. It seems like we are having a little bit of skirmish between Eggy and Insane.
Yeah, Eggy, they've got no intention of backing away this time around. Pushing straight up against the blessed team Insane, and Godsy, the man's completely trapped. Nowhere to go. Gods, there's going to be a few utils tossed against the man as well. And luckily enough for Gods, it was not a Molotov, not an aid, it was just a smoke. Gods get a chance to actually back away from this entire fight too, but instead, it was a trap! What a way to kick things off. Eggy finds the first opener. Team Insane down with just a 3-man squad. What can you do if your team Insane now? Just back away. That's the best thing you can do.
Oh no, Insane just completely dropped the ball. God just subbed in game 5, and now he's pretty much out of the equation. And now even there, Eggy finds another RD. The IGL just completely shut down from Insane, from Eggy.
JD Gaming, what a find that was. Adi gets confirmed by JD. Solid stuff. What a great spray that was. A big misstep from the side of Team Insane Esports and Team Eggy. We just love to see that team play. Team Insane could have actually brought in that same amount of team play too, but instead, Team Insane was too focused to pull off that rotation, and because of that, they ended up losing those 2 players. It should have been a proper fight. It should have been a proper 4v4 fight. There was no cavalry from Team Insane, and Gods was just stuck in that compound. And unfortunately, in the end, also got eliminated. But now, as we move on towards 4Miracle Esports, it's a team that's been focusing completely on rotations and positioning.
Yep, and of course, speaking of unleashing the beast right now, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, is going to keep everyone's energy energized here at the Realme BMPS 2025. And even the players themselves are feeling very pumped up and hyped up. As you can see, Aryan, they've finally made their mark to try and push inside the zone here, try and take a last stand in this fight. As of yet, the Medusa's intersection is still in play. Are we going to see the open fields coming in play? And it is going to be a very tricky zone to play with as well if the zone actually shifts out and open. Those mansion area, those library, those warehouses out in the open is a very, very huge contention for all these teams.
Mansion area is extremely tough to play, especially those trees around Mansion.
Yep.
It's like a jungle. It's really tough to play that terrain, but let's see if the zone's really going to pan out around that vicinity or not. We've got God's Omen 2 finally moving outside of Norapnoi from that bridge. No one's going to be camping that so far. God's Omen, it's going to be clean rotation on the main island without any problems. 4Miracle Esports, there's a massive split going on with them, as the 2 players are all the way towards Milta Power. The remaining 2 are in the center itself, and I do understand the sense behind it. I do understand the thinking behind it. It's pretty much like an insurance policy. If the zone moves up north, you've got 2 players already positioned there. If the zone moves down south towards Milta Power, you've already got those 2 players positioned there.
Yeah, but at the same time, Eggy finds one more player to himself. Seems like he was able to pick up Roman from the side of NoNx Esports. Eggy definitely showing some signs of life coming in from their online phases as well. We've known them for being very cheeky and very picky on their fights as well. They love stealing points away from the rest of the teams. We saw Los Hermanos kind of do that in the start of the day, but this is something that Eggy is known for, stealing points. That is going to be their signature. And so far, they've somehow made their way into the top 8 here with 30 points, but now with 3 points in this game, seems like they are looking for those bounce back. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Medusa's intersection circle. Seems like those open areas is going to be very, very important, and I believe Shelter is going to be in play as well.
And that 4Miracle split's also going to work out well. Only if the remaining 2 players all the way towards Melta Power are able to reunite well enough. And that reunite's going to be extremely tough. NoNx driving right next to the foes. No damage dished out just yet. 4Miracle Esports, they've got the compound 2 they're currently holding. NoNx, they did lose out on Roman.
Oh, no.
But luckily enough for them, they've still got 3 players strong, and they're looking strong.
This is weird of NoNx actually play this. Seems like they are going to try and play around inside Shelter. And so far in this entire Realme BMPS 2025, teams that play inside Shelter has never, well, I wouldn't say never, has kind of struggled to kind of get out of zone as well. Most of them pretty much play for placement points if the circle shifts out there, but not many teams has had success coming out alive.
Let's see though. There's a first time for everything, right?
Yeah.
And NoNx might just be the one to make it happen. They're not doing too good in the overall standings, and this is what I mentioned. 4Miracle Esports, the split was perfect, but only if you're able to reunite with each other.
Yeah.
And that's where that was disrupted.
Yeah, Los Hermanos definitely sticking towards their comfort place here. Get a compound, hold down the fort, and then just shut everybody out. And it is something of a called out that we mentioned towards the semifinals here. Remember where Stone called it out towards every single pro team out there. Stop overthinking, stop rotating. If you've got a good compound, just fight. And Los Hermanos is sticking to that basics. They really learned that advice.
And the first game, it worked out pretty well, right?
Yeah.
They had a solid compound near the Pochinki vicinity, and they did a pretty good job defending that, winning every single possible fight, catching everyone that was out in the open as well. For TWOB, maybe they need to catch that advice too. and start working upon it. TWOB, these games haven't really been that fair to them. It's not been working out that well for TWOB, just 24 points in the overall standings on the 10th spot. It's not a performance that you expect from a banner like TWOB.
Yeah, but considering the banner, this is pretty much the first time every single player from TWOB has made it to LAN. And I would say the points difference right now is between 10th to maybe even the 4th position is only like 20 points. So one good game from TWOB, they are back in the game here. So it's not really over yet, but at least for day number 1, they did have a decent amount of points, because the only team that kind of struggled to get any kind of points in this game here, I'm sorry to say guys, TOP official, you may have gotten the last slot to come into BMPS, but this is not what I was expecting coming from TOB.
Yeah, I mean, look, they got the last slot, and technically they're still at the last, so they're pretty much just sticking to the characteristics, sticking to the basic that they believe in.
Hey man, such is life. But all things considered here, God's Reign, definitely one of the veterans coming in. They are very, very consistent as well. They are currently in 6th position with 34 points ever since Neo came in as an addition for God's Reign. Robin was able to give me a lot of insights coming in from God's Reign in particular. They needed a secondary IGL to decide micro fights while Destro is scouting for the team. And Neo has somewhat fit really, really well with God's Reign here. And things seem to be for the better, because with this addition, that's why God's Reign is in the finals.
Yeah, that's good to hear, right? Currently in the top 6, not doing too bad on the 6th spot. God's Reign are consistently in that mid pack of the overall standings. So they're doing just enough to keep themselves in the race.
You want to hear an additional fun fact about God's Reign?
What?
Robin is a veteran in the BGMI community. This is his first time qualifying as a player, as a 6th player. But on screen right now, we do see a substitution. Toys in good play this time from 8-Bit. They actually swapped out Gobbler Boy.
They did. And now Toys inside of the playing 4. This swap has been going on with the players of 8-Bit for a long time. Things were not really working out. The first initial 4 combination was not working out. But now they bring back in Toy. And that just means the firepower's amped up even more. 8-Bit focusing a little bit more on the firepower, on the gun aspect. And you love to see it. That means there's a big chance 8-Bit might just go aggressive in this game.
Yeah.
Team Forever spotting out a few more foes around that territory if they were taking those shots. And I would like to speak a little bit more about 4Miracle and that split. 4Miracle, once again, they just want to stick to the basics, and that basic is to get the zone on top of you. That basic is to find a good spot inside of the zone, and that's why they went for that split. But generally speaking, that split was too aggressive, and at the same time filled with too much of that risk.
Hey, hopefully things are going to be for the better right now here. Obviously, in terms of options, they've choose 2 good spots in this entire zone. They tried to snatch it, and they were able to get 1. They lose a player in the process. Hopefully, it is going to translate better in terms of conversion into his latest stage of the game. But as of now, as you can see on screen, we do see God's OMEN taking a pick onto the compound, and 4Miracle did choose. It is, after all, smack middle of the zone right now, especially coming from 4Miracle's perspective. And on screen, God's OMEN, they are going to be playing from farm here. They have decent amount of compound, and this is something that I think Stone has gave the insights during his interview during the semi-final stages and the round stages as well. And they do, well, they somehow managed to bring their hovercraft from Novo safely into farm as well. So that is going to be a very, very major playing factor in towards strategy-wise in the later stage of the game.
Somehow God's OMEN, they've been really good at finding good spots inside of the circle every time, just like 8-Bit in the online stages. Right now, 8-Bit is still looking to find that groove, that momentum. And looking at 8-Bit too in this game, they have a decent spot so far. Within a few seconds, this zone's also going to close in, and the next zone's going to pop up on the screen. Genesis Esports in the Smack Center, 4Miracle Esports finding themselves in the Smack Center. And it's a gift from Dragon. He was not able to reunite with the boys. That's why he got picked off. But the remaining 3 players now need to carry on the torch.
What are the chances that we see a triple chicken dinner in a single day here happening in grand finals here? Semi-finals, we saw it coming in from God's OMEN. Is it possible for 4Miracle right now, considering that they are in the smack middle of the center? And those compounds are a very, very difficult compound to push.
Hey, I mean, look, 4Miracle Esports are currently on the 5th spot in the overall standings. If they do manage to get a chicken dinner, that's going to propel them on the 1st spot. But still, it's not going to be a big lead. But hold on to that thought. Eggy spotting out the players of 4TR in the open. And what a spray that was. NoNx able to find the first knock, and that's also going to be the confirmation. 4TR making a few sacrifices with that rotation.
Well, seems like Eggy is up towards their business once more. Up to no good as usual. Always picking people mid-rotation and somehow work out for them. And on the finish feed as well, we do see Miracle also taking a couple of jabs on teams, trying to rotate around them. And 4TR loses a couple of players mid-rotation. And on screen, you can see every single team is just scrambling and panicking, looking for some sort of spots to work with.
Fight starting to break out left, right, center. You've also got Rising Inferno in a big world of trouble. Solid stuff from Team Eggy. They're definitely replying back. Even NoNx, they step inside of the playing field. Murdochs! What a way to eliminate BMWIGL in the end. Solid stuff from the man. Even Justin falls down. Rising Inferno, they're done for in this game. Eggy, 7 finish points acquired so far. They're off to the right track.
This is an insane performance coming from Team Eggy here. This is the Eggy that we saw them in semifinals week 1. But on screen now, we do see God's Omen having a little bit of run in Team Forever. Mafia finds the opener against God's Omen.
Yeah, Team Forever once again starting to dismantle the foes without any problem. They've lost out on one man themselves, but God's Omen just not able to keep up against the pace of Team Forever. They're bringing in a lot of heat. Superman in the back line, position notice. He's taken down extremely low. Superman, a lot of pressure on the boy this time around. The man's patching himself up, but Mafia, he wants to push up. He wants to eliminate the last man standing from God's Omen. Is it really possible, though? That's the main question. Superman tosses a nade inside of the house. It's not going to do anything yet. He's got 3 nades to play with, but in the end, Thunder, he spots a pixel, and he will put an end to the blaze of God's Omen.
Yep, well, this is happening as well. Team Forever, they're going to be expecting company. The third party comes through. It's going to be God's Rain alongside from 4Miracle, has been taking jabs from afar. This fight is not over yet. Team Forever stole this compound away from God's Omen, but God's Rain took advantage of the chaos. It snuck up behind them and took the warehouse away from them in the farm itself.
This is massive from God's Rain. 0 finishes so far. It's a slow start, but still it can be converted better. And God's Rain right now, the only team they need to take care of is going to be Team Forever. But Team Insane, they've got too much on the platter. This time, Los Hermanos as well. They make the pounds, but Los Hermanos, they're failing. Lazy! Single man dominating against the players of Los Hermanos. As the players were out in the open, they get absolutely ripped apart. And one conversion from Lazy himself, but he's only got 1 single nade. Can he actually thread the needle? Can he find the last man of Los Hermanos? It's Spy underneath him. Team Insane in a 1v1 standoff against that 1 man of Los Hermanos.
Oh my goodness, Los Hermanos, 1 guy out in open, 1 guy underneath. That's going to be a very awkward situation to be with. But God's Rain, they are still in the warehouse here. Their vehicles are pretty much exposed, and Team Forever is able to get the wraparound and going for the sneak here. Always pretty much down from the count. Mafia continues with the pressure on towards God's Rain, and somehow seems like God's Rain in a little bit of scramble as well, because it seems like based on the zone, it's still in zone, but they need to somehow get out here.
That is brilliant from Team Forever. They just blew up every single vehicle that God's Rain had available, but now as we move on towards TWOB, even they've got a lot of problems brewing up for themselves. Luckily enough, Aimhax is still alive. He's going to patch himself up. Every single person from TWOB is still standing inside of this final game. And TWOB, they desperately need to convert this final game as well, because the 5 games before this haven't been that great.
Yeah, it's definitely a struggle, and they are having the short end of the stick here, as they have to push through a lot of teams. They have a little bit of awkward spot here. Los Hermanos in play. NoNx also going to be taking a couple of shots in. They are going to go for the push. Seems like Levi was able to find 4 finishes here. An MVP contender finally showing some sort of lines in this game. It seems like based on the shelter approach, they have somehow managed to outlast a lot of teams here. Necro, you might be right. This might be the opportunity for them.
Yeah, definitely. But now NoNx, they need to start cleaning house. They need to start taking a lot of fights, and that's where 4Miracle Esports, they might just have a major advantage. And speaking of NoNx, they're just going to ram in their vehicles against the foes. They've already managed to find the opener. Aryan starting to fall apart. 2 players down and dusted. Aryan, what a big blunder this is. They never saw NoNx just straight up ramming their vehicles on this area.
Yo, that should not have happened. NoNx just casually drove up, ran 2 guys in, and took Aryan down. What happened to Aryan? Were you guys not listening? That was just so awkward. And now even the last player, Devotee, is pretty much caught in a very tricky situation outside the zone. Molotov isolating his fight here, but eventually Lavish picks him off, and that is going to be Aryan x TMG out on 12th place.
Even K9 Esports has lost 3 players. They're just down to 1 less man. The remaining 2 players knocked out. What are you supposed to do if you're K9? There's also NoNx right on top of your heads. And NoNx is someone that's not going to let go of the players of K9 Esports just like that. Even 8-Bit, they step inside of the playing field. NoNx start a clean house. There's also 8-Bit next to the players of NoNx, and they need to be extra careful. K9 going for the revival. They will get that reset on towards Slug, but another nade that's going to come into picture, and we'll get the re-knock against the players of K9 Esports, and that's going to be it for them. K9 has they've been eliminated from this game.
Oh my goodness, 8-Bit with those timings. Finish the last player of K9 will kick them out to the lobby. See you tomorrow, guys. As this final game, we're down to the final 8 teams in terms of placement points, and finally we do see a little bit of life here coming from 8-Bit, and this substitution coming in from Toy has somehow worked out here for 8-Bit.
The next zone's going to be popping up within 10 seconds, and everyone needs to be ready to pull off a desperate move. God's Read, they've got their vehicles readied up as well.
Did they just clean out Team Forever?
Seems like it. What? Somehow they just managed to flip the odds and wipe out the players of Team Forever. We do not exactly know what happened there, but one thing is for sure, Justin went monstrous.
Oh my goodness, what a performance here. But seems like they are able to gather their vehicles as they need to go in for the next push here. And the initial hovercraft that was set up by God's Omen, now in the hands of God, passed into a Team Forever, and now passed on towards God's Reign. And this is going to be an interesting one here because they have to push in the zone. And TWOB, they have heard all these commotions for the longest of time. And let's forget what is going to be happening here. But for now, the circle again, it centers around 4 Miracle. They've gotten 5 finishes and everybody needs to push in.
Somehow 4 Miracle Esports, they're like the zone magnets on Erangel. They know exactly where the zone's going to be taking a shift to. But TWOB, they've got a storm approaching them, and God's Reign, they're getting ripped apart. But still, Justin is the only man keeping the players of God's Reign alive, but a well-placed nade. It's also going to knock out Justin. TWOB still in the race. God's Reign still in the race. They've only got 1 man standing each. Can TWOB get the reset? Yes, they do. Kolyuk's back upon his feet. TWOB now a 2-man strong squad.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. God's Reign, they pretty much lost 3 players. Destro completely abandoning that fight. But TWOB, they need to rack up those points because as of yet, lurking and also paying attention to this is going to be Genesis Esports from the high ground.
Oh my god.
But Kanha, they were able to get those confirmations, but eventually also for Miracle was able to chime in and steal away those points.
For Miracle Esports, for them, it's just going to be feast waiting to be devoured. They're in the smack center like shooting turrets, and they will mow every single person down around them. What a way to end things off for Miracle Esports. Racking up finish points, but now for 8-Bit, they need to wrap up the players of NoNx right next to him. 8-Bit needs to be extra careful. The first couple of games, 8-Bit hasn't been doing that great, but now since they brought in Toy, 8-Bit's doing much better. NoNx, 3 players next to him. God's Reign still inside of the fight as Destro is trying his best to at least get something done. He's against that 1 man of 4TR, which is still alive. And INF God, now he's got Destro approaching him. The hovercraft is on fire. It does not have a lot of HP, but Destro, he just wants to isolate the duel. But in the end, it will be INF God to come out on top.
Oh, that was so awkward as well. INF God somehow survived this. Destro was able to get the jump on INF God, but the pump coming from him was the one that seals the fate here. And that's going to be God's Reign bowing out in 7th position here. Meanwhile, the game continues. 8-Bit finally showing some sort of signs of life here. With this integration, they are going to be in a very, very interesting dogfight here between NoNx. NoNx still trying to bait some sort of reactions. Equinox looking for those frames, but could not find those connections.
It's such an awkward fight. Both the teams just looking to find some sort of drive-bys. Just want to run each other over. 8-Bit knows there's a lot of risk they're playing with, and what a shot that was from Equinox. But the main problem is the man does not really have a lot of bullets. He's only got 3 bullets in the spare. That means 36 bullets in total. 8-Bit, every single ammo needs to be counted. Utilities tossed out against the players of NoNx, and even NoNx, unfortunately for them, Levi's going to be the casualty. Not a great way to start things off inside of this fight, but even GodX gets chipped up pretty low. 8-Bit, another nade follows up. GodX falls down. NoNx in a big world of trouble. 1 last man standing, and that's going to be Lovish. Can he really hold on to the ledge this time against 8-Bit? And 8-Bit, they've got no mercy. They're not going to spare anyone as the last man of NoNx will be eliminated too, and that's going to be it from them. But they managed to acquire 12 points in total.
What an outplay coming from Equinox here. He thought he was going to go down. He got out of the car, baited the reaction, got back into the car, and made him panic. And because of that, found an opening from his teammates to trade him off. So very, very clean fight here from 8-Bit. They clean out the North, but the next question here is, how do they enter the zone? Because it is all out in the open. And 8-Bit, known for their dog fighting style, this is their signature. Can they find an entry point against 4 Miracle is going to be the question here, because we're down towards the final 13 players in this game. And guess what? A majority of them is stragglers. 8-Bit's got 4, Genesis got 4, 4 Miracle's got 3. So the only other team that has and may pose a threat for 8-Bit here is going to be Genesis Esports.
How is 4TR still alive? That's my question. They were down to just that one man initially, and now 4TR is still surviving with that one man INF God.
Hey,
miraculous play.
He is playing absolutely out of his mind, right? We saw that interview before. IGL was like, you know what? Today is just INF God just playing absolutely out of his mind. He was able to steal the chicken dinner away from K9.
Oh, repositioning is going to be tough. The man's out in the open. INF God will be eliminated. The moment we started talking about him, he instantly gets eliminated.
We just jinxed him.
Yeah, pretty much. But luckily enough, at least he managed to get some sort of points in this one, right? 4 points in total. That's not bad.
Fair enough. But all things considered here, let's talk about a solo warrior performance here. TWOB makes it to the top 4, with Kali OG being the solo man alive. And may seem to be spoiling the game for another team here, but for now, Genesis Esports seems like they are getting shots from 8-Bit. LEOG gonna be taking a couple shots in. He is gonna try to take a jab on 8-Bit, but could not find anything. Somrush is able to take him out, but while this is happening, Toy also gets taken out. And Som, he actually died to the explosion. It's actually Aquanox that knocks him out.
Oh, it's quite unfortunate, and Genesis Esports didn't realize that exact thing. Genesis is here in the third party, and they're here to take the advantage of 8-Bit's mishap. 8-Bit messed up big time, but can they really defend against the players of Genesis Esports? And the answer is gonna be no. Genesis, what a perfect timing that was. Final game, Genesis Esports waiting to convert it in their favor. And I guess my prediction's gonna be on point.
Oh my goodness, Genesis Esports definitely makes it big time. But as of yet, it's not over until it's truly over, because 4 Miracle is gonna be the biggest obstacle in this game itself here. They're looking for the triple chicken dinner in a chicken single day thus far. And Genesis does have the numbers advantage, but the problem is they don't have the positional advantage.
4 Miracles now pretty much going to be like the final boss, but luckily enough, as you mentioned, they've got the numbers advantage, so they can definitely play for the trades, try and bait out a few peaks from the side of 4 Miracle Esports, and just find the initial knock. That's going to give you a massive advantage. Play for trades, and Genesis Esports, they will have the advantage. But once again, team play is going to be extremely important. Genesis Esports trying to thread the needle, trying to find a way to get up close and personal, but 4 Miracle will constantly try to disrupt that flow.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to get up close?
It looks good though. For a second, Beard Baba does have a right idea on where they are, but Genesis, they need to find an opener. The moment they get one knock, that's the opening they need to push through. And as of yet, every single one from 4 Miracle knows exactly where 4 Miracle is.
Oh my god.
Water spray, Hunters almost get taken out. He's still jiggling around the smoke. But little did they know, do they spot out Apollo? It seems like 4 Miracle, they don't see Apollo from the sides though. Same can be said for Zap. Such a tricky situation to be in here for Genesis.
Still, the big question is, how can they make sure that 4 Miracle Esports will be forced outside of that compound? The zone's already closed up. Genesis Esports.
Oh no.
Now the big trouble arrives. 4 Miracle Esports soon needs to leave that compound as well, and Genesis Esports, even they need to leave that comfort zone. Look at the man Apollo trying to bait out the shots, trying to bait out the peaks, but no one from 4 Miracle Esports is actually peeking or even going for the shots. Shadow's out in the open, the man spotted. Shadow wants to bait out a few peaks himself, but Genesis Esports now looking desperate than ever before. 4 Miracle, they want to punish the players of Genesis Esports, and luckily enough, Genesis, they've already pushed up.
Oh my goodness, what a timing here from Shadow OG. Great comms coming in. And somehow now the guy in the middle here is gonna force some play here. And as of yet, 4 Miracle, they're panicking. They're no longer looking for long-range fights here, as they need to take out Apollo. And as long as Apollo is alive, it's hard to pick out, as Genesis may have found their openers. 4 Miracle may have fumbled up. Reaper now has a very nice off-angle. Hunters going for the nades. They are going to be focusing on the guys on the inside of the house. Reaper left unknown yet, cannot afford to be knocked.
Yeah, no one knows Reaper's position. He's got the striking advantage. Apollo completely unaware. If Reaper has a nade, he can actually get insane knocks, but that's the problem. He does not have any sort of nades to play with. Genesis Esports slowly and steadily getting confident. They're pushing up close and personal against the players of Miracle Esports. Apollo, once again, he's stepping out in the open. Apollo's playing with a lot of risk. And Genesis Esports, Shadow gets spotted out in the open. That's going to be the equalizer the players of Miracle Esports were looking for. Down to a 3-man squad. Genesis, it's not looking good. Genesis are losing players left, right, center, but they reply back. Apollo still inside of the game, and he's keeping this banner sky high. For Miracle, down to 2 players. Genesis Esports, down to 2 players. It's taken down to a 2v2 in the end, and now Apollo is the only man standing. Can he really clutch it out for the points? That's the question. It's taken down to a 1v1 in the end, but Apollo, he gets dealt with, and it will be for Miracle Esports to get their 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
3 chicken dinners in a single day here at the Realme BMPS 2025 Grand Finals. You can see the smiles behind the stage. An absolute insane performance here in the Grand Finals. Expect the unexpected, but for Miracle, 3 chicken dinners in a single day here.
Do not forget, that was also a comeback game for Genesis Esports. That was a comeback game even for 8-bit. A lot of teams from the latter half of the board are now starting to show the signs of life as the day 1 has came to an end. But for Miracle Esports, what a miraculous performance it's been so far from the boys, getting 3 chicken dinners. None of us saw this coming. Now it feels like a dream.
Expectations has been shattered. Will we see a repeat in history from BGIS? I'm just going to leave it there, but you can see the salute coming from Genesis Esports. That was a good fight for Miracle. That was a good fight.
Even for Genesis overall, if you think about it, that was a very, very well played matchup. Necro, you made a prediction for Genesis in that particular match. They finished in the top 2. Not the chicken dinner, but hey, a bounce back we were hoping for.
A prediction's a prediction, right? At the end of the day, we thought Genesis Esports going to make a comeback, and there you go. That's the initiation off the comeback, but now Genesis Esports, they need to be consistent, and that's where Genesis Esports sort of struggles. The consistency has been a big issue, but hopefully they're going to patch it up, and they will be consistent in the future runs. Before Miracle Esports, what a game that was. Luckily enough, Dragon OP was the man who made the call to go for that split. Initially, the split was not too successful since Dragon was not able to come close towards his teammates. They were not able to reunite, but still the position they had inside of the circle paid off.
Hey, they took a gamble right from the get-go based on Circle 1, right? Two good positions in the east and towards the west. They go for a 2-2 split. They lost Dragon OP, but they still had the best zone in the final zone itself here. They prioritized on positioning over everything else, and guess what? It paid off. 3 chicken dinners in a day. What more can you ask for?
Well, but let's see what they have to say about this, and for that, we're gonna head to the stage.
Wow, just wow. 4M, 100 points for today. Yaar, crazy. Matlab, is samay, let's talk about this particular game, and of course we will have to talk about is samay the 3 chicken dinners. Let's talk about this. 50% of the matches you have won, like 100% domination towards the end. Let's talk about that final clutch. Let's talk about the 4v3, and is samay baat karte hain us final clutch ki. So tell us about the final clutch.
I mean, we stick to the plan, taking the zone, but we lost one guy, unfortunately, but we were ready to, take that 3v4. We just stick to our basics, that's it.
And of course, you're leading the table right now with 60 points, and the day started off really well. It's ending really well right now. So what are you looking forward for day number 2?
I just don't want to, jinx it. We are again going to stick to the process, not the result, and whatever comes, comes, whatever goes, goes. We'll play our game. That's it.
It feels like it's now kind of like your strength that you do not reveal your secrets. The secret remains within the team, and you guys perform, and you guys deliver, and you guys come, with that chicken dinner. So tell us about this. So, this secret, this won't be revealed at all?
No, I mean, if teams decide to, work on how we play, I mean, they'll be able to figure it out. But we are not going to reveal, our in-depth plans. So, yeah, again, for day 2 and day 3, we're gonna play our same and natural game. Let's see what we get.
They didn't want to reveal their secrets, but what has been revealed right now is that they have dominated day 1 with 60 points at the top. लेकिन इस समय day 2 में आप क्या-क्या expect कर सकते हैं? And इस समय day 1 कैसा रहा हमारे casters के लिए? Let's head back to the desk.
I mean, hey, if that was a question from Rohit as to how we feel about day 1, well, I feel like this was the best thing, best individual performances from the upcoming names we could have asked for on an opening day of a grand finals. And if the question was what to expect on day 2 after this day 1, I don't know, man, to be honest.
Now, look, generally speaking, a team that ends up performing pretty well on the day 1 does not really perform on day 2. And that's how the history's been looking like so far. And I guess one of the prime example over here has to be here Extreme Godlike too, right? In the past couple of LAN finals, they do dominate on day 1, but day 2 fumbles up.
Why talk about people that aren't here, Necro?
I'm going to have a little bit of different of history approach here. BGIS. VXT had Lady Luck on their side. And guess what? 4Miracle also has Lady Luck on their side. I'm just going to put it there for now. Not going to be superstitious, not going to jinx it, but if it happens, goddamn, we got to thank Lady Luck in the picture.
I mean, look, at this point for 4Miracle Esports, the way you're saying it, yes, they do have the Lady Luck. But what about 8-Bit? They're still looking to find that Lady Luck's performance hasn't been that great. Luckily enough, the last game wasn't as bad as the entire day. They have been able to play pretty much well. They have been able to place themselves pretty much decent. Another team that we expected a lot more was from K9 Esports. Yeah, it seems like the Lady Luck has not blessed them yet.
I mean, it's a lot of big names, just like the story of the Realme BMPS so far. It's the big names that are taking a fall even in the grand finals. As you mentioned, Necro, 8-Bit, K9. Luckily for everyone, God's Reign did make a little bit of a bounce back and are still in a position from where they can fight for the trophy.
Yeah.
But after this last game, I believe even they were headed for a reset.
Yeah, I agree. And all things considered here, let's talk about today's overall performance so far, because every single chicken dinner wasn't exactly easy. It was down towards a wire, a lot of 1v1 final moments, and eventually, I would say 4Miracle still had one of the better performances today itself.
Yeah, of course, they definitely did have the best performance without a doubt. In the last game, 4TR, somehow the man INF God was able to survive in the final few moments. And I'm quite surprised because he was the only man surviving in the initial stages, and even in the end of the top 5, he was still there.
I mean, again, it was an incredible run from a lot of these newer names. And of course, we have to see how tomorrow goes, because usually what it turns out in the grand finals, as Necro mentioned, teams that perform well on day 1, they panic under the opportunity where they have to just keep their lead. And it is the names, the well-known names that are struggling, usually in the middle pack, that take that lead away from them, put themselves at the top, usually somewhere in the podium.
You know, personally, I'm not a big fan of superstitions here, just because I don't believe in luck. I believe in effort and opportunity. So that's something that I strongly believe in. But based on trend from last year, based on trend from even last season itself, teams that perform on day 1 don't tentatively do well on day 2 and even the lifting the trophy
You know, you
as
should
well.
just swing your arm across towards Necro at this point. But anyways, as Necro was copying Icy's action, I think people need to start copying what 4Miracle was doing in this particular day. In fact, 3 chicken dinners, all on the opening day, a massively to work with for tomorrow. But looking at the numbers, we have MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Beard Baba from 4Miracle. Someone actually said, I think it was Ravan. We were having a conversation a few days ago about all of the 16 teams that are present in the finals, and he had mentioned that Dragon needed someone after they lost Gokul from their previous lineup. And Beard Baba comes with so much experience under his belt that it just boosted the entirety of 4Miracle and put their performance on a whole different level this time.
And I guess the biggest step for 4Miracle Esports was Dragon OP shifting on that IGL role, right?
Yeah.
And Team Limra, the man, was playing as an assaulter role, but the moment Team Limra got dismantled and Dragon was on his merry way, he took that IGL role under the belt. At the start, he was not really able to find success, but now the results are in front of you.
Yeah, but looking at the top 5 players, Levi actually pumping up his numbers again. Those eliminations help him move up the Realme MVP ranking, but we have the match rankings on our screens. 4Miracle walking away with 20 points. We have Genesis on the second with 14, 8-Bit with 12, NON with 12, TWOB 7 points, just like God's Reign. and Eggy. And then on the 8th position, we have 4TR with just 4 points.
That means with this performance now, 4 Miracle Esports has 60 points.
Yeah.
And they're 11 points ahead of the team on the 2nd spot, which is
Pretty
absolutely insane. Having that much amount of cushion can actually give you 1 game leeway.
Did Necro just get good at maths?
Yeah, that's a
surprise, right?
Yeah, well, we learn and we improve, but all things considered, let's talk a little bit more on towards how performances has made here as well, because 8-Bit didn't really do too well at BGIS in the day number 1 performance. They had a substitution in game number 4, subbing in Aqueducts, but this game, they brought in Toy. We start to see a little bit bounce back for them, but they are still in the 12th position with 31 points here. But let's talk about the gap between 31 and the top here. Just 30-point difference, one amazing game, and they are back in action though.
It's so easy to say, right? But
I
then
know,
you look
right?
at the
Easier
latter
said
half of
than
the
done.
board. Genesis Esports, NoNx, TWOB, 8-Bit, K9, Team Forever, Team Insane Esports, all the known names on the latter half once again. And it feels like, man, the clouds of sorrow, they're just not going away from them.
Hey, before we start the grand finals, we talked about a potential reign of the undergods. The undergods rise up and strike. And here in day number 1, guess what? This is the report card for day 1 summary.
Exactly. And we keep talking about 3 chicken dinners for 4 Miracle, right? They got chicken dinners on every map, basically.
Yeah.
They got 1 on Miramar, 1 on Sanhok, 1 on Erangel. So they are doing well on all fronts. And now it's just time to make sure that, as you said, that 11-point lead that they have, they somehow managed to hold on to that advantage till the end of day 3. Do you think they can actually pull it off? Imagine, man, we were talking about that story, that night in Hyderabad, everything just crumbling for that prior edition of Team Limra, and then transition a year later, about to win it all.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Now you ask me a question, are they going to be able to hold that lead at the top? And generally speaking, the undergods, for some reason, I've got a feeling they might just fumble up. For some reason, I've got a big feeling that they will fumble up on day 2. But you never know what's going to be the course of action later on.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on today's best performer of today itself. It's got to be Beard Baba coming from 4 Miracle, because he was the one that clutched things big time and also set up the fight for a lot of his teammates as well. This unorthodox off angle that Beard Baba played, even in that final moment against Genesis Esports, is what secured them their chicken dinner.
Pretty much, and again, we were talking about this new addition in this team. It has been incredible, brings experience, brings composure. Who would have thought extra firepower as well? But it just brought this team the first position at the end of day 1. But ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to the stage for Rohit for a special interview.
And with me is the performer of the day, Beard Baba. Congratulations for the amazing finish to the day. Congratulations for the amazing performances. And Isame, let's talk about your personal performance. Let's talk about the 12 finishes. Of course, the day has been great for your team. Miraculous. You created miracles, you created memories. Tell us about the whole day for you.
I mean, we started the day off simply just we had to follow our plans. Initially, the first match didn't go as how we planned. But again, we stick to the process. Even after taking 2 chicken dinners, we weren't so hyped up. You know, we just focused that we have to finish this day good. And it's not like we have done really great. We have scored, I think, 2 0-pointers in the 6 matches. So we'll have to talk about that and, you know, come up better tomorrow.
Aren't you becoming a little harsh to yourself? You said, oh, the performances weren't that great. Of course, you had the 3 chicken dinners, but you're highlighting the 2 games that didn't go that well for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was all convertible games. It doesn't really, you know, you don't get all the opportunity at, you know, every time, but it happened for us, and we should have, you know, converted those 2 games as well. But again, yeah, feeling happy that we have done well today, but yeah, hopefully we do the same in the upcoming days as well.
And let's talk about day 2, because day 2 is the day of comebacks. Day 2 is the game of certain surprises. So what are you expecting? What is your team expecting on day 2?
Again, as I said before, we don't have to hype anything. We have played our part. 60 points is a good start. Again, in the past tournaments, it has always been, you know, if you're top of the table on day 1, you usually drop in day 2 or day 3. So we are just going to focus on the process and let the results speak.
The results have definitely spoken today, and wish you all the best for the remaining days. That's Beard Baba from 4 Miracles. There you go. Oh, be careful. Yes. एंड इस समय बात करें फॉर मिरेकल्स की तो इट हैज बीन अ फैंटास्टिक डे फॉर देम। लेकिन अभी और 2 दिन बचते हैं जो आपके लिए और भी ज्यादा फैंटास्टिक होने वाला है। एंड अगर आप दिल्ली में हैं तो यशोभूमि कन्वेंशन सेंटर में आप आ जाइए। बहुत सारे कमाल के एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर्स हैं यहाँ पर, चैलेंजर जोन्स है, मॉन्स्टर स्टॉल्स हैं, किया का एक कमाल का जोन है। तो यहाँ पर बहुत मजा है, बहुत वाइब है। सो इफ यू आर इन दिल्ली, आई शैल सी यू टुमारो at the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre. And if you're watching at home, don't forget to like the stream. And this is the end of day 1 of Realme BMPS 2025. My name is Rohit Varghese, and it's time for me to say goodbye, and I will see you tomorrow.
All right, team, we have got our champ. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat, defeat, defeat.
सब ठीक ही है पर कुछ तो मिसिंग है।
Go on.
I miss that OG ice cold feeling, you know.
A classic situation.
जब स्क्वाड के साथ लॉबी पे It's back?
क्या?
No way! Dodge is back!